The day King Robert Baratheon arrived at Winterfell dawned crisp and bright, the skies free of clouds and the sun already warm upon the battlements. Bran Stark woke early, as was his custom when excitement was high in the castle. Every corridor hummed with preparations. Servants hurried past with armfuls of linens, guards shined their helms until they gleamed, and the cooks had been at their ovens since before dawn. Bran found himself compelled by the same restless energy that gripped everyone in the fortress. Yet on this day, instead of slipping away to climb the ancient towers, a pastime that usually beckoned him whenever he grew bored, he was summoned to the yard to greet the king and his retinue. Lord Eddard Stark did not want his middle son missing such a momentous occasion. Bran, having just turned 8, felt a surge of pride at this duty, even if he secretly longed to be among the rooftops and gargoyles, looking down upon the grand arrival. He didn't complain. He was, after all, eager to see the king and his court with his own eyes up close, and he'd never yet given Lord Stark cause to question his obedience. As the fortress of Winterfell prepared itself, Bran stood with his brothers, Robb, who was nearing manhood, and little Rickon, who insisted on being allowed to attend. Sansa and Arya fluttered on the edges, the former trying to tame any stray lock of hair that might escape her perfect braids, while the latter tugged at the collar of her new blue tunic, preferring something more comfortable for the welcome ceremony. Jon Snow, quiet and watchful as always, remained close to Robb's side. The hush before the king's procession entered the courtyard was almost tangible, each person anticipating the royals' approach. Servants watched from the fringes, hounds sat obediently by their masters, and the stable hands stood with wide grins, eager to glimpse the southern lordlings in all their finery. When finally King Robert burst through the gates with his retinue, he was exactly as the tales said, large and jovial, dark-haired with a booming laugh that echoed across the courtyard. Cersei Lannister rode at his side, golden hair shining, her gaze cool and assessing. Next came the rest of her family. Ser Jaime Lannister, so famed for his valor that he was called the Kingslayer in equal parts reverence and disdain. Tyrion Lannister, the dwarf, who seemed to regard Winterfell with intellectual curiosity. And behind them, an array of knights and attendants, all bearing the Lion of Lannister or the Stag of Baratheon. Bran could scarcely believe he was living inside the stories old men used to tell. The king had come, and with him the entire tapestry of court intrigue. It sent a shiver of excitement along Bran's spine. King Robert descended from his horse with surprising grace for a man of his size and immediately embraced Lord Eddard Stark in a way that spoke to their old friendship. It was not the solemn greeting of formal ceremony, but a hearty, backslapping welcome that made those gathered let out a collective breath. There was something about Robert's presence, an air that told the world he was a man who seized life with both hands and wanted you to do the same. He barked at Ned, all these years, and you haven't changed. Still too damn serious, which drew a small, respectful chuckle from the watchers. While greetings were exchanged and courtesies observed, Bran allowed his eyes to wander. He admired Ser Jaime's shimmering gold armor etched with lions and leaves. The knight wore it as though it was part of him, his face bearing a jaunty smirk beneath his light beard. Queen Cersei was regal in a deep green gown, her expression elegant but unreadable. Tyrion Lannister, half the height of the rest, was easy to spot in the throng, his sharp gaze taking in every detail of the courtyard as if memorizing it. There was no sign of tension, no sense that anything amiss lurked behind their smiles. If Bran had thought to climb that day, if he had scrambled up the towers and across the rooftops, he might have seen something that would change the future. But he didn't. He stayed dutifully in the courtyard, standing at Robb's side, shining with excitement and naivete. And so the Lannisters' most dangerous secret remained hidden, at least for a time. That very evening, Winterfell hosted a lavish feast to welcome the king and his retainers. The great hall was filled with the scent of roasted meats, honeyed pastries, and spiced wine. Minstrels strummed lively tunes while jugglers performed near the dais. Lords and ladies found seats along the benches, their families arrayed by rank. Bran sat between Arya and Rickon, both restless. Arya would not stop fidgeting with the cut of her dress, and Rickon kept trying to pack Ghost, Jon's direwolf, who lay under the table near Jon's feet. Next to Lord Eddard on the high table sat King Robert, who roared and drank, telling story after story of his conquests, hunts, and triumphs in tournament. Cersei Lannister was quiet, but not unfriendly. She sipped from her wine cup and occasionally brushed a hand over her golden hair when Robert's voice rose too loud or boisterous. Further down the high table was Jaime Lannister, whose green eyes scanned the room often, always restless, or perhaps simply alert. Across from him sat Tyrion, who regarded the Starks with a mixture of courtesy and wry amusement. Bran watched him closely. He had never seen a dwarf before, and Tyrion's calm, sardonic smiles and quick wit fascinated him. Bran was still a child, so there was no malice in his curiosity, only the unstoppable wonder that seemed to light him from within. He noticed Tyrion's gaze slide here and there, as if, even in the midst of feasting, the dwarf was gathering secrets like a collector. It was a strange notion to Bran, for he believed secrets were gleaned by those who crept through halls or spied through keyholes, not by dwarfs at banquets. But, as he would later learn, knowledge came in many forms. That night, no one so much as suspected foul play lurking behind the tapestry of politeness. The Lannister twins carried themselves as gracefully as any highborn guests, and the courtesy they showed the Stark household was impeccable. Indeed, if Cersei and Jaime shared a fleeting glance that smoldered with something beyond sibling affection, no one noticed, and certainly not Bran, who was too distracted by all the splendor of the southern court. The conversation drifted from talk of the summer's length to the possibility of war in the east, to the crows that soared beyond the wall, carrying messages that only the Night's Watch could interpret. Ned Stark asked about the realm's finances, and Robert brushed him off with a laugh, promising they would have time to speak of such dull matters when the feast was done. Wine flowed and tongues loosened, but the words spoken were no more dangerous than the gentle barbs that happen at any royal table. By the time the last platter was cleared and the musicians played their final songs, the entire castle seemed caught in the afterglow of a pleasant evening. And so it was, in this simple twist of fate, Bran Stark remained with the crowds instead of climbing the tower walls that day, that a different tale took root in the soil of Westeros. In this tale, there was no small boy lying broken in bed. There were no ominous whispers about what he might have seen. There was no nurse fretting day and night over whether his eyes would ever open. The Lannister twins had nothing to fear from the Starks, not at first. Instead, a subtle course of events began to unfold, shaped by Robert's restlessness, Ned's loyalty, Cersei's cunning, and Jaime's pride. Even the children, Robb, Sansa, Arya, Bran, and Rickon found themselves stepping into roles they might not have played in another world, a world where a fall from a tower ignited a chain of suspicion and conflict. Here, for a time, they were only children, gathering impressions of the visitors from the south. The next morning saw the start of hunts just in the courtyard and days that rang with laughter. King Robert insisted on showing the North that he was as fine a hunter as ever, though his belly had grown over the years, and some knights whispered behind their hands that his grace had grown fond of the bottle and the feast table more than the chase. Still, none dared speak such words to his face. He led a hunting party out into the woods beyond the castle, accompanied by Ned, Robb, Theon Greyjoy, and even Arya, who demanded she be allowed to ride alongside her father. The king guffawed at the idea of a little girl brandishing a spear, but Eddard Stark shrugged and allowed it. Bran might have gone too, but Lady Catelyn wished him to stay behind. She had not missed the eagerness in his eyes for climbing, and she preferred him on the ground during the king's visit. Within Winterfell's stout walls, life continued in an almost festive air. Jaime Lannister sparred with some of Ned's household guards, good-naturedly besting them under the watchful eyes of knights and curious onlookers. Tyrion strolled the library, marveling at old tomes that had been collected by the Starks over centuries. Sansa and Joffrey, newly betrothed if Robert and Cersei's plans went forward, spent time walking by the glassy surface of the Godswood Pond, though they were accompanied by guards and septas who monitored every step. Little Rickon was perplexed by the presence of such distinguished guests and clung mostly to his mother's skirts. As for Bran, after the initial excitement, he found himself in a peculiar state of longing. There was so much happening on the ground that he did not slip away to climb. Instead, he told himself that he would have time later. After all, the king would be staying a fortnight at least. It was in that bright lull, that golden hush of what could have been the mere preamble to a grand drama, that the Lannisters' greatest secret was spared from discovery, because Bran, on a certain late afternoon, chose to follow the stablemaster who promised to show him a new litter of pups. He did not ascend the tower. He did not climb to the ledge of a window. He did not peer inside. And he did not see the twins in each other's arms. Thus, no confrontation was set in motion, no desperate attempt to silence the boy, and no seed of suspicion was planted in Ned Stark's mind. The hush of that secret would remain unbroken. Neither the king nor the Starks would realize that Cersei's children were not Robert's at all but Jaime's, an unholy union behind the gilded mask of royalty. In this world, the king departed Winterfell with Lord Eddard Stark a week later, after much feasting and good fellowship, having convinced his old friend to serve as Hand of the King. Catelyn Stark fretted but was proud that her husband's honor had been recognized. Robb and Theon accompanied them partway, but soon returned to oversee Winterfell in Ned's absence. Sansa was promised to Joffrey, who had shown her fleeting courtesies but also hints of cruelty when no one was looking closely. Arya, refusing to remain home, set out with her father to King's Landing, for she had seen no future in the weaving of tapestries or the murmur of ladies' talk. Bran, finding his world changed in a gentler way, was left in Winterfell without the shadow of paralysis or broken bones. He roamed freely and climbed at leisure, as he always had, blissfully unaware of the cataclysmic shift his choices had wrought. Though the departure from Winterfell was filled with affection and gratitude, Ned's arrival in King's Landing some weeks later was quite another matter. The city was too hot, too loud, and far too full of intrigues for a man of the North. The small council was in disarray over the crown's debts, news that Ned discovered with growing horror. Littlefinger, with his mocking smile and labyrinthine finances, tried to placate him. Grand Maester Pycelle offered no real solutions, only half-senile platitudes. Renly Baratheon, the king's brother, often seemed more interested in tournaments than the realm's ledger. The only truly earnest voice was that of Lord Varys, the spider, whose soft words often betrayed deeper cunning. Ned found himself longing for Winterfell's simple duties, but he could not turn away from his vow to serve Robert. He and the king had battled side by side for that throne, and Ned was determined to keep the realm safe, even if it meant wrestling with unscrupulous courtiers who seemed adept at cloaking half-truths in flattery. Yet, without the immediate suspicion of the Lannister twins, Ned's time in King's Landing was quite different. The Queen regarded him carefully, but no more so than any newcomer who might upset her family's power. Jaime, leading the Kingsguard, continued his proud but seemingly straightforward duties, his usual dismissive arrogance toward the Starks not heightened by fear, and so they kept their secret unthreatened by Ned's curiosity, which focused rather on the empty coffers of the realm and the rumors of Daenerys Targaryen's marriage to a Dothraki khal across the narrow sea. Robert raged at the notion of a Targaryen threat, wanting her dead, though no official plan was made that first month. Ned tried to counsel caution, urging that murder across the sea would only inflame the Dothraki, but Robert's hatred burned too fiercely. That dispute consumed them more than anything that might have pointed to the truth about Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen. Back in the north, life for the young Starks shifted quietly. Robb, all of 15, found the weight of responsibility settling onto his shoulders. With his father serving as Hand, Robb had to oversee the fortress. He spent long hours with Maester Luwin, discussing supply stores, ravens from the Watch, and instructions from Ned that arrived by courier. Catelyn advised him on matters of courtesy and the complexities of lesser lords who expected recognition. Theon Greyjoy hovered at Robb's side, half friend, half ward, ever ready to joke or duel in the training yard. Meanwhile, Bran took advantage of having an older brother in charge, for Robb was more lenient in letting him scale walls and towers when his duties did not require an eye on his younger siblings. Summer, Bran's wolf, followed him with unwavering loyalty, often whining softly whenever Bran found precarious heights. But no one truly feared for Bran's safety the way they might have if they had known how close he'd once come to catastrophe. He had always been sure-footed. South of Winterfell, beyond the Neck, tensions began to swirl around the throne. Yet these were not the tensions that might have erupted had Ned uncovered Cersei's affair. Rather, the disputes were spurred by the crown's crippling debt and Robert's ever-increasing appetite for tournaments and feasts. Highgarden offered some relief, loaning funds, but demanded certain marriages be considered. The Iron Bank of Bravos grew irritated with the crown's defaults. Whispers of revolt stirred in corners, but no open move was made while the king lived and the Lannisters maintained prestige as in-laws to the king. In that sense, Joffrey's betrothal to Sansa Stark was a symbol of unity between North and South, a promise that Ned Stark would help maintain the king's peace. Within the Red Keep, the shadows of secret alliances lengthened. Lord Varys, half counselor, half spymaster, wove networks of informants. Peter Baelish tugged at purse strings, undermining or uplifting courtiers as suited his ambitions. Even Ser Barristan Selmy, that stalwart knight of the King's Guard, watched the political tides shift, uncertain of how best to serve. As for Jaime Lannister, he maintained his role with outward confidence, but spent many a dusk behind closed doors with his twin, carefully ensuring that not a hint of scandal leaked out. He could see how Robert was drifting from Cersei, drowning in wine and memories. The king's barbs toward Jaime, reminders of the Kingslayer's betrayal of Aerys Targaryen, occasionally surfaced during banquets. Jaime endured them with a soldier's stoicism, but inside he cursed the day he ever joined the King's Guard. Yet he could not leave it for fear of losing Cersei altogether, for she was his secret wife in all but name. He knew well that if it became known that the heirs were his, not Robert's, the realm might tear itself apart. Joffrey, meanwhile, grew into a proud, temperamental prince who saw the North as a backwater. He tolerated Sansa's presence as one might tolerate a pretty but simple pet. She, for her part, harbored romantic dreams of gallant knights and a chivalrous prince. She thought Joffrey to be her great love, though at times his cruelty pricked her illusions. Arya watched all this from the corners, rolling her eyes at her sister's fantasies, focusing instead on her secret sword lessons with Syrio Farrell, arranged by Ned to keep her spirit alive and her mind disciplined. None of these developments seemed particularly ominous. They were the natural tensions of a royal court, or so it appeared. Some months into Ned's tenure as Hand, he discovered the crown's depth of debt was far worse than suspected. He confronted Robert, who brushed it off, claiming that Tywin Lannister, Cersei's father, would help if needed. Ned disliked such reliance on a single lord, fearing the Lannisters would then hold the realm's purse strings. But Robert was tired of hearing about money. He wanted a feast to celebrate the end of the tourney season and to honor Joffrey's upcoming name day. So a feast was planned. Another grand event, more gold drained from the treasury. Ned's frustration mounted, but he kept it behind a stern face. In truth, he was too honorable, and had no suspicion of the Lannister incest, to imagine the scale of the dagger aimed at the realm's heart. His instincts told him the Lannisters were cunning, but he believed their greatest threat was in hoarding gold, not in fathering false heirs. Then came the rumor that Daenerys Targaryen was with child. That, more than anything, seized Robert's attention. He flew into one of his rages, calling for assassins, swearing he would not allow the Targaryen line to flourish. Ned tried to reason with him. Killing a pregnant girl across the sea was monstrous, not to mention politically dangerous. But the king would hear none of it. He wanted the threat ended before dragons could once again unite the realm's malcontents. Ned's moral code balked at murdering a child, but Robert, inflamed by old wounds, his betrothed Lyanna Stark having died partly because of the Targaryen legacy, would not relent. Tensions boiled, and in the midst of this, one of Varys's whisperers brought word that perhaps Daenerys was not the only Targaryen. There were rumors of a boy, said to be Rhaegar's son, spirited away. But these were ephemeral tales, too faint for Ned to act upon. In Winterfell, the days turned crisp and cool as autumn approached. Bran, now 9, played at swords with the younger squires, read ancient tales in the library under Maester Luwin's watchful eye, and still climbed the towers when the mood struck him. On one such climb, as the days began to shorten, he paused on the highest point of the first keep and gazed out over the vast northern landscape. The wind whipped his cloak around him. From there, he could see the top of the broken tower, the battlements of the gatehouse, and even the distant road leading south. He wondered about his father, about the bustle of King's Landing, about knights in shining armor and princesses at court. A yearning seized him, a restlessness for adventure. But he remained ignorant of just how close he had once come to living a darker fate. The gift of his ignorance shone in his bright blue eyes as he surveyed his home from on high, the wind in his hair. Below, Winterfell's denizens moved about like small figures in a tapestry, each playing their part in a tranquil scene that would not stay tranquil forever. The next turn in events came when Tywin Lannister, from his seat at Casterly Rock, invited the hand of the king to visit. It was couched as a courtesy. Lord Tywin wished to discuss the finances of the realm, to reassure Ned that House Lannister stood ready to assist in stabilizing the crown's debts. Robert insisted Ned go, seeing it as a chance to secure the realm's funds. With little choice, Lord Eddard set forth, leaving the capital in the hands of the small council. Along with him traveled a modest retinue, including Arya, who would not remain behind. She excitedly packed her wooden sword, courtesy of Sirio's training, and looked forward to seeing the famed western stronghold. The journey was long, marked by stone roads and slow caravans. Along the way, they visited minor lords who looked upon the hand with a mixture of wariness and respect. In each holdfast, Ned inquired about the harvests, the state of the peasants, and whether brigands troubled the roads. Arya often found such visits tedious, but she overheard bits of gossip about the Lannisters, how they were richer than the king himself, how Jaime Lannister was said to have the ear of the queen, how the dwarf Tyrion traveled widely. None of it seemed to matter to Arya, who was too busy practicing her footwork in the courtyard of every inn. When they arrived at Casterly Rock, Ned was unprepared for its scale. The fortress rose sheer from a rocky promontory above the sea, carved partly from natural stone. Golden lions inlaid in the gates, the Lannister banners flapping in the salty wind. Lord Tywin greeted them with a courtesy as cold and polished as marble. Beside him stood Kevan Lannister, quiet and stolid, and at times Tyrion, who regarded Arya with an amused grin when she asked bold questions about the dungeons beneath the rock. The child had no sense of propriety, and Ned braced himself for her every inquiry. Tywin hosted a banquet in Ned's honor, less lavish than any in King's Landing but still imposing. He was a man of few words, letting the majesty of his domain speak for him. Over roast venison and strong wine, they discussed the realm's needs. Tywin offered a loan large enough to pay most of the crown's debts, under certain conditions. He wanted more favorable trade agreements with the North, assurances that Lannister gold shipments would be escorted by crown forces, and expansions to the port near Lannisport that would reduce taxes. Ned, not a natural negotiator, found himself cornered by Tywin's impeccable logic. The realm needed the gold, or Robert would plunge deeper into ruin. So Ned agreed to the broad outlines and promised to bring the matter before the king. Arya, meanwhile, explored the rock's ancient corridors. She found it stifling compared to Winterfell, with its salt-stained stones and labyrinthine passageways. She teased her father that the Lannisters must have smuggled gold into the very walls, for the halls glinted with wealth in subtle forms. Gilded sconces, embroidered tapestries, polished suits of armor. She caught glimpses of Tyrion from time to time, once encountering him in a library. He was reading a massive tome and looked up at her with an expression half curious, half amused, as if uncertain why a lord's daughter would roam so freely. They exchanged a few barbed remarks. Arya found him surprisingly clever, and though she was raised to be wary of Lannisters, she found it difficult to dislike him. He answered her curiosity about the fortress with polite detail, explaining how the mines had once run under the rock, yielding gold enough to make House Lannister the richest in the Seven Kingdoms. During those days at Casterly Rock, Ned saw little that alarmed him. Tywin's courtesy was unyielding, Kevan's demeanor was respectful, and Tyrion's wry humor offered nothing that suggested the monstrous secret that truly bound the family. For indeed, Jaime and Cersei's incest remained well guarded, whispered of by none, suspected by none. The only flicker of insight Ned gleaned was the sense that Tywin had a peculiar pride when he spoke of his grandchildren, especially Joffrey, but even that seemed like normal familial devotion. And so the Hand and his daughter departed, well laden with promises of gold and a handshake that cemented a new alliance. Ned felt uneasy, for Tywin Lannister was not a man to be trusted blindly. But the realm's coffers needed replenishing, so he could not refuse. Upon returning to King's Landing, Ned found the city in mild unrest. A murderer had been prowling Flea Bottom, rumors of the Gold Cloak's corruption swirled, and Robert had once again demanded that Daenerys Targaryen be killed, sending word via Raven to hire Braavosi or Lysene cutthroats if necessary. The small council was divided, with Varys claiming to have leads, Baelish shrugging at the cost, and Pycelle hemming and hawing. Ned's protestations were once again overruled. He wondered how many times he could threaten to resign as Hand before Robert actually let him. But Robert needed Ned's honor, if only to maintain stability. Meanwhile, at court, Queen Cersei took quiet pride in her success. Her children were praised by sycophants, and no one suspected their father was her brother. Jaime basked in the king's favor, occasionally jousting in the yard and rarely deigning to explain himself to anyone but Cersei. Tyrion drifted in and out of the capital, sometimes disappearing to parts unknown, perhaps brothels, perhaps personal errands. For the most part, the lion's claws lay sheathed, for their greatest vulnerability was not threatened in the slightest. It was, in many ways, a golden age for the Lannisters, untainted by rumor or betrayal, but the secret weighed on Jaime and Cersei more than they cared to admit. In those private moments, locked behind the Queen's bedchamber doors, they spoke of the day they might have to do something drastic. They both sensed that Ned Stark's moral compass would one day lead him to discover the truth. He was too honorable to let a lie stand if he came across any evidence. They considered ways to obscure any trail that might lead back to them. Cersei poured all her cunning into weaving a narrative of loyalty and domestic harmony, with Robert smiling in public, bearing his drunken advances while Jaime seethed with jealousy at times. Robert, for his part, had whores scattered across King's Landing, so many that he hardly noticed if his queen did not warm his bed often. He was content to live in old glories, watch tournaments, and plan hunts, provided the realm stayed afloat in gold and wine. Then, as the year waned, a raven arrived from the wall. Strange sightings had been reported in the far north, ranging from ghostly figures to entire villages found abandoned. Jon Snow, who had taken the black in this timeline as well, wrote to his family that the Lord Commander was concerned about the others, though few believed they truly existed. Ned read the message with a furrowed brow, passing it to Robert, who guffawed that old legends were stirring men into a panic. Nonetheless, the idea of spending more coin or men on the watch did not sit well with the king, who said he had other matters to deal with, the Targaryen girl chief among them. But Ned, bound by the sense of duty to his family, insisted on sending some measure of aid. A small measure, granted grudgingly by the king. Perhaps if Bran had been crippled, if things had gone the way they had in another reality, the warnings from the north might have carried more weight. But here, there was no impetus that joined the mystical and the political so closely. The warning from beyond the wall would remain just that, a half-dismissed rumor on a piece of parchment. Days turned into weeks, and the illusions of stability persisted. Sansa's sweet illusions about Joffrey had not yet been tested by tragedy, though he continued to show small cruelties. Arya honed her swordplay in secret, longing for a reason to test her growing skill. Ned sank deeper into the morass of King's Landing politics, contending with manipulations from Baelish, the half-truths of Varys, and Robert's hot temper. The Lannisters glided through it all unscathed. And so the realm slumbered, uneasy yet unaware of its real peril. A turning point emerged when a messenger arrived bearing news that Daenerys Targaryen had indeed birthed a son. Khal Drogo, her Dothraki husband, was said to be exultant, proclaiming that he would one day ride across the sea to seat his son on the Iron Throne. The messenger had more. Daenerys survived an attempt on her life by a wine seller who was discovered to be an assassin in the pay of unknown sponsors. Word traveled fast in the free cities and arrived at King's Landing soaked in rumor. Robert flew into a rage, suspecting the assassin had failed through incompetence, and repeated his vow to see the Targaryen line ended. Ned tried, in vain, to reason with him, slaughtering a new mother and her infant was monstrous and would unite the Dothraki in vengeance. The council was similarly split. Some, like Littlefinger, suggested letting events play out. Others, like Varys, recommended cunning infiltration. Ser Barristan Selmy said nothing but stood with a troubled frown, his honor pricked by the notion of killing a child. Cersei, from her seat beside Robert, watched the arguments with veiled eyes. She cared little for Targaryens, but recognized that conflict across the sea could distract from any potential discoveries at home. In a heated moment, Ned clashed openly with Robert in the council chamber, refusing to sign off on a second assassination attempt. Robert threatened to name another hand. Tempers flared. Cersei intervened, gently placing a hand on Robert's arm, purring that Lord Stark's scruples might serve the realm in other ways, that they should not break their friendship over a single matter. Robert growled but relented. He respected Ned's honesty too much to cast him aside, at least not yet. However, under the table, motions were set in place. Baelish would see to bribes for any mercenary in the free cities, while Varys would attempt to sow discord among the Dothraki. Ned, disgusted, threatened to return to Winterfell, but felt bound by duty not to leave the realm in the hands of men he distrusted. And so he stayed, a prisoner of his own honor. That evening, alone in his solar, Ned brooded. He thought of his children, Robb in Winterfell, hopefully safe, Bran, free to climb and play, still innocent, Arya, close by but bristling under the constraints of a lady's life, Sansa, betrothed to a prince who might prove unworthy of her devotion. Rickon too young to understand any of it, and Jon far to the north among crows. Ned found himself wishing the realm's tensions would resolve themselves peacefully. If only Robert would see reason. He had no suspicion that the queen in the next wing of the Red Keep was breathing a sigh of relief that day, for she and Jaime remained out of Ned's thoughts. Their secret continued unperturbed. Yet nothing gold can stay, not forever. In a realm such as Westeros, the seeds of conflict eventually sprout. The first real crack in the fragile peace came when a body was found floating in the Blackwater Rush, a minor court official rumored to have been too inquisitive about the parentage of the royal children. He had drunkenly joked in a tavern that Prince Joffrey looked more like the queen's brother than the king. It was hearsay, a whisper overheard by gold cloaks loyal to the Lannisters. The official turned up dead days later, his pockets empty, a dagger wound in his belly. The Watch wrote it off as a robbery, but some courtiers exchanged nervous glances. Tyrion Lannister, upon hearing the rumor, pressed Jaime about the matter, only to be deflected with a casual remark. "The city is dangerous at night," Jaime said with a shrug. Tyrion's mismatched eyes narrowed, but he did not press the matter publicly. He might be a dwarf, but he was no fool. Secrets in King's Landing tended to be lethal. That was the first crack. The second crack came when Ser Barristan Selmy, in conversation with Ned, mentioned the suspicious nature of certain courtly deaths over the years. No direct accusations were made, but Barristan's experience ran deep, and his loyalty was to the crown as an institution, not to any one house. He confided to Ned that he worried the king's retinue might contain those who would silence any potential threat to the succession. Ned, initially dismissive, found himself recalling the fate of Jon Arryn, the hand who had died just before Robert arrived in Winterfell. Jon Arryn had apparently died of fever, but had he? The memory tugged at Ned. Jon Arryn had been investigating something about the royal lineage, or so a letter from Lisa Arryn had hinted. In another world, that letter might have led Ned to uncover the truth swiftly. But here, Lisa's letter was more vague, her fears overshadowed by the swirl of normal court intrigues. Still, the seeds of doubt began to stir in Ned's mind, like green sprouts pushing through winter's icy crust. As Ned turned these worries over, the king announced yet another grand tournament to celebrate the prospective deals with House Lannister and the rumored demise of Daenerys Targaryen's unborn child. For the news had not yet reached them that she had successfully birthed a son. Rumor traveled slowly and twisted on the roads across the sea. Gold was poured into the lists. Knights flocked from distant corners of the realm, and the city bustled with the excitement that only tournaments could bring. The small folk cheered, hoping to see their favorite champions unhorse the prideful lords. Merchants rejoiced at the prospect of coin flooding into the city. Ned saw only another drain on the realm's empty coffers, but Robert's word was law in matters of feasting and sport. On the first day of the tournament, the sun dazzled off steel and gilded armor. The crowd roared as knights thundered down the lists. Sansa, perched beside Joffrey on a dais, looked on with wide-eyed admiration. Arya, forced to sit near them, could barely contain her impatience. She longed to be in the yard herself, to tilt a lance or spar with a wooden sword. Ned presided over it all with a grave expression. Cersei sat in regal splendor, ringed by her ladies-in-waiting, while Jaime participated in the justs. A hush fell when Jaime's lance shattered against the shield of the haughty Ser Loras Tyrell, but the Kingslayer kept his seat. That day, the Knight of Flowers unhorsed no less than 3 challengers before meeting Jaime in a final tilt that ended in Jaime's victory, though close-run. Cersei's face glowed with pride as the crowd erupted, though she tempered her smile to avoid any suggestion of undue fondness for her brother. Among the cheering throngs, there was a single watcher who turned a sly gaze upon the dais. It was Peter Baelish, known to the world as Littlefinger. He had his spies. He had heard the rumor of that foolish official's murder in the city, and he had not missed the swirling speculation about the real father of Cersei's children. Baelish had a nose for advantage for a secret that could leverage kings. If the rumor was true, if the children were indeed Jaime's, then the realm's throne was built on sand. Baelish saw an opportunity. He watched how Jaime smiled in victory, how Cersei's eyes sparkled with a bit too much warmth, how Joffrey applauded with a faint smirk. Then Baelish looked to Ned Stark, whose mind was evidently elsewhere, perhaps uneasy with the lavish tournament. Baelish smiled to himself. He might not bring the secret to Ned Stark was too honorable, too rigid. But if the time came when the truth could be used, Baelish intended to be the one who wielded it for the highest profit. Knowledge was power, after all, or so Baelish believed. As the tournament wore on into its second day, feasts sprang up in the city taverns. Men toasted their favorite knights, bards composed bawdy songs, and whores plied their trade among tipsy travelers. King Robert reveled in the festivities, but Ned's worry persisted. Late that night, he walked the torchlit corridors of the Red Keep alone, deep in thought. He recalled Jon Arryn again and the small puzzle that had begun to form. Jon had been reading about lineage and had visited black-haired bastards of the king. He had questioned the parentage of certain blonde-haired children in the court. But which children? And why? The memory of the rumor of Joffrey's questionable father began to churn in Ned's mind, though he had no direct proof, only whispers. If Robert's children were not truly his, it meant all their alliances would be undone in a heartbeat. It meant war. It meant chaos. Yet Ned, in this timeline, lacked the catalyst that had forced him to investigate so thoroughly in another world. He had not found a comatose Bran, nor had he found the dagger used in an attempted murder. He had not seen his wife's tears of rage or the Lannisters' suspicious behavior in the north. The impetus was missing. So, despite the glimmer of suspicion, Ned had no immediate reason to upturn the realm searching for a forbidden truth. Instead, he returned to his chambers, resolved to let these vague rumors lie unless something concrete appeared. Alas, it was not Ned who would first stir the hornet's nest, but Arya. During one of her secret escapades in the Red Keep, she found herself wandering below ground level, following a stray cat. She ended up in a series of dark passages used by servants. In that maze of corridors, she overheard a conversation. Two voices speaking in hushed tones about the danger of certain truths being uncovered, about how the lion cubs must remain unquestioned, and if the hand learns the truth, it will set the realm aflame. Arya didn't understand half of it, but the mention of the lion cubs and the hand made her ears prick. She stifled her breath, heart-pounding. She recognized one voice as that of Varys, the other had a foreign accent she couldn't place. They parted ways soon after, leaving Arya in a cold sweat. She fled back upstairs, cat-forgotten, mind racing. When she told Ned what she had heard, stammering with excitement and fear, he pressed her for details. Arya tried her best to recall exact words, but she was still a child. She repeated the lion cubs must remain unquestioned and how if the hand learns the truth, it will set the realm aflame. She was sure one voice belonged to the spider, but the other was a mystery, possibly someone from the Free Cities. Ned frowned, confusion twisting in his gut. If the lion cubs referred to the Lannister children, what truth was at stake? Already overshadowed by lingering rumors, he felt the puzzle pieces shifting. The next morning, Ned invited Lord Varys to his solar, confronting him gently. "My daughter overheard a conversation," he said. "It seems you might know something about a threat to the realm if I learn a certain truth." Varys, calm as ever, raised a plump hand in denial, feigning surprise. He offered plausible explanations. He was referencing the crown's debts or the threat of the Targaryen infant. Ned's eyes narrowed. He was an honorable man, not adept at the game of deception, but he wasn't a fool. He knew he was being fed half-truths. Yet he had no proof of anything else. Varys left the solar with polite bows, leaving Ned feeling uneasy. Arya's story stuck with him, though, and the phrase, "the lion cubs must remain unquestioned," echoed ominously. Even so, the road to truth remained blocked. No single piece of evidence pointed clearly to Jaime's paternity of the royal children. No suspicious accident had befallen a Stark boy who might have seen too much. No dagger with a dragobone hilt had been discovered. No outraged mother had arrested a dwarf on the road. The great avalanche of events that might have revealed the Lannisters' secret in another world never started. And so, for the time being, the realm continued under its precarious illusions. But illusions never last forever. As winter approached in the north, ravens brought word of gathering snows beyond the wall, of eerie sightings in haunted forests. Jon Snow wrote letters to his siblings speaking of restless nights and glimpses of pale shapes. The watch was short on men, with Mormont begging the king for reinforcements. Robert, dismissive, turned to Ned for counsel. Ned repeated the call for more men, more resources, but Robert huffed that the realm had too many other expenses. "I'll not feed and arm 1,000 more black crows to chase shadows," he bellowed. And thus the matters beyond the wall were left to fester, a threat unacknowledged. Shortly after, Tywin Lannister arrived in the capital to finalize the finances for the crown. He was greeted with pomp, for Robert knew they needed the Lannister gold. With Tywin came a retinue of bannermen, among them Gregor Clegane, known as the Mountain, a fearsome knight infamous for his brutality. Gregor rode in the lists of a hastily organized joust, overshadowing lesser knights, instilling fear in the crowd. During that event, Sansa noticed how Gregor's cruelty made Joffrey smile, as if it pleased him to see men cower. The small, creeping disquiet in her heart grew, but she pushed it away. Joffrey was her prince, the golden-haired future king. Ned met with Tywin daily, hammering out details of trade routes, loan repayment schedules, tax relief. The realm's future hinged on Lannister gold, and Tywin, stoic, demanded favorable terms. One day, after long hours of negotiation, Tywin commented casually, "The realm thrives on stability, Lord Stark. We must never let it be threatened by scandal or rumor." Ned nodded stiffly, uncertain if that was merely a general statement. Tywin's green eyes gleamed like a cat's in dim torchlight. "We must all keep our eyes on the true threats: rebellion, Targaryens, and foreign powers. Anything else is just idle chatter." Ned offered a polite agreement, but Tywin's words echoed as a veiled warning. Events reached a simmer when a second body turned up in Flea Bottom, another court official rumored to have questioned Joffrey's lineage and drink. This time, the victim was found with coin bearing the lion's head in his boot, as if he'd been paid. The gold cloaks chalked it up to a robbery gone wrong, but tongues wagged behind closed doors. Gossip spread that the Lannisters might be covering something up. Ned, hearing these murmurs, felt dread coiling in his stomach. He remembered Arya's overheard conversation. He thought of Jon Arryn's sudden death. He recalled the half-hints about black-haired bastards and golden-haired princes. The shape of the puzzle was becoming clearer. If Joffrey was not Robert's son, then it meant the Lannisters had effectively seized the throne by deception. But how to prove it? Ned wrestled with the moral implications. If it were true, Robert had the right to know, yet telling him might plunge the realm into immediate war. Tywin would not stand by if the crown tried to disinherit Joffrey. The Tyrells, the Martells, the Greyjoys, everyone would take sides. The Seven Kingdoms had endured enough strife. Perhaps the realm was better off not knowing. But that was not Ned's way. The truth was the truth. Honor demanded it be faced. He wrestled with the question for sleepless nights, wondering if he had enough evidence to bring it forward to confront Cersei or Jaime. Meanwhile, Arya pressured him, insisting the city was full of whispers about lion cubs and murder. Sansa, oblivious, busied herself with betrothal lessons and daydreams of royal weddings. The moment of confrontation came unexpectedly during a storm-lashed night. A rider arrived from the Riverlands with word that Gregor Clegane had attacked a small village, burning it to the ground in the name of House Lannister. Tywin, outraged at the implication, disavowed the action, claiming Gregor must have gone rogue. But rumors said the villagers had discovered something about the Lannisters' secret, that a traveling bard had been paid to write a mocking song about a queen's golden brother. Ned demanded justice. Tywin refused to hand over his bannermen. Robert wavered, not wishing to provoke Tywin. The court erupted in heated debate. At last, Ned could no longer keep silent. He told the king privately that he suspected Joffrey was not his son. Robert's laughter died in his throat as he saw the gravity in Ned's eyes. At first, Robert roared with outrage, calling it a vile lie. But the puzzle pieces came at him too quickly. Jon Arryn's investigation, the black-haired bastards, the repeated hushings of rumors. Robert's face paled. Rage replaced denial. He charged towards Cersei's quarters, cursing her name. Ned followed in horror, trying to calm him, but the king's fury was unbridled. In her chambers, Cersei saw the truth on Robert's face and realized that everything they had struggled to hide was crumbling. Jaime, hearing the commotion, rushed in, sword unsheathed. Robert, red-faced and trembling, shouted accusations. Jaime bared steel, blocking the king from approaching Cersei. Cersei demanded that Ned be seized for sedition. Ned stood aghast, hand on his hilt, seeing in that tense standoff the realm's entire future balanced on a knife's edge. Guards burst in. Some were loyal to the king, others to the queen. The Red Keep's corridors echoed with shouts. Blood would have been spilled that night if not for the timely arrival of Ser Barristan Selmy and Lord Varys, who de-escalated the standoff. They insisted the confrontation move to the throne room, where matters of treason could be addressed properly. There, beneath the Iron Throne's cruel blades, Robert raged at Jaime, calling him a traitor and a coward. Jaime, in turn, spat that Robert was a drunken fool who had never earned Cersei's love. Robert raised a mailed fist as though to strike. Cersei attempted to rally the guards by brandishing the royal children, Joffrey, Myrcella, Tommen, claiming them as the rightful heirs. The hall erupted in confusion. Ned, heart-hammering, recognized that a single order, a single slash of steel, might plunge the realm into all-out war. It was Joffrey, ironically, who saved the moment by stepping forth with regal arrogance, demanding that everyone calm themselves and abide by the laws of the realm. He turned to Robert, calling him father, voice shaking but eyes defiant. He declared that the king should not be drawn into petty rumors. Robert, stunned by the performance, hesitated, uncertain. Cersei seized the opportunity, claiming Ned had been corrupted by envy. Jaime demanded the chance to duel any man who called his sister a liar. Ned tried to speak of proof but realized he had none physically in hand, only rumors, fleeting bits of evidence, the sudden deaths of men who asked the wrong questions. Varys, adopting a posture of neutrality, suggested a grand council or an inquiry, a method to quell the immediate crisis. For that single night, an uneasy truce was arranged. Robert, sullen and haunted, locked himself in his chambers with enough wine to drown a fleet. Cersei and Jaime retreated, marshalling loyal guards near them. Ned found himself under quasi-arrest, watched by gold cloaks loyal to the crown but uncertain of their orders. By morning, the city of King's Landing was alive with tension, as if a single spark might set it ablaze. Baelish flitted through the chaos, offering cunning words to both sides, seeking to position himself advantageously. Tyrion, who had only just arrived back in the city, found the rumors swirling in the air. The king had discovered that Joffrey might be Jaime's son. He hurried to his siblings, demanding answers. Jaime snarled. Cersei paced with eyes flickering like a cornered lioness. They insisted Tyrion help them preserve their power or else lose everything. In Winterfell, no one knew that war beckoned. Bran climbed the towers. Rickon played with his direwolf. Robb oversaw the fortress. The letters that arrived from the south gave no hint of the imminent storm. The realm teetered, though it had not yet fallen into bloodshed, and all of it hinged on a secret that, in another world, might have been revealed much sooner. Yet the same truth threatened to tear the Seven Kingdoms apart just the same. And thus the realm stood on the brink, with the howling winds of conflict echoing outside the capital's walls. The king, battered by betrayal, the queen, desperate to maintain her family's claim, Ned Stark, striving to protect the realm through honesty, and the Lannisters, fiercely shielding their darkest secret. Forces and fates entwined, forging a precarious standoff that could break at any moment. Across the narrow sea, Daenerys Targaryen and her newborn son remained a gathering storm of their own. Far beyond the wall, in the frozen wastes of the true north, an even older menace stirred. And in the midst of it all, the hush of that pivotal day remained. A boy named Bran Stark had never climbed high enough to see the unimaginable, never fallen to spark suspicion that might have changed everything sooner. Yet fate had a way of nudging events toward confrontation, no matter how deeply secrets were buried. The wheel of time turned, and the Game of Thrones continued, as it always did, ruthless, grand, and bloody, waiting only for the next decisive blow that would shatter the illusion of peace and plunge the realm into chaos. A hush fell over the throne room, as if the very stones were holding their breath. The scattered guards stood with hands on hilts, uncertain whom to obey, their furious king or their poised queen. Lord Eddard Stark watched it all with a grim expression, feeling in his bones that they stood on the edge of an abyss. Outside, the sky brooded with gathering clouds. Thunder rumbled far in the distance. Even the weather seemed to know that a reckoning had arrived. King Robert Baratheon's chest heaved with rage. His meaty fists clenched and unclenched at his sides. He stood close to Cersei, though Jaime Lannister had interposed himself between them like a gleaming barrier of golden armor and arrogance. Joffrey hovered behind his mother, flanked by Myrcella and Tommen. The children looked pale but determined. Joffrey in particular wore a mask of icy pride, as though he believed himself well beyond the reach of mortal men. Ned's head spun with the enormity of it all. Once, he had imagined his service as hand would be simpler, balancing the books, ensuring the realm's peace, guiding his friend the king toward just decisions. He had never wanted this, to stand at the heart of a secret so monstrous it could sunder the 7 kingdoms. But there was no turning back. The truth, once glimpsed, could not be unseen. "You dare," Robert snarled, voice hoarse. "You dare lie with your own brother and make me play the fool?" He glared at Cersei, spittle gathering at the corners of his mouth. "Is it true? By all the gods, I'll—" "It is not true," Cersei broke in, her voice calm, but her cheeks burned red. "You have let your hand whisper poison in your ear. These rumors are vile. Jaime is my brother, yes, but that is all." A flicker of hesitation crossed Robert's bruised features. He had drunk heavily, and the flush of wine stained his neck. He turned to Ned as though searching for clarity. "You say Joffrey is not mine," he growled. "Where is your proof, Stark?" "I will not see my family torn apart on the strength of a rumor." Ned opened his mouth, but the words caught in his throat. Here, in the echoing hall, with so many eyes upon them, some friendly, some hostile, he realized how fragile his position was. He had no living witness, no parchment listing the children's true lineage, no sworn confession from a maester who might attest to bloodlines. Jon Arryn's suspicious death, the cryptic references to black-haired bastards, the talk of golden-haired heirs, it all lived in Ned's mind, half substantiated by the quiet violence that had silenced too many tongues in King's Landing. But it was not the same as cold, incontrovertible proof. He steeled himself. "I have seen enough to believe, my king. The deaths of men who questioned Prince Joffrey's parentage are too many to be chance. Lord Arryn died while investigating your children's lineage. 2 more men found in Flea Bottom murdered after they repeated the same rumor. Surely you see the pattern." Jaime's smile was thin and predatory. "All you have, Stark, are half-witted rumors. The city is dangerous for fools who prattle in taverns. If they died, perhaps it was because they were drunk and parted with their coins too freely." "That's a lie," Arya Stark spoke up from where she stood near her father. Guards had tried to keep her away, but Arya always found her way past them. Her voice trembled slightly, but she refused to be silent. "I heard Varys speaking in secret tunnels. He said the truth about the lion cubs would set the realm aflame. That must mean—" "Enough," Cersei snapped, the serenity of her mask slipping. Her green eyes flared with anger. "I will not stand here and allow a child to speak nonsense." At the far side of the throne room, Ser Barristan and Selmy coughed into his fist, shifting his weight. He looked stricken, as though an old dog who sensed a fight between its masters and could do nothing to stop it. Varys himself stood behind one of the pillars, hands folded into voluminous sleeves, face unreadable. Littlefinger lounged to the side, flicking at a speck on his velvet sleeve, looking as though he was savoring every heartbeat of the tension. Robert's gaze swung between his wife and Ned. A drunk's confusion warred with the faint glimmer of reason behind his dark eyes. The silence pressed in. Outside, lightning flashed, illuminating the colored glass windows, throwing jagged shadows across the hall. Finally, the king breathed out one word: "Out. Everyone out. Except my hand and the queen." Jaime opened his mouth to protest. Cersei touched his forearm. "Go," she said. "If our good king insists." He hesitated, hand still on his sword hilt. Robert took 2 steps toward him, fists balled. "If you think to defy me," he growled, "I'll have your head on a spike, Lannister or not." Jaime's expression flickered with hatred, but he gave a tight nod. Turning on his heel, he strode from the chamber. The gathered guards began to shuffle out. Ser Barristan bowed, though uncertainty clouded his face. Varys slipped away noiselessly while Peter Baelish strolled off with an enigmatic tilt of his head. Arya started to protest that she should stay, but Ned laid a hand on her shoulder, urging her gently to go. Sullen, she let herself be led out by a pair of gold cloaks. The massive doors rumbled shut and their heavy echo died away, leaving Ned, Cersei, and Robert alone beneath the Iron Throne. For a moment, none of them spoke. Cersei's gaze was molten gold, locked on Ned with a hatred that scorched. Robert, breathing heavily, placed one hand on the hilt of the warhammer he often carried in place of a sword. Ned braced himself, uncertain whether the king might lash out violently. Cersei spoke first, stepping toward Robert. "My love," she said, and her tone was practiced, but there was a ring of desperation beneath the honeyed words. "This is all a plot to drive a wedge between us. Has Lord Stark forgotten that our families are bound by marriage? Sansa is betrothed to Joffrey. If he truly believed these monstrous accusations, why would he allow such a match?" Ned flinched. The question stung. In truth, he had done nothing to stop the betrothal because he had never been certain of the proof. He had come to King's Landing in good faith, not imagining the web he would uncover. "I didn't know then," he said, voice quiet. Robert's hand tightened on the hammer. "Cersei, did you? Tell me. By the gods, if you lie to me now, I swear I'll..." She held his gaze. Something passed between them, years of mutual resentment, of a marriage built on illusions. Then she said, softly, "I have been your wife all these years. I gave you children, mine and yours. If you were too drunk or too besotted with your whores to see that, then perhaps we are done." Robert's face twisted. She pressed forward, sensing his hurt. "We both know how many bastards you fathered in the city. How many have you acknowledged? One? None? Was that not reason enough for me to question your loyalty? If I ever found comfort in Jaime's presence, it was only to endure your neglect." Ned's heart lurched. There, she had all but admitted something, but so carefully couched that it remained ambiguous. Robert roared, "I did not ask for your excuses, woman. I want the truth. Is Joffrey mine?" His voice cracked on the final word. Cersei's expression hardened. "He is mine," she said. "That is all you need know." It was no confession, but it was not a denial either. Robert stood trembling for a heartbeat that stretched into eternity, thunder rolling from the sky. Ned half expected him to swing the hammer. He remembered the old stories of Robert in battle, unstoppable as a maddened bull. Part of him thought the king might take a single blow and splatter them both across the marble floor. Instead, Robert exhaled, staggering back with a groan as though run through. "I can't do this," he muttered, speaking to no one. "Gods. Ned, get out. You too, Cersei. Just out. I need time to think." Cersei lingered as if she might protest, but the look in Robert's eye warned her away. She gave him a stiff curtsy, shot Ned one last venomous glare, and turned on her heel. Ned waited until the echo of her footfalls died away, uncertain if the king would address him. But Robert said nothing. He only slumped onto the steps before the Iron Throne and buried his face in his hands. At length, Ned withdrew, leaving Robert to his tormented silence. That night, the corridors of the Red Keep were a hive of whispers. Lannister guards stood on every corner, searching each face for signs of threat. The king's own household knights patrolled the opposite hallways, aware that the queen's men lurked nearby. Servants hurried about, tense and anxious. Lightning arced across the sky, followed by the crash of thunder and the drumbeat of torrential rain on the tiled roofs. It felt as though nature itself was pounding at the gates, demanding to be let in on the secrets roiling within the castle. Ned found Arya in his chambers, pacing like a restless cat, her expression troubled. "Father," she said the moment he entered, "did you tell him about what I heard?" "I told him enough," Ned replied, feeling weary beyond his years. "If he chooses to believe it, that's another matter." She set her jaw. "I should have been there. I could have You could have done nothing," Ned cut her off, gently but firmly. "Listen to me, Arya. This is a dangerous game. Words can start wars." He recalled how close they had come to bloodshed earlier. "Stay out of sight for a time. No more creeping around the castle alone, do you hear?" She scowled but did not argue. Rain lashed the windows, and Ned felt an ache for Winterfell, for the quiet embrace of the godswood and the surety of the north. That longing would do him no good here. He had to think, to plan. If Robert chose to brand the children as bastards, a war with House Lannister might erupt overnight. If Robert chose to keep the secret, Ned would be forced to stand by while a false prince was groomed for the throne. Both paths led to darkness. He set a guard at his door, men who were from the north, men he trusted. After making certain Arya was locked safely in a side bedchamber, he tried to rest. Sleep did not come easily. At some point, exhaustion overcame him, and the nightmares came, visions of a tower by the sea and Lyanna's voice echoing in his head, begging him to promise her something. It all blurred with the memory of Jon Arryn's final words, "The seed is strong." He woke drenched in sweat, heart pounding as the storm raged outside. By dawn, the squall had passed. The sun broke over King's Landing like a pale coin glimpsed through ragged clouds. Ned rose, not refreshed but determined. He had hardly donned his tunic and sword belt when a summons came from the king's steward. Robert commanded his presence in the council chambers. Ned steeled himself and hurried through the labyrinth of corridors. Within the council chamber, he found King Robert at the head of the table, a pewter goblet in hand. The reek of sour wine clung to the air. Cersei stood behind the king's chair, flanked by Jaime, whose green eyes bored into Ned with scarcely concealed hostility. Off to one side, Varys, Littlefinger, and Grand Maester Pycelle observed with caution. Renly Baratheon was absent, having taken a hunting holiday in the Stormlands, a pity, Ned thought, for Renly might have tempered Robert's wrath with jest. On the opposite side of the room, Ser Barristan and Selmy stood silent, looking grave. The king set his goblet down hard. My lords, he began, voice raspy with drink or emotion. I have considered the matter. My good wife, Queen Cersei, tells me that Lord Stark has been led astray by baseless rumors. She insists that Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen are my true-born children, rightful heirs to the Iron Throne. Jaime's mouth curled in contempt as though the entire gathering disgusted him. Cersei lifted her chin, triumphant. But Robert went on, and the word crackled in the air like lightning. Lord Stark is no fool. I have known Ned since we were boys. If he believes something is amiss, I cannot simply dismiss it as gossip. A hush fell. Robert pressed a hand to his brow as if the weight of the crown pained him. I will not tear this realm apart on hearsay, nor will I let a lie fester if it threatens the stability of the kingdom. So I have decided. We shall have an inquiry. He raised his eyes, which gleamed with the unpredictable mania of a man on the edge. A grand council, if you will, a gathering of great lords from across Westeros. Let them weigh any proof Lord Stark or the Queen might offer. If the council concludes the children are mine, so be it. If they conclude otherwise, he paused, swallowing as though the very notion curdled his gut. Then we shall take the steps we must. I can do no less for the sake of peace. The implications rippled through the room. An inquiry by the great lords would mean summoning men who might side with the Lannisters. Tywin, Kevan, the bannermen of the Westerlands, and men from the north, the Vale, the Reach, the Stormlands, and Dorne. The politics alone would be tangled beyond measure. Pycelle cleared his throat. Your Grace, he said, such a council has not been called for many a year. In times past, it was done to decide succession disputes, to avert civil war. Might not this cause more strife, rather than less? Robert glowered. It might, but if we do nothing, we risk the same. I have decided. He took a shaky breath. Send ravens to all major lords and ladies. Tell them they are summoned to King's Landing for a council on the matter of succession. Any who do not come will forfeit their voice. Cersei's face was a mask of rage. Jaime's fists clenched. The Queen spoke through her teeth. As you will it, my king. I only hope you understand the danger in calling such a council. My father will not look kindly on having his grandchildren's legitimacy questioned. Tywin's favor is the least of my worries, Robert snapped. He wants to keep the realm afloat with his gold? Fine. But I won't be threatened. His gaze slid to Ned. Until the council convenes, Lord Stark, you will remain as hand. But if you bring forth no proof, if all this is simply illusions and dead men's whispers, you will kneel and beg forgiveness. Understood. Ned bowed stiffly. I understand, Your Grace. He was not entirely certain how he felt about this. Part of him was relieved there would be no immediate bloodshed. Another part was uneasy. He had never been adept at these grand assemblies of lords, where secrets and alliances mattered more than honesty. And you, Cersei, Robert continued, scowling, you will abide by my decree. No more hushings, no more city stabbings. I will have peace in my capital. Her lips parted in offense, but before she could protest, he waved her silent. Then he glanced at Jaime. And you, Kingslayer, can keep your sword in its scabbard unless I order otherwise. Or do I have to strip you of your cloak? A flicker of humiliation passed through Jaime's eyes. He inclined his head, but his jaw was tight. I shall do as you command, Your Grace. With that, Robert drained his goblet, set it aside, and stood. Then we are done. He shoved past them all, leaving the council chamber in a swirl of agitation. Ned exchanged a glance with Ser Barristan, who appeared as though he wanted to speak but could not find the words. The Queen swept out, Jaime at her side, both wearing a brittle composure. One by one, Varys, Pycelle, and Littlefinger followed, each lost in his own calculations. Ned lingered behind a moment, absorbing what had just transpired. He could not shake the ominous sense that a great tinderbox had been assembled, waiting only for a single spark to ignite a conflagration. A grand council might bring about truth, or it might bring about war. He whispered a prayer to the old gods, wishing that none of it was necessary. Within hours, the Red Keep was abuzz with scribes preparing ravens, transcribing official summons to the likes of Tywin Lannister at Casterly Rock, Mace Tyrell at Highgarden, Hoster Tully at Riverrun, Jon Arryn's heir in the Vale, and so on. The Martells of Dorne, the Greyjoys of the Iron Islands, the Baratheons of Storm's End, they would all be summoned, along with lesser lords and trusted advisors. Word spread like wildfire across King's Landing. The small folk sniffed conflict and grew anxious. Merchants speculated on the surge of visitors to the city and the wealth it might bring. Soldiers sharpened swords, not sure which banners they might face. Everyone felt the tension in the air, a hum that vibrated through the cobblestones and the dusty streets. Ned returned to his apartments to find Arya practicing her water dancing with a wooden sword, slicing at imaginary foes. She froze when he entered, then asked, "Well? Is war coming?" He gave a weary shake of his head. "I don't know. King Robert is summoning a great council. We'll see if that leads to peace or slaughter." Arya set her wooden blade aside, mouth drawn in a line. "Is there anything I can do?" "Stay close," he said. "Listen, but be careful. We must tread softly now, daughter. The wrong word can be deadly." She nodded, uncharacteristically solemn. "If there is a fight, I want to help." He placed a hand on her shoulder, sad and proud at once. She was so young. Pray it does not come to that. Meanwhile, at the Tower of the Hand, Sansa had locked herself in her bedchamber after hearing the news. To her, it was incomprehensible that the entire realm was now questioning her beloved Joffrey's legitimacy. She wept quietly, refusing to see anyone, not even her septa. The illusions she had cherished of a perfect golden prince and a future queen's crown teetered on the brink of ruin. Rumor had reached her that her father had accused the queen of unspeakable sins. It felt like a betrayal to Sansa. She loved her father, but how could he do this to Joffrey? Confusion tore at her heart. She thought of writing a letter to her mother, but she had no idea how to explain the swirl of half-truths and charges in King's Landing. Word reached Winterfell a fortnight later, borne by a raven that arrived breathless at Maester Luwin's turret. Robb Stark took the sealed missive, read it, then read it again, thunderstruck. Bran, who happened to be in the Maester's study, stared at his older brother's face. "What does it say?" the boy asked. Robb's voice came out tight. "Father summons us. The king has called a grand council in King's Landing to discuss who should inherit the throne. It seems the Lannisters might not be rightful heirs at all." Bran's eyes went wide. "But Joffrey is the prince." "That is what we all thought," Robb murmured. He looked at Maester Luwin, who seemed equally unsettled. "Father wants us to gather our bannermen to be ready if conflict breaks out. But he also insists that for now we must act in good faith. He requests that I come south, representing the north in these talks." Catelyn Stark, upon hearing the news, fretted endlessly. "Your father says to be cautious," she said. "If the Lannisters realize we support Ned fully, they might see it as a threat. Yet we cannot refuse the royal summons." She twisted her hands. "Robb, you're only a boy." "I'm 15, Robb said, bristling with pride. "And I'm heir to Winterfell. I can do this if I must." Bran listened, silent and anxious. He pictured the sprawling capital, so far from their quiet northern halls. Part of him felt a flicker of excitement at the idea of traveling with his brother. But Lady Catelyn was clear that only Robb and a small party would go, gray wind padding at Robb's side. Bran would remain behind with Rickon. The memory of the letter made Catelyn's expression tighten. Ned had written that the city was perilous. The fewer Starks involved, the better. In the days that followed, ravens departed Winterfell to the Umbers, the Boltons, the Manderleys, the Glovers, and other great houses of the north. Each was informed that conflict might stir in the south, though Lord Stark hoped for a peaceful resolution. The north prepared. Stores were inventoried, weapons were inspected, and the men quietly drilled in the courtyards. For his part, Bran watched from a windowsill above the training yard, summer at his feet. Had he fallen in that other life, had he been crippled, he might have felt bitterness at not being able to help. But in this world, his limbs were hale, and he had the freedom to join the younger squires in sword practice now and then. He tried to quell his sense of worry for his father and older siblings. The north was far away from the conspiracies of the capital, but if war came, no land would be safe for long. Meanwhile, ravens flew to Casterly Rock. Tywin Lannister read the summons in stony silence, ignoring the subdued presence of Kevan and Tyrion in the chamber. Gold mines had grown leaner over the years, but House Lannister was still the richest in the realm, and Tywin's pride was second to none. "They dare question the legitimacy of my grandchildren," he said, voice rumbling like distant thunder. "We must answer this insult." Kevan nodded calmly while Tyrion ventured a wry remark, "So it seems the cat is halfway out of the bag, father. But if we want to keep it from clawing us all, perhaps we should attend the council with a spirit of, let us call it diplomacy." Tywin's cold gaze flicked over him. "The only diplomacy is power, Tyrion. The king trifles with matters he cannot comprehend if he thinks to humiliate House Lannister publicly. We will go to King's Landing, yes, but we will not bend. He tapped the parchment. Cersei swears to me that Joffrey is Robert's son. I, of course, believe my daughter. Tyrion did not miss the slight hesitation in his father's tone. But Tywin continued, if the council tries to defame us, they will regret it. The West stands behind us. The might of Casterly Rock will not be gainsaid. Tyrion bowed slightly. As you say, father. I shall ready my things for travel. In truth, Tyrion was deeply uneasy. He suspected there was far more truth than not to the rumors. A portion of him felt a strange swirl of pity and horror for Jaime and Cersei's predicament, even if it was their own doing. Incest was not unknown in Targaryen history, but for a major house in the present day, it was high treason. If proven, Robert Baratheon's fury would be unstoppable. Tyrion's quick mind weighed potential outcomes with each sip of wine he took. He had survived so far by using wits to navigate the storms of Lannister pride. This might prove the greatest tempest yet. Summons reached the Reach, the Vale, the Stormlands, the Iron Islands, Dorne. Lords across the land began their journeys south, each with a retinue of knights and bannermen, each uncertain whether they rode toward a peaceful conference or the outbreak of civil war. Whispers flew faster than ravens. Some said the king had discovered the queen's affair, others said Ned Stark aimed to seize power, still others claimed Robert had gone mad with drink, or that Joffrey was a demon child fathered by a sellsword. The swirl of rumor took on a life of its own, weaving a patchwork of fear and speculation. In King's Landing, tension rose by the day as lords began to arrive. The banners of House Tyrell fluttered first, bringing Mace Tyrell and his flowery entourage, knights clad in bright gold, trailing perfumed men-at-arms. Soon after came the black and gold stag of House Baratheon from Storm's End, led by Sercourt A. Penrose, since Renly was still traveling. Lesser houses trickled in, taking up lodging in the city's inns, or if they were prestigious enough, in the Red Keep's many wings. Prices soared overnight. Beggars huddled by the gates, hoping for alms from wealthier travelers. Every day, the city guard discovered more bodies in the alleys, whether from drunken fights, common robberies, or hidden murders. The tension was a tinderbox waiting for a spark. Robert decreed that the council would convene in the Great Hall of the Red Keep in a fortnight's time, giving stragglers the chance to arrive. As the date loomed, Ned found himself juggling 100 tasks, overseeing lodging for the Northern Bannermen who had come at short notice, trying to keep the Gold Cloaks disciplined, meeting with Pycelle to discuss logistics. King Robert, for his part, seemed to do little but drink. He sat in his solar and brooded, or took whores to bed, or tried to drown his sorrows in yet another cask of Arbor Red. The weight of betrayal had broken something inside him. At times he would rage, at others he would slump into a near catatonic gloom. Cersei avoided him whenever possible, attending only the formal gatherings where she had to maintain appearances. Sansa finally emerged from her chamber, eyes red but posture dignified. She approached her father in the courtyard where the lesser lords were arriving. "Father, I beg you to reconsider this inquiry," she whispered, voice trembling. "If it casts doubt on Joffrey. I love him. I know him to be good. Truly I do." Ned felt a stab of pain. He reached for her hand. "My dear one, there are truths that matter more than our wishes. If Joffrey is indeed Robert's son, then we have nothing to fear. But if not, She pulled away, shaking her head. "No, he is the prince. He is. This is all a misunderstanding." Tears welled, but she forced them down and fled. Ned watched her go, torn between paternal concern and the grim knowledge that illusions could not survive the iron weight of evidence. He prayed for Sansa's sake that the truth might not destroy her. But he had seen the stubborn set of Robert's jaw. The king would not allow his line to be shamed. If he found absolute proof the children were false, he would likely put them all to the sword. Or try to. Cersei and Tywin would not stand idle. 2 days before the appointed date, Tywin Lannister arrived in the capital with 200 mounted knights bearing the lion sigil. The city streets nearly burst with tension. Robb Stark came down from the north with a modest retinue a day later, entering King's Landing under the direwolf banner. He was accompanied by a half-dozen northern lords, including the great Jon Umber, roisterous and huge, and Roose Bolton, pallid and quiet, his eyes gleaming like a man appraising a battlefield. When Ned embraced Robb in the Red Keep's courtyard, he felt the breadth of his son's shoulders. Robb was growing into a man, though the lines of boyhood were still there around his eyes. Grey wind growled softly at the crowds but stayed at Robb's heel. That night, father and son spoke in Ned's solar. Robb relayed news of the north. The harvest had been good, but rumors from the wall were grim. Jon Snow wrote of sightings of White Walkers and Whites, but no one believed them. The Black Brothers patrolling the woods had vanished, and the wildlings were stirring. Ned's worry deepened. If this council leads to war, he muttered, then the wall may stand unguarded. The realm is seldom wise enough to unite until it's too late. Robb nodded. We will do what we must, father. The next day dawned, and with it arrived the delegates from the Vale, young Robert Arryn, sickly and half-coddled, accompanied by lords sworn to House Arryn. Far in the back came Brynden Blackfish Tully, who had parted ways with the Vale's ruling lady, Lisa, some time ago. The city's gates groaned beneath the influx of men, horses, and wagons. The great hall was being readied with benches and torches and a raised dais for the king, the queen, and the princes. 1,000 whispers wove through the castle courtyards. Talk of war, talk of incest, talk of betrayal. The shadow of conflict lay thick upon the walls. On the morning of the Grand Council, Ned rose before dawn. He washed, dressed in plain attire, brown doublet, the Stark sigil embroidered subtly, and belted his longsword over his shoulder. Outside, the city stirred. Bells tolled, drawing the great lords toward the Red Keep. The hall's doors were thrown open to reveal rows of seats, a dais for the royal family and the hand, and an array of watchers on all sides, lesser knights, ladies of the court, foreign emissaries. Overhead, banners of stag, lion, dire wolf, rose, falcon, kraken, sun-ant spear, and more flickered in the drafty space. King Robert arrived last, robed in black and gold, with the crown of stag's antlers perched on his brow. His face was set in grim lines. On his right stood Cersei, clad in emerald silk, radiating cold fury. Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen stood behind her, the golden lion embroidered on their sleeves. On Robert's left stood Ned, grave and silent. Nearby loomed Tywin Lannister, face carved from stone, while at some remove were the North's lords, the Tyrells with their floral retinue, the lords of the Vale, the Stormlands, the Reach, the Iron Islands, and Dorne's envoys. It was a tapestry of power gathered in one place. A hush fell as the king signaled for quiet. His voice echoed, "My lords, we are met here to address grave rumors that have spread throughout the realm. Rumors that question the true lineage of my children and thus the stability of my throne." His gaze flicked to the dais, to Joffrey, whose face was unreadable. "I have called upon you, the high lords of Westeros, to bear witness to the truth and to counsel me on the course we must take. Lord Stark believes he has reason to doubt the parentage of the prince and princesses. Queen Cersei declares these rumors to be slanderous lies. Today, I demand that all speak truly under the eyes of gods and men." With that, Robert stepped back. The entire hall seemed to inhale. Ned's heart thundered. He had dreaded this moment, yet he stepped forward, feeling the many eyes upon him. "Your Grace," he said quietly, "I never wished for this, but I must be true to my oath. I have found signs, suspicious deaths, men silenced, lines of lineage that do not match, that suggest the children are not your own. I cannot prove it beyond all doubt without the cooperation of the crown's maesters, nor without." He swallowed, glancing at the watchers. "I ask that we examine every record of the Baratheon line, every record of the Lannisters, that we question those who have knowledge of certain events. If the children are truly yours, the records will confirm it. If not, the truth must come to light." A murmur rippled. Tywin Lannister stepped forward, posture erect. "This is an outrage. My grandchildren are of royal blood, recognized by gods and men. I will not have them subjected to humiliating tests. What next? Will Lord Stark propose we draw their blood, weigh it on a scale? Absurd." Mace Tyrell, grand in green velvet, coughed into his fist. "Bloodlines are not always so easily traced," he murmured. Others echoed him. The watchers were uneasy. Cersei's voice rang out, echoing with anger. "My children are Baratheons. We need no rummaging through musty ledgers or forcing them to bleed at the whim of false accusations." She moved to stand beside Joffrey protectively. "I demand redress for the insult to my honor." "Your honor!" roared Greatjon Umber from the north section. "If the rumors are true, you have none." Chaos threatened. Voices rose in argument. Tywin's hand went to the pommel of his sword. Several knights followed suit. Robert glowered, stepping forward. "Enough!" he bellowed. Silence slammed down like a hammer. In that silence, a new figure strode forth. It was Littlefinger, expression mildly curious. He offered a half-bow. "Your Grace, might I offer a thought? Lord Stark claims these suspicious deaths revolve around men who questioned the children's paternity. Perhaps the culprit behind these murders seeks to foment discord, to cast blame on the Lannisters, or to lure the king into conflict. Shouldn't we find who truly paid for these killings? Varys nodded from behind the pillar. A wise suggestion, my king. Let us not assume that these deaths prove the rumor. They might be an attempt to sow division, orchestrated by any enemy of the crown. Perhaps lords across the sea, or even your brother Stannis, who is absent here. At that, an uneasy laugh sounded among a few lords. Stannis was known for his stern temperament, but none truly believed him the type for subtle assassinations. Ned realized that both Baelish and Varys were cleverly directing suspicion away from the Lannisters, or at least fogging the matter. He wondered what their true aims were, but Robert nodded grudgingly. Perhaps we should find out who's behind those murders. Yet his gaze returned to Joffrey, troubled. But as for my son's parentage, I want a demonstration of truth. The king turned his attention to Grand Maester Pycelle, who stood near the dais. "You, old man," Robert said, "are there ways to test a child's blood? Potions or spells?" Pycelle's wrinkled face paled. "Your Grace, the maesters of the Citadel do not dabble in spells. Blood tests are uncertain at best. We know of some lineages that carry consistent traits, hair color, eye color, but it is not an exact science. One child can favor the mother, another the father." You see," Sussy snapped, triumphant. "This is a fool's errand." A wave of argument followed, lords shouting over one another. Ned felt a flicker of despair. This would devolve into a shouting match that proved nothing. Would the realm escape war unscathed, or would the entire proceeding collapse under its own weight? At that moment, a voice cut through the din, low and deliberate. "Your Grace, there is another route." Heads turned to see Tyrion Lannister step forward on small, purposeful steps. Clad in fine doublet and cloak, he held a goblet that he set aside with a flourish. "If your Grace truly wishes to settle the matter of hair color and breeding," he said, "then the Baratheon line is well known to produce black-haired children, is it not? My brother Jaime and sister Cersei are both blonde. Thus, any child fathered by the king might favor the black or the gold. It is not a certainty. However, we might look at the family lines in detail. A record known as Lineages and Histories of the Great Houses could tell us if any golden-haired Baratheons have ever been born to a Baratheon lion union." He gave a shrug. If such a match has yielded golden-haired offspring in the past, that might ease doubts. If not, well, that too might be suggestive. A hush met his words. Ned remembered that Jon Arryn had studied such a tome. Tyrion's suggestion, ironically, might support Ned's suspicion. If no golden-haired Baratheons had ever resulted from such couplings, the absence would be telling. But why would Tyrion bring that up? Was he trying to push the matter to a head? Or to quell rumors by providing a thorough demonstration? With Tyrion, it was often impossible to tell whose side he favored, aside from his own. Tywin glared at his dwarf son. "Tyrion, you tread dangerously." "Oh, I simply propose a bit of scholarship," Tyrion said with a mild smile. "Nothing more. I trust the house that gave me life can withstand a little reading." Robert stared at him, then barked a laugh, a bitter sound. "Fetch the damned books, then. We'll turn to scholarship like a bunch of maesters." A fine day that when Robert Baratheon must rely on dusty tomes to prove his own fatherhood. But so be it. He gestured to the master-at-arms. "See that the Red Keep's library is opened and that the relevant records are brought here. We will examine them along with the Citadel's genealogies. Let no one say we refused knowledge." The storm of voices quieted as men realized a pause had been reached, if not a resolution. The king exhaled heavily, turning to face the assembly. "We will reconvene in 3 days' time. Let the maesters study the records. Meanwhile, I charge you all to keep your swords sheathed. If any man tries to settle this by steel, he'll forfeit his life." He cast a glare at Tywin, who inclined his head just enough to show he understood the threat. With that pronouncement, the first session of the Grand Council ended. Lords spilled into the corridors, muttering. Ned lingered near the dais, half dreading what might come next. Robert was beckoning him closer, dismissing Cersei's attempt to speak with a curt wave. "Ned," the king said quietly, "I wish none of this had happened." "As do I, your grace. I want you to know, if it turns out Joffrey truly isn't mine," Robert's voice faltered, thick with heartbreak or fury, "I'll kill them, Ned. Cersei, Jaime, the children. I'll kill them all. Is that what you want?" Ned's stomach twisted. "I want the truth," he said, "but not murder. The children are innocent." Robert's expression hardened to granite. "If they are false heirs, they are abominations. Targaryens wed brother to sister and we damn them for it. This is no different. Incest is a sin. And if that sin threatened the realm, do you think Tywin Lannister would spare any of us? No, Ned. I will do what must be done. Pray you are wrong. He walked away, leaving Ned to stare after him, feeling ill. The king's words echoed in his mind. I'll kill them all. That was the pit yawning before them, children's blood spilled, the realm in flames. Honor and mercy warred within Ned's chest. He wondered if he had unleashed a tragedy that could never be undone. Those 3 days of respite passed in a haze of tension. The maesters scoured the library. Tyrion, of all people, lent a surprisingly adept hand in sorting genealogical records, referencing a half-dozen volumes that recorded births and marriages of House Baratheon over centuries. Ned spent hours bent over parchments, verifying names, cross-referencing with known alliances. Cersei made no appearance among the tomes. She left that to her father and the Red Keep's maesters. Tywin Lannister prowled the library with folded arms, directing librarians to produce any references that might disprove the notion that Baratheon genes always manifested black hair. At times, the tension was almost comical, these proud lords rummaging through dusty scrolls, silent except for the turning of pages. During one such session, Ned paused on a note that read, "Marriage between Qhorin Baratheon and Lana Swift, children, all black of hair." He turned a page, found more of the same. Tyrion's sharp gaze flitted over the same lines. "Curious, isn't it?" the dwarf murmured. "For centuries, Baratheon children come forth with dark hair, even if one parent is fair. A powerful seed indeed, as your friend Jon Arryn once said." Ned's eyes narrowed. "You knew of Jon Arryn's research then?" Tyrion shrugged. "I suspect many things, Lord Stark. I rarely speak them aloud. Tends to be healthier that way. And why speak them now?" Tyrion set the parchment aside. "Because we are beyond the point of dancing around it. This is a storm that will break whether we will it or not." His mismatched eyes studied Ned. "If you are proven correct, do you imagine the realm will accept it calmly? Or do you expect heads to roll?" Ned swallowed. "I wish no harm to children. Then best pray it turns out differently than you suppose." Tyrion gave a small bow and moved away. Across the library, Tywin shot them both a piercing look. The older lion's features were impassive, but Ned sensed the swirl of wrath behind that stoic mask. Tywin might stoop to rummage through scrolls now, yet if evidence emerged to prove the rumor, he would not hesitate to unleash the full might of the Westerlands. Ned prayed the clash could be avoided. Elsewhere in the castle, the lords passed the time with tense gatherings. The Greyjohn drank with some Stormland knights, comparing war stories. The Tyrells hosted a small feast, trying to lighten the mood with music and sweet wines, though the conversation inevitably circled back to the same question: would Joffrey remain the royal heir, or would he be cast aside? Sansa Stark, seldom seen except at her mother's urging, kept to her rooms. Arya roamed underfoot, gleaning bits of talk. Robb tried to keep Grey Wind from snapping at the men who milled about, while Theon Greyjoy, who had come down with him, found a certain grim amusement in the tension. The entire Red Keep was a simmering pot, the steam building with no safe outlet. At last, the day arrived for the second session of the council. The great hall filled once more, the dais set for the king and queen, the lords arranged in rows. On either side stood the gold cloaks, flanked by a contingent of city watch archers. Robert, bleary-eyed but grimly sober, began the proceedings with minimal ceremony. "We have combed the records," he intoned. "We have found no instance of a Baratheon child born with golden hair, even when the mother was blonde or fair-haired. Is that not so, Maester Pycelle?" Pycelle shuffled forward. "All references in the keep's histories indicate that the Baratheon blood tends to dominate in such couplings, your grace. There is no recorded birth that produced flaxen or golden hair if one parent bore the Baratheon line." A soft, uneasy murmur spread. Tywin Lannister stood. "Your grace, as we have said, this is not an exact science. It could be that your children took after their mother's coloring by chance. Are we to condemn them on the basis of hair color?" Cersei rose beside him, chin high. "I will not let my children be called impostors for having their mother's locks." Ned wanted to speak, but the king's glare halted him. Robert turned to Joffrey, who sat near his siblings, face pale but proud. "Come here, boy," Robert ordered. The prince stood, swallowing hard, and approached. The king studied his features. Joffrey had the look of a Lannister, golden curls, aquiline nose, green eyes. Not a hint of black hair. The boy's face was taut with fear or defiance. Robert's thick eyebrows drew low. "Does he look anything like me?" "Anything?" Tywin's voice cut in. "Your grace," he said, controlling his anger by sheer will, "your mother was a Targaryen descendant, was she not? There may be recessive traits." Are you truly prepared to kill your wife and children on the basis of incomplete knowledge? That statement blasted through the hall. Joffrey flinched, glancing between Robert and Tywin. Cersei's fury blazed. You speak of murder so easily, she hissed at Robert as though we mean nothing. Robert's eyes flickered with raw pain. Then, slowly, he turned to Ned. Is this enough for you, Stark? He asked, voice trembling. Are you convinced, or do you have more to say? Silence fell. Ned forced himself to speak. Your Grace, what has been presented suggests that the children are not yours. However, it is not proof beyond all doubt. There is no living witness to it. Jaime Lannister erupted. You want a living witness? Shall I produce a stable boy who claims to have seen us in bed? This is madness. His words hung in the air, and the hush that followed was like the hush before a sword is drawn. Cersei's eyes shot daggers at Jaime as if to say, you fool. Ned's chest constricted. The entire hall felt poised to explode. Robert's face contorted. Do you so easily speak of lying with your sister, Kingslayer? He said in a low, awful tone. Jaime realized he had gone too far. I speak of the ridiculousness of these accusations, he spat, trying to recover. No stable boy or servant has come forward with any real claim. It is all rumor. That we stand here, on the brink of war, is absurd. Tywin stepped in swiftly, voice cold and commanding. Precisely. This entire affair is built on flimsy coincidences. My daughter is a proud Lannister, yes, and my grandchildren bear our house's coloring. That does not make them bastards. Robert gripped the arms of his throne. The realm must have clarity, he said. If there's even a chance Joffrey isn't mine, it sows uncertainty. Gods, do you think the Tyrells or Martells would be content to bend the knee to a bastard? Would the North? The Vale? Uncertainty leads to war. Mace Tyrell cleared his throat, looking uncomfortable. Your Grace, we have always supported the rightful king. We will continue to do so. Doran Martell's envoy, a spare man named Ser Ryan, said nothing, but his expression was pensive. The great Jon glowered from the north side. The tension thickened. Suddenly, Tyrion's voice cut in once again, smooth as oil. Your Grace, if I may propose a compromise, let the children remain recognized as legitimate for the good of the realm unless some conclusive piece of evidence emerges. Should any man or woman present such evidence, then we revisit the matter. But until then, let us not risk civil war over genealogical speculation. Heads turned at that. Was it an escape route? Possibly. Robert shot Ned a questioning look. Ned's thoughts whirled. If they set aside the question, how long until the next rumor, the next assassination, or the next wave of suspicion? Yet if they declared the children false, war was certain. Ned realized that all eyes were upon him, waiting to see if he would demand immediate condemnation or accept a stalemate. His honor said the realm deserved truth, but he saw Sansa's anguished face in his mind, heard Robert's vow to kill them all. He thought of the thousands who might die if House Lannister rose in revolt. And he thought of the White Walkers rumored in the far north, the realm's real enemy. At length he spoke quietly. If the king commands it, I will abide. My only wish is that the realm not be imperiled by hidden truths. If the crown and the lords assembled agree to let matters rest for now, I will bow to that. But let it be known that if more evidence arises, we cannot ignore it. Robert's shoulders sagged in relief. Yes, he said, voice haggard. Let us accept that for now. He looked at Cersei, then Joffrey. I cannot condemn you without proof. So long as the realm stands, I will call you my wife, my children. He swallowed thickly as though the words tasted of bile. A wave of release spread through the hall. Some men smiled, believing a crisis averted. Others scowled, suspecting the tension would remain. Tywin's eyes flashed triumph, and he inclined his head. Cersei's relief was tempered by fury at having been put through this spectacle, but she stepped forward, took Robert's hand, and dipped a shallow curtsy. My king, she murmured, voice tight. Ned exhaled. He sensed that the decision had only delayed the inevitable. The truth was no less true because it was ignored. Perhaps war had been postponed, yet how long could the peace last? Robert rose. Lords of the realm, you have witnessed our decision. The matter is set aside for now. No man shall speak treason against my children without consequence. Let it be known that House Baratheon and House Lannister remain united by marriage. Let no further murders or hushings trouble us. He lifted his head, summoning a faint echo of his old confidence. We will have feasts and hunts, and the lords may return to their lands in peace. There is more to be done than dwelling on dark rumors. The hall stirred as the king's pronouncement ended the session. Men filed out, some with open relief, others with sullen resentment. The council was over, but not resolved. Ned felt the fatigue of a man who had grappled with fate and seen it slip away. He looked across the throng and caught Tyrion's eye. The dwarf offered a small, knowing smile, as if to say, "You see how quickly they want to bury the truth?" Outside, in the scorching midday sun, lords mounted their horses, prepared to depart or remain for a final feast. Robb Stark found his father near the stables. "Is that it?" the young man asked, baffled. "After all the summons and reading, it just ends?" "For now," Ned said gravely, "but never doubt that the threat lingers." Robb nodded, a muscle in his jaw twitching. "What do? We stay vigilant. The king might want to forget, but Cersei and Jaime will not forget. Nor will Tywin. If more evidence surfaces, if we continue to pry, they will react like cornered beasts. For now, we keep our swords sheathed." He patted Robb's shoulder. "You should return to Winterfell soon, ensure the North remains safe if war breaks out." "Yes, father," Robb said quietly. Ned's gaze drifted over to see Joffrey striding across the courtyard with Tommen and Myrcella flanked by their Lannister guards. The boy prince, or false prince, held his head high, but a certain tension filled his posture. Sansa hovered nearby, uncertain whether to approach. She turned to Ned, then dashed forward after Joffrey as if desperate to reconnect. Ned felt a pang of sympathy. He hoped Joffrey would show her kindness. Yet he had glimpsed the cruelty in the boy's eyes and wondered how long Sansa's illusions would last. That evening, the final feast was a subdued affair. Many lords made excuses to depart early, uneasy about the false calm. Robert drank heavily, Jaime glowered, and Cersei played the role of hostess with forced poise. Ned, seated between Pycelle and Ser Barristan, found his appetite absent. He excused himself as soon as courtesy allowed, stepping outside into the dusk. Firelight spilled into the courtyard. It should have felt like a victory. The realm had avoided immediate bloodshed. But the taste in Ned's mouth was bitter. A voice came from behind. Littlefinger sliding out of the shadows. "Quite the day, my lord." Ned frowned at him. "I suppose you have some clever comment?" Peter Baelish's lips curved. "Only that I admire how swiftly men can bury the truth when it threat. And as their comfort, you may find that some secrets refuse to stay buried. But for now, we can all breathe a bit easier, can't we?" Ned studied him, searching for hidden meanings. With Littlefinger, one never could tell. "I have no patience for your games, Lord Baelish." "Then let us hope your next game is more straightforward." With that, Peter turned and vanished into the gloom. Ned blew out a breath. High above, the red comet that had recently appeared in the sky glowed faintly, a slash of crimson across the night. Some said it was an omen of war, others a sign of dragons stirring across the sea. Ned remembered the threat beyond the wall, the White Walkers. He thought of Daenerys Targaryen, rumored to have birthed a living child in Dothraki lands. The realm was full of unheeded dangers, and the king had just swept one more under the rug. Ned turned to look at the great banners fluttering from the towers, the Stag of Baratheon, the Lion of Lannister, the Dire Wolf of Stark. For now, they hung side by side, but a single spark could light them ablaze. Early the next morning, wagons rattled out of the city gates, bearing lords back to their domains. Tywin Lannister departed with cold finality, his knights trailing in bright columns. Robb also began the journey north, though he left behind a small delegation to watch for any shift in events. The Tyrells lingered, hoping to secure new trade agreements. The Martell envoy left swiftly, uninterested in further entanglements. The Vale Lords escorted young Robert Arryn home. And so King's Landing emptied somewhat, the crisis apparently passed. Yet the undercurrent of fear remained. In the following weeks, Ned tried to resume his duties as Hand. He regulated trade, oversaw the city watch, and occasionally sparred with Ser Barristan to keep his sword arm-honed. But he noticed the new lines on Robert's face, the way the king avoided his children, refusing to dine with them. Cersei continued her role as queen, but her smiles never reached her eyes. Jaime wore his white cloak, guarded the king, but scarcely spoke to him. The tensions were quieter now, but no less palpable. A month after the council, a hush fell over the city at dawn. Bells began to toll. King Robert's hunting party had returned in disarray. Robert lay sprawled on a litter, pale and drenched in blood, a gaping wound in his side. He had been gored by a boar, they said, deep in the Kingswood. Wine had made him slow, or so the breathless knights reported. Grand Maester Pycelle hurried to attend him, but the wound was mortal. By twilight, Robert Baratheon, the fearsome warrior who had wrested the crown from the Targaryens, was dead. The shock of the king's sudden death swept the Red Keep like a tempest. Queen Cersei locked herself in Robert's chambers with the body, flanked by Lannister guards, refusing entry to any but Pycelle. Word spread that Robert had no chance to name a regent or produce a final edict clarifying Joffrey's succession. Outside the city, a new wave of unrest flared. Cersei wasted no time proclaiming Joffrey as king. At sunrise, the boy ascended the Iron Throne, crowned with a circlet of golden antlers. "Long live the king," the heralds shouted, but many voices trembled as they echoed it. Ned stood in the throne room feeling the bottom drop out of his world. They had set aside the question of Joffrey's legitimacy, and now the man who could have resolved it was gone. If the new king was indeed Jaime Lannister's get, then Westeros was about to be ruled by a false line and a cruel, untested boy. The realm teetered on a blade's edge. Tywin Lannister was still at Casterly Rock, but likely would soon descend upon King's Landing to support his grandson's claim. The question of war flared anew in Ned's mind. Would the other lords bow to Joffrey, or would they rebel? Dark possibilities loomed. As the heralds proclaimed Joffrey's ascension, Ned caught a glimpse of Sansa in the corner. She gazed at Joffrey with tears on her cheeks, a swirl of hope and fear behind her eyes. Arya, for her part, stared at the new king with open distrust. Jaime, in white plate, stood behind the throne like a sentinel. Cersei regarded Ned from across the hall, her lips curving in a tight, triumphant smile. The unspoken message was clear: with Robert gone, the secret no longer mattered. Joffrey was king, so House Lannister now held the reins. But no matter how well they tried to hide the truth, Ned knew the realm would not remain blind forever. The hush that had spared the Lannisters so long would not last. They had staved off immediate disaster when Ned confronted them with half-truths. But illusions, once cracked, eventually shatter. If the rightful heir was not truly on the throne, the Seven Kingdoms would face turmoil unlike any seen since Robert's rebellion. And far to the north, the cold breath of the others stirred in the darkness, uncaring of mortal crowns. Across the narrow sea, Daenerys Targaryen bore her son amid Dothraki Khalasars, and whispers of dragons quickened. The stage was set for a conflict greater than any had yet imagined, seated by the choice of one boy, Bran Stark, never to climb that tower on the day the king came to Winterfell. So the days of peace in Westeros ended not with a crash of a boy falling, but with a hush, a secret kept a little longer, a rumor half believed, until the moment it ignited. Now, with Joffrey Baratheon upon the Iron Throne, the realm stood on the precipice. Swords would be drawn, alliances tested, and the songs of old would find new verses written in blood and fire. Yet through it all, one inescapable truth shone: even though Brandon Stark had never fallen, the wheels of fate continued to grind onward, relentless as time itself. The Game of Thrones had begun anew, and not all the hush in the world could hold back the storm that was coming. Chaos gripped King's Landing in the hours following Robert Baratheon's death. Messengers dashed through the corridors of the Red Keep, gold cloaks fanned out across the city gates, and the populace roiled with rumors. Some believed the boar that gored the king had been sent by witchcraft. Others whispered that Queen Cersei had arranged for strong wine to dull Robert's reflexes. The truth was simpler but no less grim. Robert had drunk too much, grown careless, and met the same savage fate he had often delivered to stags on hunts. The realm was left to grapple with the consequences. In the Great Hall, the Iron Throne now belonged to Joffrey Baratheon, so proclaimed by the heralds, though 1,000 doubts gnawed at the edges of that declaration. Cersei stood behind her son's seat, her posture protective, as if daring anyone to question the succession. Myrcella and Tommen hovered at her side, shaken and pale. Jaime Lannister, resplendent in his Kingsguard whites, loomed to the right of the throne, one hand resting on his sword's pommel. Despite the official ceremony, the tension in the air was as thick as a cold fog. The new king, tall and slight of frame, tried to appear imposing, but in the flickering torchlight, his face betrayed a flicker of uncertainty alongside his arrogance. Lord Eddard Stark stood among the gathered lords in the hall, his gaze locked on Joffrey's newly placed crown, antlered gold, wrought for a boy's head. He sensed the swirl of forces around him. Tywin Lannister was still riding in from the west, the other lords had mostly dispersed, and the city guard had become a silent army under the queen's control. Ned felt the memory of Robert's final words echo within him: "If it's proven that the children aren't mine, I'll kill them all." Now that Robert was gone, no sword could slice through the realm's uncertainties. The hush that had kept the Lannister secret intact still lingered, but it was fraying rapidly. Sooner or later, the realm would realize that this new king might not be Robert's son at all. War could erupt if anyone dared press the matter. Yet Joffrey wasted no time declaring his first edicts. He announced that Eddard Stark would continue to serve as Hand of the King, at least until Lord Tywin arrived. Cersei looked displeased at that, but she did not contradict her son in front of the court. Ned's stomach churned. To remain hand under Joffrey felt like a betrayal of all that was right. But refusing might prompt an immediate confrontation with the Lannisters, and hundreds of men stood ready to obey the new king's every whim. Sansa clung to a side passage, hands clasped before her, gazing at Joffrey with trembling hope. Arya was nowhere to be seen. Ned had ordered her to keep a low profile. He felt a pang for his daughters, one enthralled by a false dream, the other too rebellious to abide illusions. In the aftermath of the coronation, the halls of the Red Keep turned tense and guarded. Lannister men took control of key choke points. City Watch captains were replaced by officers known to be sympathetic to the new regime. The next day, Queen Cersei swept into the Tower of the Hand unannounced, flanked by 2 of her Queen's Guard. Ned received her in the solar, where bright morning light streamed through high windows. She wore a gown of deep crimson that accentuated her golden hair, and her eyes flickered with the dangerous glint of a cornered lioness. "So," she said, ignoring formalities, "you remain Hand of the King, Lord Stark. I trust you will remember that my son sits the throne now, not your old friend Robert." Ned studied her, keeping his tone calm. "I serve the crown, your grace. That has not changed." Her lips thinned. "Good. Because your house will need the goodwill of the king, particularly if you plan to keep Sansa here at court. My son means to wed her one day, does he not?" Ned's chest tightened. The betrothal was made under Robert's reign. Many things may change. Her gaze sharpened. "If your loyalty wavers, I promise you, the betrothal will be the least of your concerns." She moved closer, and the sunlight revealed faint circles under her eyes, betraying her fatigue or fear. "We both know the rumors. I will not let them spread. You, of all people, should understand that the realm cannot afford another war. Question Joffrey's birth and the realm will shatter." Ned exhaled slowly. He recalled the horror in Robert's eyes when talk of incest had first arisen. Even if it was all true, perhaps exposing it openly right now would only hurl the 7 kingdoms into chaos. "I have no wish to see the realm burn or to see children harmed," he said carefully. "Then we have an understanding." She turned to go, then paused. "One last matter. My father rides for King's Landing. When he arrives, he will take his seat as the King's Hand, a position Robert once denied him. You will have no place here then, unless you wish to serve as Master of Laws or some lesser station. Think on it." With that, she swept out, her red skirts trailing. Ned stood there, tension knotting his shoulders. The message was plain: step aside gracefully once Tywin arrived, accept a reduced role, and keep silent. It was a bitter bargain. He had never sought power. All he wanted was to protect his family and do his duty to the realm. The hush that hovered around the Lannisters' secret had grown into a stranglehold on the truth. That evening, Ned found Arya in a deserted corridor off the armor gallery. She was poking the tip of her wooden practice sword at a tapestry depicting the conquest of Aegon Targaryen. When she saw him, she hurried over, eyes wide. "Father," she whispered, "the gold cloaks look at me strangely. I feel like a prisoner here. Why do we stay?" He drew her aside, glancing around to ensure no listeners skulked near. "Because if we run, they may brand us traitors. And if war breaks out, we'll need time to gather our allies. I won't leave Sansa behind, nor can I risk letting the Lannisters claim the moral high ground by calling us oathbreakers." Arya's fists clenched. "We should call them out. We should tell the realm what they are." Ned's heart pained him. "It's not so simple. If we name them false before we're ready, the Lannisters will move first. Do you want to see the streets run red? We must be careful, child." She stared at him, frustration warring with grudging understanding. "I hate this. I'd rather fight." He smiled sadly, placing a hand atop her head. "I know, but for now we wait." In truth, he worried that waiting might allow the Lannisters to entrench themselves further. But each day he hesitated, mindful that an ill-timed strike would ignite a conflagration. He prayed that help might come from the north, or that the realm would realize the threat. Yet he knew from experience that men often turned a blind eye to uncomfortable truths. 2 days later, Tywin Lannister arrived at the city gates with an honor guard of knights in gilded armor. Trumpets announced his entry. The people lined the streets to watch the stern lord of Casterly Rock pass. Ned observed from a balcony overlooking the gatehouse, noting the crisp discipline of Lannister arms. The sight of that many lion banners fluttering in the capital made his stomach churn. Tywin's face was a mask of rigid pride as he rode beside his brother Kevin. Tyrion Lannister followed in a carriage, perhaps reading or brooding. The new king, Joffrey, greeted his grandfather in the throne room with all due pomp. Lannister men filled the hall, outnumbering the king's guard. Tywin bowed stiffly, though there was little warmth in his eyes. "Your Grace," he said, "I come to offer you the service of House Lannister as once we served King Robert. His memory will be honored." Joffrey looked visibly relieved at his grandfather's presence. A boy wearing a king's crown overshadowed by a man with a lion's gaze. Cersei, standing near the throne, caught Ned's eye briefly. The message was clear. Now that Tywin was here, the balance of power was shifting decisively. Before the entire court, Joffrey announced that his grandfather would assume the post of Hand of the King, citing Tywin's experience and loyalty. Quiet shock rippled through the hall, though few dared protest. Ned kept his composure, hands clasped. He felt a mixture of relief and dread. Relief because he would no longer be pressed to carry out Joffrey's commands. Dread because Tywin was cunning and ruthless, no friend to House Stark. Sansa, near the dais, blinked, uncertain how any of this affected her betrothal. Cersei's triumphant glance at Ned sealed it. The game was in motion and the Lannisters had the upper hand. That night, a curt message arrived at Ned's solar, a summons from Tywin instructing him to attend a private meeting in the Hand's Tower. Maester Pycelle delivered it in person with a trembling bow. "He awaits you, Lord Stark, along with the Queen." Ned steeled himself, adjusting his sword belt. The corridors leading to the Hand's Tower were occupied by Lannister guards. Their cold stares trailed him. Once inside the tower's council chamber, a place that had once been Ned's own domain, he found Tywin seated at the head of the long table. Cersei stood behind him, arms folded. A single candle flickered, casting dancing shadows. "Lord Stark," Tywin said without preamble. "Sit." His voice was smooth, the timbre of authority. Cersei's expression was unreadable, though her lips pursed slightly. Ned took a seat. He noticed a stack of parchments on the table. Tywin tapped them. "I have here the realm's accounts, as well as letters from various lords. You are well aware that King Robert left the crown in dire debt. We must rectify that. I intend to do so quickly and effectively." Ned nodded warily. "Yes, the debts are substantial. Robert had many excesses," Tywin interrupted. "I will see those ended. In addition, I plan to raise taxes on certain trade routes, particularly those benefiting the North." He held up a hand before Ned could protest. "This is not personal, Lord Stark. The realm needs coin and winter is coming. The North has resources, timber, furs, iron. It's only fair that your bannermen contribute to the crown's solvency." Ned's jaw tightened. "The North will do its duty. Yet you must be aware that the lords there will resent being singled out for additional levies." "I care nothing for resentments," Tywin said calmly. "Only stability. The king needs a full treasury. If your lords do not like it, they can attempt to persuade me otherwise. Until then, it stands." Cersei spoke up at last. "We are also aware of certain rumors that have circulated in the North. Our father expects you to ensure that such talk is silenced. If the Starks continue to feed speculation about my children, well, I trust you understand the consequences." Ned met her gaze, anger flaring. "Have I spoken a single word of your secret since Robert died?" "No. I have tried to keep the peace." Tywin's eyes narrowed. "See that you continue. The realm does not need war. Let us not forget the arrangement that stands. Your daughter Sansa is betrothed to King Joffrey. That alliance will bind House Stark to the throne and ensure your loyalty." Ned suppressed a snarl. He knew precisely how they meant to manipulate him. If he broke the betrothal, it would be seen as treason. Yet allowing Sansa to wed Joffrey would entangle the Starks in Lannister intrigues forever. "She is still very young," was all he managed, voice tight. "Good," Cersei said, ignoring that remark. "You understand. That is all we require of you, Lord Stark. Keep your people quiet, uphold the betrothal, and do as you're told. In return, House Lannister will consider you an ally rather than an enemy." It was a cold, blunt threat. Ned found he had no appetite for continuing the conversation. Rising, he inclined his head stiffly. "If that is all, your grace, my Lord Hand, I ask leave to go." Tywin gave a curt nod. "Go. But remember, any sedition in the North or any resurgence of vile rumors in King's Landing will be dealt with swiftly." Ned left the tower with bitterness coiled inside his chest. Outside, the night sky glistened with stars. He paused on a balcony that overlooked the Blackwater Bay, trying to calm his thoughts. How had it come to this? The hush had grown so large, so all-consuming, that the entire realm was forced to tiptoe around a monstrous lie. If Robert had simply listened to him earlier, if the evidence had emerged before the Lannisters seized the city's power, everything might be different. But here they were. And more storms loomed on the horizon. Word had come from across the narrow sea that Daenerys Targaryen still lived, her newborn son healthy, and that Khal Drogo had begun raiding western lands in Essos. Rumors of dragons persisted, though no one believed them outright. Meanwhile, the Night's Watch rode again, pleading for reinforcements against dark forces stirring in the far north. The realm had neither coin nor leadership to confront these threats, not under a boy king enthralled by Lannister cunning. Back in Winterfell, these changes in the south caused tremors of tension. Robb Stark had traveled home after Robert's funeral, bringing news of the new king's coronation and Tywin's ascendancy. Lady Catelyn listened to him with mounting alarm. Maester Luwin fretted at the looming tax burdens and the possibility that the Lannisters might provoke open conflict. The lords of the north, from White Harbor to Bear Island, muttered about the crown's demands. Many resented that their resources would be siphoned to enrich King's Landing, especially a king they did not trust. The Great John roared his indignation, calling it an insult to House Stark. Roose Bolton, chillingly calm, wondered if it was time for the North to re-examine its fealty. Bran Stark, 9 years old and full of restless curiosity, sensed the grown-ups' worries. Even if they tried to shield him, he still climbed the high towers, gazing south along the King's Road. Sometimes from that lofty perch he imagined the spires of King's Landing and the tyranny of this new king. Summer, his dire wolf, whined at his side, attuned to his unsettled feelings. Bran did not know everything about the rumors that had threatened the realm, but he picked up scraps of conversation, talk of Joffrey's uncertain father, talk of Lannister cruelty. He felt guilty for a reason he could not name, as if, by never having fallen, he had allowed something terrible to remain hidden. But how could he have known? He was just a boy with a taste for climbing. Old Nan's tales sometimes haunted him at night, stories of the others and the long night, and he wondered if the real monsters were further south, wearing golden armor and smiling with false courtesy. For a time, the uneasy peace held. Tywin restructured the royal finances, raising taxes on shipping routes along the western coastline and demanding tribute from the North's major lords. Joffrey presided over small council meetings, though he was not of an age or temperament to administer the kingdom effectively. Cersei managed day-to-day affairs aided by Pycelle and Littlefinger. Jaime commanded the King's Guard, ensuring the city's gates were under Lannister control. Tyrion drifted in and out, occasionally matching wits with Varys in quiet corners. Sansa Stark tried to settle into life at court with a mixture of yearning and dread. She was betrothed to the king, but seldom did she see warmth from him. Joffrey could be courteous in public, giving her a rose before a feast, praising her singing, but in private she saw flashes of cold mockery. He teased her about her father's rustic ways and demanded she sing ballads that extolled House Lannister's valor. She often found herself in tears afterward, though she tried to hide it. The illusions she had cherished once of a perfect golden prince had worn thin under the daily cruelties and slights. Yet she was determined to be the graceful lady her septa had taught her to be, hoping her courtesy might tame the darkness she sensed beneath Joffrey's crown. Arya Stark spent her days surreptitiously continuing her sword lessons with Syrio Farrell, the Braavosi dancing master whom Ned had hired long ago to teach her discipline and defense. Syrio still resided in King's Landing, quietly ignoring the swirl of politics, focusing on the fluidity of water dancing. Arya's skill improved in leaps. She moved with cat-like grace, her quick reflexes honed by endless hours of practice. Yet she chafed at the knowledge that none of it might matter if the Lannisters decided to take her father hostage or brand her a traitor's daughter. The idea of being powerless infuriated her more than anything. One day, while practicing in an abandoned courtyard near the Red Keep stables, Arya spied Tyrion Lannister leaning against a pillar, watching her footwork with mild amusement. She froze. "What do you want?" she demanded, wooden sword half-raised. He pushed off the pillar, offering a wry grin. Merely enjoying the sight of a young wolf practicing the Braavosi style. Not something you see every day in the capital. Arya glared. "If you think you'll tell your family about this." Tyrion raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. "I have no interest in interfering, child. If anything, I admire your father for allowing you some freedom to learn. There are many women in Westeros who would love to have that chance." She lowered her practice blade, slightly mollified. "Why are you here?" He shrugged. "Oh, I wander. King's Landing grows dull with my father barking orders and my sister plotting intrigues. I find corners of the castle to amuse myself. Today, that amusement seems to be you." Arya wrinkled her nose, uncertain if he was mocking her. "You're a Lannister," she said bluntly. "Father says we have to be careful around you." A short laugh escaped him, half bitter. "Yes, well, if only all Lannisters were forced to wear a sign, beware, cunning and ruthless." He tilted his head. "Tell me, does it ever occur to you that your father might be a prisoner in all but name?" She bristled. "Don't say that." His expression sobered. "Apologies. But you are old enough to see what's happening. The Lannisters hold the throne. Your father is forced to nod and keep silent. Your sister is betrothed to a king rumored to be no true Baratheon. All this might end in blood, and quickly, if certain tongues wag too freely." Arya shifted, discomfort gnawing at her. "What can we do about it?" Tyrion sighed. "That, my dear, is the question. Your father tries to keep the peace, but how long can secrets stay hushed? For what it's worth, I'd rather not see the realm drown in civil war." Yet I have little power to stop it if my father and sister decide otherwise. He studied her. You're a bold girl. Boldness can get you killed in this city. She looked away, annoyed at his cryptic warnings. Sirio's voice echoed in her mind, fear cuts deeper than swords. I won't let them kill me, she said with as much bravado as she could muster. Tyrion merely offered a small bow. Be careful all the same. With that he turned and strolled off. For a moment Arya just stood there, feeling unsettled by the conversation. Then she resumed her practice, telling herself she would become swift enough to fight whoever threatened her family, even an army of Lannisters. Over the ensuing weeks, tensions continued to smolder like embers. Reports trickled in from across Westeros. At Riverrun, Hoster Tully grew frail and the Riverlands lords complained about new taxes. The Vale remained reclusive, with Lisa Arryn refusing to send her young son anywhere near King's Landing. The Tyrells maintained a cautious alliance with the Crown, but Mace Tyrell was rumored to be in secret talks with the Martells of Dorne, who still burned with old grievances from the days of Elia and Rhaegar Targaryen. The Greyjoys on the Iron Islands, ever watchful, began rearming their longships, though no open rebellion was declared. Stannis Baratheon remained holed up on Dragonstone, silent as the grave, fueling rumors that he might soon stake his own claim to the throne should Joffrey's legitimacy be unmasked. Amid these rumblings, House Stark and Winterfell kept to their own counsel. Robb mustered more men to keep watch on the Neck, uncertain if the Crown might try to force compliance through martial strength. Catelyn Stark wrote urgent letters to Ned, urging him to return north if possible. But Ned's replies explained how precarious that would be. He could not simply abandon his post without giving the Lannisters cause to call him a traitor. Nor could he spirit Sansa and Arya away without risking a direct confrontation in the city. And so the hush remained, a stifling, invisible barrier that bound him for fear of igniting a war he was not yet prepared to fight. Then, on a humid afternoon in late summer, an event occurred that shattered the uneasy equilibrium. Ser Barristan and Selmy resigned from the King's Guard. It happened in the throne room during a routine audience. Ser Barristan, a living legend of chivalry, approached the Iron Throne, removed his white cloak, and placed it at Joffrey's feet. Gasps of shock echoed off the stone walls. What is the meaning of this? Joffrey demanded, eyes flashing in anger. Barristan bowed low, though his posture was regal. I swore my life to King Robert and to the protection of the realm. He is gone now, and I see too many shadows gathering around your throne, your grace. I cannot serve where honor is so obscured. I beg leave to retire. His voice was measured but firm, each syllable weighted with quiet defiance. Jaime Lannister stiffened, hand on the hilt of his sword. Cersei's mouth twisted in a sneer. You think to insult the king? She hissed. He will not forget this betrayal. Barristan met her gaze evenly. I have served longer than you have reigned, my queen. I have shed blood for this throne, but I will not stain my blade in shadows and lies. A hush heavier than any that had come before settled over the court. Joffrey looked from Barristan to his mother, then to Tywin, who stood off to one side. Tywin's expression was blank stone. Cersei seized the moment. Ser Barristan, you would desert the throne in its hour of need? You are no knight to me. Go, but do not think you will find welcome elsewhere. Barristan gave a final bow, ignoring her barb. Then he turned and strode from the hall. It was the loudest act of protest King's Landing had seen since Robert died. Barristan Selmy, paragon of honor, rejecting Joffrey's rule. The aftershock rippled through the city. If a man like Ser Barristan believed the Lannisters' reign was dishonorable, then the rumors of illegitimacy found fresh fuel. Whispers flared anew in the taverns. Some men took the risk of murmuring that Joffrey was no true king. The hush was fracturing. Ned heard the news that very evening, as he took a solitary walk in the God's Wood behind the Red Keep. He found Barristan himself, kneeling beneath the great weirwood that had been transplanted south centuries ago. Ned stood back, allowing the old knight a moment of silent prayer to gods that were not truly his. When Barristan rose, Ned cleared his throat softly. Barristan turned, and there was sorrow in his eyes. Lord Stark, he said, voice still resonant. Have you come to condemn me as well? Ned shook his head. No. If anything, I respect your decision. I understand it was not made lightly. Barristan let out a weary breath. I served House Targaryen once until Robert's rebellion. Then I served Robert, believing we would have a better realm. Now I see a child crowned who does not even bear the Baratheon blood. Though we do not speak it openly, we both suspect. The small council is overrun by those who care nothing for the old virtues. I cannot remain, yet I wonder if leaving was the coward's way. Ned swallowed. Sometimes, to walk away from injustice is braver than to remain complicit. But your departure could shake the realm. Barristan's gaze lifted to the canopy of leaves. Let it shake. If the realm will not uphold honor, perhaps the realm deserves its storms. He fixed Ned with a keen stare. I have no illusions about what might happen. The Lannisters will try to spin this as senility or cowardice on my part. But I tell you, Ned Stark, do not let them keep you here if your conscience rebels. They will destroy you in time. They'll brand you traitor or murder you in your bed. You have daughters here, do you not? Ned's voice was low. Yes, I cannot leave without them. Barristan nodded, as though he understood too well. Do what you must, but be ready. I suspect the day is coming when war will be upon us all. With that ominous warning, Ser Barristan left the Godswood, presumably to gather what few belongings he owned before departing King's Landing altogether. Ned watched him go, feeling as if a bulwark of decency had just vanished from the capital. The hush around Joffrey's parentage was nearly undone, with discontent now rising in every corner. How long before the tinder caught flame? Not long at all, as it happened. Late that same night, a riot broke out in Flea Bottom. A group of small folk, angered by new taxes on ale and bread, decided to take advantage of the darkness to vent their rage. They torched a warehouse rumored to store grain for the crown. The flames leapt high, illuminating the city's poorest district in ominous orange. Gold cloaks rushed to contain the spread, but the mob overwhelmed them. Word spread that men shouted curses at the false Lion King. The riot quickly spiraled beyond bread riots. Some whispered that certain wealthy patrons had paid cutthroats to spread rumors about Joffrey's birth, fueling public anger. No one could prove it, but all sensed that the hush was unraveling. Tywin responded with brutal efficiency. He ordered the city watch to seal off Flea Bottom, trap the rioters, and put them down. Swords and crossbows cut through the throngs. By dawn, the cobblestones were slick with blood. Hundreds lay dead, most of them small folk. The fires were quenched, but the stench of charred timbers and flesh remained. Fear rippled through the city. The Crown had demonstrated its willingness to crush dissent with lethal force. Ned rose early to the news of the massacre. His stomach twisted with revulsion. He hurried to the Great Hall, determined to protest such atrocities. But Tywin was there, calm as stone, telling the assembled lords that the mob had been incited by traitors, and that the swift, merciless response was necessary for order. Joffrey sat on the throne, looking pale but eager to appear strong. When Ned tried to speak, Tywin silenced him with a glare. "We will not permit the good name of the king to be tarnished," he said. "Had we hesitated, the mob would have spilled into the Red Keep. War is best stopped at the gates." Ned wanted to shout that they had slaughtered more small folk than any riot could justify, but the hall was filled with Lannister men. Jaime, in his Kingsguard armor, wore an expression of cool approval. Cersei looked impatient for the meeting to end. Sansa, standing to one side in an elegant pale dress, gazed at the floor, hands clasped in front of her, knuckles white. Arya was absent, likely training or sequestered. Ned recognized that there was no point in direct confrontation here. The hush had exploded into violence, and the Lannisters had responded by doubling down. Outside the Great Hall, the corridors teemed with rumors that pockets of rebellion were cropping up all over the city. The hush around Joffrey's parentage was no secret to the small folk any longer. They whispered of the golden bastard behind the gold cloaks' backs. Varys, the master of whispers, appeared at Ned's side in the corridor, face taut with worry. "If this continues, Lord Stark, we'll have open rebellion soon enough. The king's men cannot kill every discontented mouth in King's Landing." Ned halted, turning to face him. "Then what do you propose, Lord Varys? You've survived so many regimes. Surely you have some cunning plan." Varys smoothed his lavender robes. The plan was to keep the realm stable until the rumors died. But Ser Barristan's resignation, well, that was like dropping a torch in a dry field. Our beloved hand, Lord Tywin, believes only in force. That may quell the city in the short term, but it emboldens enemies outside the walls. The Tyrells, the Martells, and even Renly Baratheon might see this as a moment to strike. Ned's frustration mounted. And what do you advise me to do? I can't endorse the slaughter of innocents, nor can I lead a rebellion single-handedly. Varys gave a faint sigh. If you wish to preserve your house, you might slip away quietly. Return to Winterfell, muster your banners, and see how the realm shapes itself. Or you could remain and attempt to moderate the crown's actions from within. Though, between you and me, the Lannisters grow tired of your moralizing. I fear your head might soon adorn a spike if you cannot appease them. A wave of hopeless anger surged in Ned. They hold my daughters. I cannot just leave. Varys bowed slightly. Then tread carefully, Lord Stark. The city is a nest of vipers. He trailed off as a group of gold cloaks hurried past, their boots clacking on the polished floors. I must attend to certain matters, Varys whispered, slipping into the shadows. Ned continued on alone, heading for his chambers. He found Arya waiting for him, hair sticking to her brow from exertion. Father, there's blood in the streets, she said, biting her lip. People are saying the king is a demon child. They're calling him all sorts of things I can't even repeat. He rested a hand on her shoulder. Stay inside the Red Keep. No matter what you hear, do not roam the city. The gold cloaks are on edge. She nodded, though her eyes blazed with anger. It's not fair. Ned forced a wan smile. Fairness is in short supply here, my little wolf. Not 2 days later, trouble arrived from a different quarter. A raven from the Eyrie brought news that Lysa Arryn had refused to acknowledge Joffrey's kingship, citing his rumored illegitimacy. She proclaimed her son Robert the rightful Lord Paramount of the Vale and declared herself free of the crown's taxes. It was a small rebellion, but a rebellion nonetheless. Tywin, upon hearing this, roared for Lysa's head. He demanded immediate action to force the Vale's compliance. Cersei urged him to proceed carefully, but Joffrey insisted the Vale must bend the knee or face the consequences. For the first time, Ned saw the Lannisters confronting the reality that not all of Westeros would line up under a possibly false king. House Arryn was well fortified in the Vale's mountainous strongholds. Taking the Vale by force would be arduous. Meanwhile, the Riverlands lay between King's Landing and the Vale, and the Tullis might or might not grant free passage to Lannister armies. If Hoster Tully sided with his daughter Lysa, the crown would be blocked. Suddenly, the possibility of large-scale civil war loomed far more real. In a tense council meeting, Tywin proposed a campaign to quell the Vale. We will march north, cross the Trident, and force a confrontation. Let the Arryns hide behind their mountains if they choose. We can starve them out. Cersei pursed her lips. That might embolden the Tyrells or Stannis while our forces are away. We cannot fight on two fronts. Jaime leaned against a pillar, arms folded. Then choose your front. The Vale is a smaller threat. Better to crush them swiftly than wait for them to align with others. Ned, present only by courtesy, listened in growing unease. The men spoke of invasions and blockades, but all around was the unspoken weight of the rumor that had triggered this entire conflict. Joffrey might be illegitimate. The hush was turning to madness. My lords, Ned said, trying to keep his voice steady, before you march an army north, consider that you would pass through or near the Riverlands. Have we any word from Riverrun on this matter? If Lord Hoster Tully sides with Lysa, you'll face a united front. That means war up to the neck. Tywin flicked his gaze across the table. You speak as though the realm has another choice, Stark. If the Vale defies the crown, we must respond. Cersei nodded curtly. Yes. War, if war is what they want. Ned felt his fists tighten. There is another path. We petition the great houses, call them to a peace summit. House Tully might mediate. This talk of butchering thousands, eh? Joffrey's voice, shrill with impatience, cut across the table. Silence, Stark. I won't have you whining. The Vale insulted my claim. That's treason. Ned swallowed his anger and forced himself to speak evenly. Your Grace, I only counsel caution. War might tear the 7 kingdoms apart. Joffrey sniffed. You're afraid. You're weak like your father was in the final days. He gestured for a page to fill his cup of wine. I want the Vale to kneel, or I'll see them burn. A hush settled, a hush reminiscent of the moment Ned had first confronted the Lannisters' secret. But now the hush was full of dread, laced with the knowledge that Joffrey, child or not, possessed the power to unleash armies. Tywin gave a slow nod. We will prepare then. The gold of Casterly Rock will finance a campaign. If the Tullis resist, we will bring them to heel as well. We cannot let rebellion spread. Ned left that council reeling. War was no longer a distant possibility, it was an impending storm. He wondered what would happen when Lysa Arryn cried out that Joffrey was not the true king. Would other lords join her cause? How many would stand aside, too afraid of Tywin's wrath? In the hush of his chambers, Ned wrote a letter to Robb in Winterfell, warning that the tides of war were rising. He told him to prepare the bannermen, to store grain for a long conflict. He also wrote a letter to Catelyn, pleading for her to remain strong. He gave no illusions. War might well come to the north. Within a fortnight, Tywin mobilized a large portion of the crown's forces, bolstered by Lannister bannermen from the west, and set out for Harrenhal, an imposing fortress in the Riverlands that was to serve as a staging ground. Jaime rode at the head of a shining column of cavalry. Cersei and Joffrey remained in King's Landing, both heavily guarded. Tyrion accompanied the host, though with little outward enthusiasm. The city was left to the Queen's Council. Pycelle, Littlefinger, Varys, and, on paper, Ned Stark, though Tywin made it clear that Ned's authority was negligible. The hush that had once protected the Lannisters no longer felt like a shield. It felt like a looming thundercloud ready to break. "War is upon us," Varys murmured one evening in Ned's solar. The eunuch's voice sounded resigned. "I hear rumors the Tullys are not pleased with Lysa's rash declaration, but they also will not stand aside if Lannister armies move through their lands without leave. Soon, the Riverlands will bleed." Ned stared at the table where his map of Westeros lay unfurled, lines indicating major roads and topography. His gaze lingered on the north. What about the north? Robb is not so easily cowed. If the war spills onto their doorstep, the Starks will fight. Varys nodded, fingertips brushing the map. "Your son might find allies among the northern lords, even beyond. The Tyrells have little love for the Lannisters. The Greyjoys are unpredictable, but they loathe the notion of a strong central monarchy. We could see multiple rebellions erupt. If that happens, the realm shatters. Dorne might join or might remain aloof, awaiting an opportune moment." Ned's mind drifted to the wall of responsibilities pressing in. Caring for Sansa and Arya, ensuring the North was not abandoned, preserving some scrap of peace. "Is there truly no chance to avert this madness?" he asked quietly. Varys gave a fleeting shrug. If Joffrey were to be removed, if the truth of his lineage were made manifest in a way no one could deny, that might unite the realm behind a different claimant. But we saw how Robert planned to handle that truth. Blood would flow nonetheless, and Stannis Baratheon might not be the savior the realm desires. Ned closed his eyes. Stannis, rigid and unyielding, was Robert's true heir if Joffrey was disqualified. Yet Stannis had no gift for winning hearts. Some might rally to him, but others might label him a usurper or fear the stricter rule he might impose. War in any scenario seemed unavoidable. The following weeks brought fresh tidings of bloodshed. The Lannister host seized a strategic crossing on the Riverlands, clashing with local levies. Ser Gregor Clegane, the dreaded mountain, led vicious raids that burned villages suspected of harboring Tully loyalists. Word reached the capital of atrocities. Women carried off, children slaughtered. Jaime marched relentlessly, seeking to cow the region before a proper siege of the Vale. Lord Hoster Tully, near death, was powerless to stop the chaos. His heir, Edmure Tully, scrambled to muster forces but found himself outmaneuvered at every turn. Meanwhile, Lysa Arryn hunkered behind the Aerys' impregnable heights, refusing to descend. In King's Landing, the Queen tried to maintain an air of normalcy. Feasts were smaller but still held. Joffrey played the role of a triumphant monarch, receiving tidings of Lannister victories. He boasted in the throne room that soon the Vale would beg for mercy. Sansa attended these audiences, forced to smile and curtsy as her betrothed gloated over each new sacking. She found it harder and harder to force a pleasant expression when she heard of peasants roasted alive in their barns. Still, she tried to cling to hope that once the realm was subdued, Joffrey might show a gentler nature. Her illusions were battered daily, yet she held onto them with the desperation of one who had no other choice. Arya, on the other hand, seethed with fury at each new tale of slaughter. She demanded that Ned do something, that they ride north or rally men to rescue the Riverlands. The Tullus are our kin, she insisted. Mother's father is Lord Hoster. How can we sit here while the Lannisters burn them out? Ned had no good answer. Our position here is precarious, he said dully. If I openly defy the crown, Sansa might be seized as a hostage. The gold cloaks might arrest us all. We must be patient. Patience is for cowards, Arya muttered, tears in her eyes. But she left him, wooden sword in hand, presumably to train until exhaustion dulled her anger. Then came the day when Ned's worst fears materialized. Tywin Lannister demanded that the North send men to aid in subduing the Riverlands. He dispatched a letter from Harrenhal, instructing Ned as Warden of the North. A hush had fallen over King's Landing when they bore King Robert's body away from the Red Keep, but by the next morning, the city was as loud and restless as ever. Cries of vendors filled the air, horses clopped along cobblestone streets, and the garrison of gold cloaks drilled in the yards. Yet an undercurrent of unease ran through everything, as if the common folk smelled the storm on the wind. House Lannister had wasted no time. Queen Cersei proclaimed her son Joffrey as the rightful king of the Undulls and the First Men, protector of the realm, and all the other titles that came with the Iron Throne. Bells had tolled for Robert, but now they tolled in a triumphant, if somewhat eerie, salute to Joffrey's coronation. Lord Eddard Stark stood at the highest balcony of the Tower of the Hand early that morning, looking out over the capital. The rooftops stretched away in a jumble of terracotta and thatch. Sunlight stabbed across the sprawl of buildings, but the sky wore bruised clouds on the horizon, as if it, too, anticipated bloodshed. Ned felt the great weight of his duty settle more heavily on his shoulders than ever before. Once, he had thought to leave King's Landing as soon as possible, but Robert's death had changed all. Joffrey now sat the throne. Yet was Joffrey truly a Baratheon, or was he the product of a secret so dark it threatened the realm? He thought back to the uneasy truce the Great Council had reached weeks ago. Nothing had been proven outright. No explicit condemnation had named Joffrey a bastard. But the old suspicions simmered just below the surface. Ned worried that, with Robert gone, the realm had lost the only buffer that had kept the pot from boiling over. If Joffrey was indeed Jaime Lannister's son, every moment he reigned was a reminder that the crown might be built on a lie. He turned from the balcony, letting the door swing shut. In the hallway, he found Arya pacing, her wooden practice sword tucked beneath her arm. She looked up at him with anxious gray eyes. "Father," she said, voice hushed. "They're crowning Joffrey in the sept today. Will you go?" Ned nodded grimly. "I must. The king, whatever we think, expects the hand of the king to attend. It would be treasonous not to appear." Arya scowled. "I don't like it. What if he tries to hurt you? He knows you questioned him before." Ned placed a hand on her shoulder. "Your concern warms me, but a hand cannot hide in his tower. Besides, the Lannisters understand that any open move against a Stark would rouse the North. They'd prefer to keep their power secure, not start a new war." Arya pursed her lips, unconvinced. "I hate them," she muttered. "Joffrey, that queen, that Kingslayer. Words like that can be dangerous," Ned murmured. "Remember your water dancing lessons. Sometimes a sword must wait in its sheath. Promise me you'll stay out of trouble." She did not look entirely willing, but she nodded. "Yes, father." Then she hurried away, no doubt meaning to sneak off somewhere in the castle rather than remain meekly in her room. Ned tried to scold her, but the words died on his lips. She reminded him too much of Lyanna in those moments. Spirited, unstoppable. Soon, Ned descended to the courtyard. Sansa stood by the stables with Septa Mordain fussing at her skirts. The girl looked tense, her eyes rimmed with red. She had wept for Robert's passing, but more so she had wept for Joffrey, frightened of all the rumors swirling around his birthright. Yet she was determined to be a proper lady. When she saw Ned, she straightened, clasping her hands. "Father," she said, Are you escorting me to the coronation?" Ned said softly. "We will go together." She clutched at the edges of her sleeves, clearly trying to maintain composure. "You do believe in Joffrey's claim, don't you? I mean, he's the king now. He must be." Her voice trembled. Ned realized with a pang that her illusions still lingered. Sansa wanted so desperately to trust in Joffrey's perfection. He managed a gentle answer. "He sits the throne, and we have sworn fealty to the crown. Let us keep the peace, for all our sakes." It was not quite an affirmation, not quite a denial. She stared at him uncertainly, then let herself be helped into the waiting litter. Ned decided to ride a horse behind the litter, with a small honor guard of his northern men, Jory Castle, Tomard, and a few others, trailing. He wore no cloak of mourning. Robert's funeral had not yet been held, but Joffrey insisted that the coronation could not wait. The realm must have a king, they had declared. Ned thought it a brazen display of impatience, or perhaps insecurity. The Lannisters wanted to ensure no one disputed Joffrey's place before it was too late. The hush of half-truths still weighed on the city, but with Robert's death, it felt on the verge of shattering into violence. At the great September of Baelor, the crowd of lords and ladies was thick. Servants, guards, and onlookers thronged the steps. The faith's bells chimed in sober measure, echoing over the rooftops of King's Landing. Ned guided his mount through the press until he reached a roped-off area for highborn guests. Sansa emerged from her litter, smoothing her skirts, eyes flitting nervously to the towering marble facade of the September. She glimpsed a flash of gold lion banners among the crowd, and Ned could tell she feared the tension in the air as much as he did. Cersei and Jaime were already at the sept doors, surrounded by Lannister men-at-arms in brilliant crimson cloaks. The new king, Joffrey, stood with them, clad in a robe of shimmering black velvet trimmed with gold lace. His hair gleamed like polished gilt in the morning light. When Ned approached, Jaime's gaze slid over him, cool and aloof, but Cersei offered a thin-lipped smile, as though everything were perfectly cordial. "Lord Stark," she said in a voice that carried, "I am pleased to see you here on such a joyous day." "I serve the crown," Ned replied. He gave Joffrey a measured bow. "Your Grace." The boy regarded him with an imperious tilt of the chin, though there was a hint of wariness behind his green eyes. "We remember your service, Lord Stark," Joffrey said. "You were my father's hand. We trust you will continue to serve me as faithfully." Ned's lips tightened. Father, he thought, a lie that might tear the realm apart. Yet he forced himself to answer, "I shall give your grace my counsel and sword as the oath demands." Sansa curtsied deeply to Joffrey. The new king acknowledged her with a courteous nod, then swept inside the September. The crowd followed in a hush, the weight of ceremony settling upon them. They processed up the grand nave, past rows of candles and carved images of the seven. The high septon waited on a raised dais. Incense curled in the air, sweet and cloying. The pillars soared overhead, catching the light from stained glass windows that threw rainbow patterns across the floor. Ned and Sansa found their places in the front rows, near the dais. Across the aisle stood the lords of the Westerlands, men like Kevin Lannister and lesser cousins. Tywin was not present. Rumor said he was on the roads between Casterly Rock and King's Landing, soon to arrive for the funeral but delayed. The Tyrells, for their part, had remained in the city, and Mace Tyrell strutted near the front with Ser Loras the Knight of Flowers, though Loras looked subdued. The Great John was absent. He had already ridden north with Robb after the council concluded, wary of leaving the north too long. Scattered knights and lords from the Stormlands, the Vale, the Riverlands, and Dorne filled the rest of the space, though some had discreetly departed the capital upon hearing Robert was dead, not wishing to be entangled in further intrigues. The High Septon intoned the ancient prayers, praising the crown's righteousness and calling upon the seven to bless the new king. At the final invocation, Joffrey knelt, head bowed. Cersei stood just behind him, the living symbol of maternal guardianship, her face lifted to the light. Beside her stood Jaime, resplendent in white Kingsguard armor, though that particular color of cloak had never seemed more ironic. Ned tried to keep his thoughts from dwelling on the rumor that Jaime had fathered those children. He found himself gripping the edge of the pew too tightly. Sansa shot him a worried glance. When the final chant ended, the High Septon gently placed the golden crown, Robert's old crown, refitted to better suit a smaller brow, upon Joffrey's head. The sept was silent for the space of several heartbeats, as if all the city held its breath. Then the bells erupted outside and the watchers cheered, "Long live the king." Ned's voice was among them, though his cheer sounded hollow to his own ears. Sansa's face shone with tears. Perhaps she felt awe or relief or both. Joffrey stood, letting the light caress the new crown. A subtle smile curved his lips. Looking out across the assembly, he declared, "I shall reign as my father did, with the might of the 7 kingdoms behind me. May the gods grant us peace and prosperity." There it was, Ned thought, the same empty promise every new king made. Around him, courtiers bowed their heads. Cersei's eyes glittered with pride. Jaime's expression was unreadable. Tyrion Lannister was not in sight. Ned had learned Tyrion had slipped away days ago on some errand. Probably, Ned guessed, the dwarf preferred to leave the city before the tension thickened further. The coronation proceeded to a feast in the Red Keep's great hall that afternoon. Tables groaned under lavish dishes: roast swan, honeyed capons, oat bread, fruit tarts, lemon cakes for the ladies. Wine flowed freely. Minstrels sang of King Robert's victories and Joffrey's bright future. At the high table, Joffrey presided with a new, somewhat stiff regality, less boisterous than Robert, more concerned with looking every inch a king. Cersei sat to his right, wearing a gown of emerald and gold that all but proclaimed House Lannister's ascendancy. Sansa had been permitted a place nearby, as she was betrothed to the young king, though Ned saw how her face pinched whenever Joffrey spoke with that casual cruelty that sometimes slipped into his voice. Ned's hand took a seat near the dais, close enough to watch but not so close as to be forced into constant conversation with Lannisters. Ser Barristan Selmy was at the king's table, stiffly polite, though Ned wondered what the old knight was thinking of all this. The other Kingsguard knights drifted in and out, their white cloaks stirring behind them. In the corners stood a handful of bards, strumming gentle tunes between each course. Partway through the feast, after a pair of jugglers finished their act, Joffrey pushed back his chair and rose. The murmurs subsided as the new king lifted his goblet. "We are gathered in honor of my coronation," he announced. "Yet we also look ahead to the future. I wish to confirm the loyalty of my bannermen and to show that House Baratheon and House Lannister stand united. The Princess Myrcella, my sweet sister, is of an age to be betrothed. It is time to see her properly matched." A ripple of interest seized the lords present. The Tyrells leaned forward. No doubt Mace Tyrell might hope to secure a match for one of his sons. The Stormland Knights exchanged glances. Even a few from Dorne looked curious, though the Martells had never forgiven the Lannisters for the death of Elia Targaryen. Cersei smiled, obviously relishing the attention. Myrcella herself, standing near the dais in a pretty gold gown, flushed at the sudden focus. She was just a girl of 9, polite and mild-tempered, but her mother's ambition could shape her fate. Joffrey continued, "We have considered many options, but with my father's passing, it is all the more important to secure the realm. My mother advises that we look beyond the immediate region. We want alliances that keep potential enemies close." His eyes flicked to the watchers and a slyness crept into his expression. "Thus, we declare that Myrcella shall be betrothed to Trystane Martell, Prince of Dorne." Surprise coursed through the hall. That was a bold move, bridging the old grudge with Dorne by forging a marriage alliance. The Martells had not yet arrived in person, only an envoy had been here for the council. But evidently the arrangement had been made in secret negotiations. If the match went forward, Dorne might lend its strength to the Iron Throne against any who questioned Joffrey's legitimacy. Ned realized that Cersei was consolidating the southernmost kingdom, ensuring that at least one region would side with them in the event of a rebellion. Murmurs rose, but slowly the lords began to nod or murmur approval, though a few wore uneasy expressions. One never knew how Prince Doran Martell would respond to such entreaties. Still, Joffrey had made his move, Lannister cunning at work. From his seat, Ned caught Cersei's eye. She gazed back, a hint of triumph in her look. They had faced down the question of Joffrey's birth, used diplomacy to buy acceptance, and now pinned a key alliance on Myrcella's future marriage. It was a masterstroke of realpolitik. A hush fell again as servants brought the next course. Ned leaned towards Ser Barristan, who was seated near enough to speak quietly. "The new king wastes no time," he murmured. Barristan nodded, his aged face marked by lines of worry. "I, Lord Stark. When Aerys died and Robert took the throne, we had a chance for a stable peace. But the realm is unsettled again. I pray the Seven guide us." His voice trailed off as though he, too, sensed the precariousness. After the feast, Ned retreated to his solar to think, ignoring the entertainments that continued late into the evening. He lit a single lamp and mulled over letters from the north. Robb had written that the harvest in the north looked strong, but rumors from beyond the wall grew more alarming. Jon Snow evidently had encountered whites in the haunted forest, and the Night's Watch was sounding urgent pleas. As always, King's Landing gave too little heed to the threats beyond the realm's edge. Before Ned could rest, a quiet knock sounded at his door. Jory Castle opened it, announcing Peter Baelish. Ned stifled a sigh but motioned for Jory to let him in. Littlefinger entered with that half-smile always curling his lips. He wore a fine doublet of dark gray, and a mockingbird pin gleamed at his collar. "My Lord Hand," he said smoothly, taking in the sparse decor. "I come bearing news. Or tidings, if you preef. Are a more dramatic word." Ned set aside Rob's letter. "What tidings?" Baelish settled into a chair without waiting for an invitation. "You saw how swiftly the Lannisters moved to betroth Myrcella to Trystane Martell. A cunning gambit. Dorne has yearned for retribution against the Lannisters since the sack of King's Landing. But they also want influence. A princess for a prince might soothe old wounds. It could keep Dorne neutral if the realm fractures." Ned's mouth tightened. "A wise arrangement for them, I suppose." "Yes, quite." Peter folded his hands. Meanwhile, King Joffrey is set to call a royal session on the morrow, a session of the Small Council. You, of course, are the Hand. You'll be there, as will the Queen, Grand Maester Pycelle, Varys, and myself. Possibly Ser Barristan. Word has it the king wants to discuss the realm's finances. He shrugged, clearly unimpressed. "Doubtless it'll be a trial for your sense of duty." "What else?" Ned prompted. Littlefinger was not in the habit of paying courtesy calls just to preview meetings. Baelish leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. "I've heard from a certain whisper that Stannis Baratheon is not in Dragonstone. He's gone, no one quite knows where." At Ned's puzzled frown, Peter continued, "Lord Stannis was always a serious man, but one who might have a claim on the throne if Joffrey were proven false-born. He's Robert's elder younger brother, after all. If King Joffrey's lineage is undone, the crown should pass to Stannis by rights, not Renly. So the question becomes, where's he and what is he planning?" Ned felt a chill. If Stannis indeed believed Joffrey was no true Baratheon, he might gather forces. "Have you told the king or the queen?" A slight smile curved Baelish's lips. "Not yet. I thought you might want to share in the knowledge first. You see, I favor your friendship, Lord Stark." He gave a languid shrug. "Our queen might interpret Stannis's disappearance as a direct threat, and we've enough tension in the city already. Perhaps it's best we let that tidbit drift into her ear at the correct moment, or we withhold it as suits us." Ned's eyes narrowed. "I have no patience for cloak and dagger games, Baelish. The realm can ill afford more secrets. If Stannis is gathering arms, we should be honest about it." Baelish sighed. But honesty can be a hammer blow. Perhaps it's safer to keep it sheathed, as you said to your daughter. Sometimes one must be discreet, my lord." Ned found himself bristling, but he knew the cunning Peter Baelish was not a man easily dismissed. "Still," Ned said, "I serve the king. If war threatens, Joffrey must know. Our duty is to preserve peace." "Peace," Baelish echoed, standing. Such a delicate word, always one whisper away from war in the city. "Very well, Lord Stark. I leave the matter in your capable hands. But don't be surprised if our queen's men or the spider's whisperers keep looking for Stannis on their own. Good night." He departed, leaving Ned with the uneasy sense that he had been manipulated, though how and why, he could not fully say. Littlefinger's presence always felt like a cat's soft paws on a windowsill, ready to pounce or slink away at a moment's notice. The next day, Ned attended the small council session as expected. King Joffrey presided from the head of the table, with Cersei at his shoulder, though it was plain to see that the queen still guided him. Pycelle droned about the crown's debts, which had only grown worse with Robert's lavish spending. Varys offered mild solutions, cut back on feasts, raise certain taxes, but Cersei pursed her lips, uninterested in austerity. She wanted the city's loyalty bought with bread and salt. Baelish stepped in to note that the Iron Bank of Bravos was growing restive, but in the same breath he proposed new loans from Tywin Lannister, which made the queen smile faintly. Ned's mind drifted as he listened. Robert had been drowning the realm in debt. Now it was Joffrey's burden, though in truth the Lannisters held the purse strings. He wondered if Tywin's loans might eventually come at a dire cost for the royal treasury. The conversation turned to the question of whether to host a final memorial feast for Robert. Joffrey shrugged. He had enough feasts in life, the boy king said, a corner of his mouth curling. A quiet funeral is sufficient. We have more important affairs. Ned felt a pang of sadness at how quickly Joffrey dismissed his father, but he nodded along, not wanting to provoke a fight. The king then spoke of naming a new master of laws, since that position lay vacant after the death of Jon Arryn. Joffrey turned to Ned. My mother suggests that we could offer this seat to Lord Tarly, or perhaps someone else in the Reach. Mace Tyrell had been pressing for more influence on the council, so Ned saw the logic. Tarly was said to be a strict, able battle commander. Lord Tarly is a capable man, Ned allowed, though he is sworn to the Tyrells, so the Reach would gain a firmer voice here. Cersei arched a brow. We need a steady hand, do we not? The Reach is our breadbasket, and they are loyal. Ned refrained from commenting that the Tyrells were loyal so long as it suited them. He only said, "As your grace wishes." The meeting wound down. As they rose, Cersei took Ned aside, a guard discreetly trailing her. "Lord Stark," she began, voice low, "I trust you do not forget your place. You are the king's hand, sworn to serve my son." He met her gaze. "I have never forgotten my duties, your grace." Her green eyes glinted with a hint of threat. "Good, because if certain rumors resurface, if the realm is stirred again over Joffrey's legitimacy, I will act. The peace we negotiated was fragile enough when Robert lived. He is gone, and Joffrey's power must not be questioned." She let the words hang, then added, "We have new alliances in motion, the Martells, the Tyrells, eventually the Freys. Many houses see the wisdom of standing with the Iron Throne rather than against it. I suggest you do the same." Ned inclined his head, keeping his voice calm. "I want no war, my lady." "Nor I," Cersei said, "but I'll do anything to protect my children. Keep that in mind." She swept off before he could reply, her silks rustling around her. Ned exhaled slowly. In another world, with Robert's demise, the Queen might have had him arrested, as had nearly happened when Eddard discovered the truth too plainly. But now the Lannisters, having circumvented the immediate crisis, considered him more useful alive. If they seized him, the North would rise in fury and the fragile peace would crumble into open warfare. So instead, Cersei aimed to keep Ned close and watchful. He felt like a hostage in all but name. 2 nights later, a raven arrived from the north, bearing news that troubled Ned deeply. The letter said that wildling activity had surged beyond the wall. Small villages were found deserted or razed. Worse, Lord Commander Jeor Mormont wrote that one of their rangers had returned as a white, attacking fellow black brothers before being destroyed. The letter insisted that the others, the White Walkers, were not mere fables. Mormont begged the crown to send men, supplies, anything to reinforce the watch. Ned read the words by lamplight, heart turning cold. He knew Robert would have scorned such talk as superstition. But Robert was gone, and now Joffrey wore the crown. Would he listen? With a grim sense of obligation, Ned sought an audience with the king next morning. Joffrey was in the training yard practicing archery with a pair of young squires while the hound Sandor Clegane looked on, arms crossed over his broad chest. When Ned approached, Joffrey loosed an arrow that missed the target by a hand's breadth. The boy's cheeks flared. "Lord Stark," he acknowledged, forcing composure. "You have business with me?" Ned bowed. "Your Grace, I bring tidings from the Night's Watch. They plead for more men and resources. They say the wildlings are stirring, and they speak of the walking dead." Sandor Clegane snorted. "Fairy tales. The dead stay dead." Ned kept his tone respectful. "I have long served House Stark, and we do not take these reports lightly. It may be that the wildlings are massing, led by someone styling himself the king beyond the wall. That alone is reason enough to reinforce the watch. A wildling horde could threaten the north severely." Joffrey frowned, glancing at the hound as if to gauge his reaction. "My mother has told me not to waste coin on the watch. We have enough to do replenishing the city guard. And if the wildlings come south, House Stark can deal with them. That's why we have lords, yes?" Ned felt frustration coil in his chest. "Your Grace, the men of the north will fight if needed, but the wall belongs to the entire realm, not just the north. If it falls, the savage wildlings might sweep down upon the riverlands. Besides, the watch is desperately short of swords. Even a token force would show that the crown honors its duty." Joffrey drew another arrow, set it to the string. "I'll consider it," he said airily, clearly wanting to dismiss the subject. "If these old fools talk of walking corpses, it's no wonder they can't handle a few wildlings. But very well, I'll think on it." He let the arrow fly. This time, he struck the edge of the target with a dull thunk. The hound gave a grunt of approval that was half-hearted at best. Joffrey stepped back, apparently finished with the discussion. Ned bowed again, resigned. That evening, he penned a letter to Maester Luwin, telling him that the crown would likely not send substantial help, but to remain watchful and keep the bannermen prepared. By the next week, word arrived that Tywin Lannister was within a day's ride of the city, coming to attend Robert's funeral and to present himself at the court of King Joffrey. The city tensed anew, for Tywin traveled with a large retinue, nearly 500 knights and men-at-arms. Though that number was not enough to threaten King's Landing on its own, it reminded everyone that House Lannister commanded armies in the tens of thousands. On the appointed day, Tywin entered through the city gates with banners flying, the streets filled with onlookers. Ned stood atop the barbican, watching as the column snaked up the hill to the Red Keep, gold and crimson surcoats, lion-crested helms, shining mail, and a swarm of camp followers. At their head rode Lord Tywin, erect in the saddle, his hard face betraying no hint of emotion. Joffrey, flanked by the Queen's Guard, greeted Tywin in the Red Keep's outer yard with ceremony. Ned remained at the rear of the welcoming party, feeling the tension hum in the air. Tywin dismounted, bowed the bare minimum to Joffrey, then knelt on one knee. The king extended a hand for Tywin to kiss, which he did with smooth precision. Watching the old lion bow to that golden-haired boy was a strange sight indeed. Yet Ned sensed Tywin's quiet pride, and he suspected the old man exulted in the knowledge that, so far, the realm was swallowing the lie of Joffrey's parentage, at least in official form. That evening, the royal court convened in the throne room. Robert's body had been entombed in the Great September in a private ceremony with only a handful of watchers. By custom, now that the official mourning period was done, Joffrey was free to hold open court. The hall was packed with lords, knights, and courtiers, many hoping to catch a glimpse of Lord Tywin or glean some advantage. Ned stood near the dais once again, arms folded in his long sleeves, guarded expression in place. Tywin was announced with all due pomp. He stepped forward, clad in black with a single gold lion brooch. The watchers fell silent. Joffrey, perched on the Iron Throne, greeted him as grandfather, a title that elicited a wave of murmurs. Of course, everyone was meant to understand that Tywin was the king's maternal grandsire, not paternal. But if the rumors were true, Tywin was father to the king's true father as well. It was enough to make Ned's head spin. "I come to serve your grace," Tywin said in a measured voice. "As Lord of Casterly Rock, Warden of the West, I pledge my sword, my gold, and my counsel. May your reign be long and triumphant." Joffrey nodded grandly. "I accept your service, Lord Tywin, and I name you Hand of the King." An immediate ripple of shock coursed through the hall. Ned stiffened. The watchers broke into a torrent of whispers. The old lion had returned to power. But what did that mean for Ned Stark, who had held the office since Robert's death? Joffrey cast his gaze toward Ned. "Lord Stark, we release you from the burden of the Hand's responsibilities. Your service to my father was honorable. You may remain on the small council if you wish, or return to Winterfell if that is your desire. You have my leave." A hush fell. Ned felt his heartbeat thudding in his ears. Part of him felt relief. He had never wanted this burden, especially not under a king he mistrusted. But he also sensed danger. Cersei, standing beside the throne, wore a small, satisfied smile. Tywin's face remained impassive. If Ned left King's Landing now, would it signal the North's retreat from the delicate politics at court? Could the realm unravel further? Then again, if he stayed, he would have no real power. Tywin would overshadow him, and the Lannisters would watch him closely. Slowly, Ned stepped forward, bowing. "I am grateful for your grace's consideration," he said, choosing each word carefully. "I served my friend Robert as Hand, but with his passing, I have wondered whether my place is better filled by another. I will abide by whatever arrangement best serves the realm." He paused, letting the tension hang. "Yet the North has concerns only I can address. My family, my people. So, in time, I may wish to return to Winterfell, if it pleases the king." Joffrey nodded. "Yes, remain for now, Lord Stark. We still value your voice on the council. But the office of Hand passes to Lord Tywin." He beckoned Tywin to kneel, then draped the chain of office over the old lion's shoulders. Applause, thin but dutiful, spread through the hall. Ned forced himself to join in. In the crowd, he saw Sansa looking at him with confusion and concern. Arya, no doubt, would be furious at the notion that the Lannisters had replaced her father. But Ned could do nothing about it. Power in King's Landing had shifted once more, dangerously in House Lannister's favor. That night, Ned wrote a letter to Robb, explaining that Tywin was now hand and that war might loom if the Lannisters grew bold. He advised Robb to keep the North well defended but not to provoke. The realm's best chance at stability, if any remained, would be in maintaining a brittle peace. Ned was not blind. If the truth of Joffrey's parentage was ever proven beyond question, or if one of Robert's brothers, Stannis or Renly, rose to claim the throne, Tywin would lead the West in a campaign of steel and flame to defend his grandson's claim. It could tear Westeros apart. Indeed, that threat grew more tangible when a messenger arrived in secret at Ned's chambers the next day, claiming to bear a letter from Renly Baratheon. Ned read it in the presence of Jory Castle, his jaw tightening with each word. Renly declared that if Joffrey was not a true Baratheon, the crown by right belonged to Stannis as the elder brother. But if Stannis would not act, Renly would. The letter hinted that Renly was gathering allies in the Reach and the Stormlands. Ned suspected that Mace Tyrell might already be negotiating with Renly behind the scenes, hedging bets in case Joffrey's claim collapsed. It was exactly the sort of fractious politics that could spawn a civil war. Ned felt the burden of knowledge pressing on him like a stone slab. He could not swear loyalty to Joffrey's lie, nor could he easily support Renly. By rights, the throne should pass to Stannis if Joffrey was disqualified. But Stannis had fled from Dragonstone to unknown parts, according to Baelish's hints. No matter what Ned chose, the realm stood on the edge of chaos. That same evening, Ned ventured into the Godwood of the Red Keep for a moment of solace. The heart tree here was not a weirwood, only a close approximation, some slender oak pruned to resemble one. It did not have a face, nor the old magic of the northern trees. Still, the quiet of the garden offered him a place to collect his thoughts, away from the clamor of courtiers. He knelt by the reflection pool, letting the faint trickle of water soothe him. "Old gods," he whispered, "guide me. The realm is at a knife's edge. I wish to protect my children, do my duty, but every path leads to blood. Show me a way." He stared at the water, seeing only his own troubled reflection. After long moments, he rose, shoulders heavy. No omen came, no sign. Perhaps the old gods had no power here, so far from the north. He emerged to find Arya waiting on a bench among the hedges, idly poking at the ground with a stick. She shot up when she saw him. "Father," she said quietly, "is a true Lord Tywin his hand now?" Ned nodded. "Yes. King Joffrey named him so." She clenched her jaw. "He's taking everything, isn't he? The throne, the city, and now your office. Don't we care?" He offered a wan smile. "We care, child, but we cannot openly fight them. War would tear the realm apart. For now, we must watch and wait." Arya's expression burned. "I wish I were a knight. I'd challenge them all in it." Ned laid a hand on her shoulder. "Shoo. A knight's vow is to protect the weak. Fighting blindly can cost more lives than it saves. You must remember that, Arya." She looked away, tears shining in her eyes. "Fine," she said, too choked up for more words. Ned drew her into a gentle embrace. She felt so small, so tense in his arms. He thought of Bran and Rickon back home in Winterfell, safe in their innocence. At least they did not dwell in this pit of vipers. Robb was older, strong enough to handle the responsibilities of the North. Here, in King's Landing, Ned had only Sansa and Arya, and both were vulnerable in their own ways. The next weeks passed in a tense lull. Tywin Lannister reorganized the small council, placing more Westerland's men in key posts. Grand Maester Pycelle remained, of course, as did Varys and Baelish, but each seemed eager to curry favor with the new hand, or with the Queen. Ned was often sidelined from major decisions. Yet he was not dismissed from the council. They wanted to keep an eye on him. The city's taxes were raised, albeit subtly. Rumors spread that a bounty had been placed on any who dared call Joffrey a bastard. Meanwhile, reports from the Riverlands told of Gregor Clegane raiding some small hamlets in the name of Crown authority. Though the official word was that outlaws had been discovered, the violence seemed dangerously close to sparking local unrest. Ned spent many hours reading the messages that arrived by Raven, scanning for signs that Stannis or Renly might make a public move. None came. The realm tottered on a precarious balance. Cersei, Jaime, and Joffrey carried on, each playing their roles. Jaime continued to command the Kingsguard with outward confidence. If the tension of fathering the king weighed on him, he hid it well behind a mask of arrogance. Cersei remained the real power behind the throne, guiding Joffrey's every decree. She exiled or relocated any household official who had been overly loyal to Robert, replacing them with men loyal to Lannister gold. As for Joffrey, he basked in his new authority. Sometimes he performed small acts of mercy, awarding trifling pardons or coins to beggars, no doubt to cultivate popularity. At other times, he lashed out with a capricious cruelty, commanding a man flogged for a trifling insult. The mood in the capital lurched unpredictably. Sansa tried her best to adapt. She attended royal feasts at Joffrey's side, smiling stiffly, ignoring the occasional barbed remark from the king. She confided to Ned once that Joffrey seemed to resent her father's presence and so took small slights out on her. He had not hurt her physically, but his insults stung. He said my hair was too auburn, that he prefers golden, she murmured. He makes jests about the north, calls us burieders. Is that how a king should speak? Ned's anger simmered. He shouldn't, but we are stuck with him. He advised Sansa to remain polite but distant. She could not risk open defiance, not when she was effectively a hostage as well as a prospective queen. One afternoon, a commotion at the gate drew Ned from his tower. A messenger raced in, breathless and stained with dust, claiming to bring tidings from across the sea. The man was ushered to Tywin first, but Ned gleaned the rumor soon after. Daenerys Targaryen, young sister to the dead Viserys, was rumored to have hatched dragons. Some said she now possessed living, fire-breathing creatures in the Dothraki Sea. The idea seemed mad, but the rumors were persistent. Tywin evidently dismissed them as nonsense, but Ned recalled the dire tidings from the north. If White Walkers could stir in the lands of ice, perhaps dragons of fire might rise in the east. The old world was stirring, the ancient legends blossoming into reality. It chilled him more than he cared to admit. The days lengthened into weeks, and the hush that had surrounded the Lannisters' secret after Bran's choice not to climb that fateful tower all those months ago continued to shape events. Yet the hush grew fragile. In the street of steel, blacksmiths hammered swords and mail as though expecting war. In taverns, men whispered rumors of a dead king's bastards coming forward to claim the throne. In the Red Keep, Cersei orchestrated betrothals and deals, forging a net of alliances. The hush was everywhere, but it was the sort of hush that comes before the roar of a tempest. Ned could feel it in his bones. All came to a head in the twilight of a summer's evening. Ned sat in his solar, Sansa reading by the window and Arya practicing footwork in a corner. Suddenly, Jory Castle burst in, face-stricken. "My lord," he gasped. "There's been an incident in the courtyard. A man came with a letter demanding to see you." The gold cloaks tried to turn him away, but he claimed it was from I. Ned stood, heart-pounding. "From whom?" Jory swallowed. "Lord Stannis Baratheon." The man said it was urgent, that it concerns the king's true parentage. Before he could speak further, the Hound and some other guards seized him, claiming it was treason. They dragged him to the dungeons. Arya halted her footwork. Sansa looked up, eyes wide. Ned felt his mouth go dry. Stannis had finally moved, or at least tried to. If the letter revealed Joffrey's secret in plain language, the Lannisters would not hesitate to silence it. "Where is the letter now?" he asked. "Tywin Lannister has it," Jory said in a hushed tone. "He arrived just as the scuffle began. The letter never reached you." The man was shouting that the realm is in peril. Then they gagged him. Ned clenched his fists. "I must speak to the king." He hurried to the throne room, leaving Sansa and Arya behind, with orders to stay within his quarters for safety. The Red Keep's corridors seethed with soldiers. He saw Lannister men in bright crimson, gold cloaks loyal to the city watch, even a few Tyrell retainers. Tension roiled. When Ned reached the throne room, he found the great doors barred from within. A clutch of guards blocked his way. Jaime Lannister stepped out from behind them, helm in the crook of his arm, an infuriating smirk on his lips. "Going somewhere, Stark?" Ned's anger surged. "I seek audience with the king regarding a letter your men confiscated." Jaime laughed under his breath. "Treasonous letters about the king's birth, you mean? Save your breath. My father is with Joffrey now, advising him on how best to handle this outburst." "I have the right to speak to the king," Ned insisted. "He remains my sovereign, does he not?" Jaime arched an eyebrow. "Perhaps, though these halls are ours. If we suspect treason, we can hold you at bay, for your own safety, of course." Ned felt his temper snap. "Kingslayer," he growled. "I have no fear of you or your father. Let me pass." Jaime's green eyes narrowed to slits. For an instant, Ned feared steel might be drawn, then and there. But Jaime only said, "Wait here," and turned, disappearing into the throne room. Ned paced, flanked by Jory and a handful of his northern guard. Moments crawled by. At last, Jaime returned, accompanied by a row of Lannister men-at-arms. "The king says he is occupied. He will summon you if needed. Until then, you are instructed to remain in your quarters, Lord Stark. If you defy this, we shall have no choice but to confine you more forcefully." Ned stared in disbelief. Joffrey and Tywin were locking him out, effectively commanding him to remain under a form of house arrest. "By what right?" Jaime's smirk widened. "By the king's order," he said simply. Rage coursed through Ned, but he knew that to fight here would mean the slaughter of his men, perhaps his own death. He could not risk it, not with Sansa and Arya in the castle. He would have to submit for now. So, with clenched fists, he turned on his heel and departed. Back in his solar, Ned found his daughters pale with worry. He forced calm into his voice, telling them the king needed privacy and that they would remain in these rooms for a time. Sansa wrung her hands, fear shining in her eyes. Arya glowered. Ned prayed that Tywin and Joffrey would not do anything rash, but his heart pounded with the knowledge that Stannis had at last made a move. If the letter spelled out that Joffrey was no true Baratheon, it might spark war at once. That night stretched long and sleepless. Soldiers patrolled the corridors outside. Even from the window, Ned could see the flicker of torches near the gates, as though the Red Keep were bracing for an attack. Somewhere in the dungeons, the messenger who bore Stannis's letter likely rotted, or worse. Ned felt helpless. The hush that had protected the Lannisters was beginning to break, and all the old suspicions might soon explode in bloodshed. By morning's light, no new summons came. Ned and his daughters were confined to their rooms with guards posted outside. Food arrived on trays, delivered by servants who spoke in fearful whispers. Hours stretched to days. Each dawn, Ned expected the door to burst open, gold cloaks seizing him on some trumped-up charge. But no one came. He gleaned from hushed conversation that the king and the Hand were holding frantic counsel behind closed doors, likely deciding how to handle Stannis' challenge. Perhaps they planned to brazen it out, to label Stannis a traitor and crush any who sided with him. Or perhaps they meant to use Ned as a bargaining chip with the North, ensuring the Starks did not join the rebellion. On the third day of captivity, an unexpected visitor arrived, Tyrion Lannister, newly returned. He slipped past the posted guards by brandishing a royal writ from Joffrey, and Jory, uncertain, let him in under watchful eyes. Tyrion entered with a swirl of cloak, his mismatched eyes sharp. "Lord Stark," he said, measuring the room, "I heard you were locked away in these chambers. The rumor is you're being kept comfortable, at least. My family is generous in that regard, are they not?" Ned eyed him with suspicion. "What is your purpose here, Lannister?" Tyrion offered a slight bow. "Merely to speak. I've been off in the east or near enough, tending to matters best left unsaid. But I returned to find my father and my siblings have half the castle in uproar. There's talk of a letter from Stannis, talk of secrets revealed, dangerous secrets." Ned held his silence. Tyrion pressed on, stepping closer to the shuttered window. "If Stannis' letter claims what I suspect, that Joffrey is not Robert's son, then the realm is on a precipice. My father will never yield. He will fight to keep Joffrey on the throne, no matter the truth. And if war comes, your north will not stand idle. The rivers will run red." Ned's jaw tightened. "Do you think I wish that? I've tried to keep the peace." Tyrion nodded. "Indeed. And ironically, your reluctance to cause strife might be the only thing that kept my nephew from losing his crown thus far. But now, with Stannis' open challenge, the secrets you once tried to keep hidden or half-hidden may well be forced into the light." He shrugged, a small, sardonic gesture. "All I can say is that it's a damned shame. We might have found a gentler way. What would you have me do?" Ned demanded, frustration biting at his voice. Swear fealty to a false king? Abandon the realm to a war built on lies? Tyrion's expression turned surprisingly earnest. I'm no champion of incest, my lord, but perhaps the realm is better off ignoring the rumor, again, if it can maintain unity. Because if Stannis wins, we have new chaos. If Joffrey fights him, the realm bleeds. Your family is at risk whichever side you choose. I simply came to say, I believe you have reason and I see how monstrous this is. But it might be less monstrous than the alternative. Ned inhaled, deeply pained. I cannot counsel a lie. Tyrion sighed. Yes, you're quite the honorable one. My father has made it clear that if you or anyone else tries to spread this truth, they'll be dealt with. Permanently. He glanced at Ned's daughters, huddled near a corner, listening warily. You have them to think of. Arya bristled. We're not afraid of you. Tyrion offered a ghost of a smile. Doubtless you're not, girl. But war devours the unafraid as well as the meek. Ned forced calm into his tone. Thank you for your warning, Lord Tyrion. But unless you've come to free us, I see no reason for you to linger. Tyrion dipped his head. I can't free you, not without challenging my father and the king, which I doubt would end well. I only wanted to see the measure of the man my family holds captive and to assure you that if reason prevails, you'll likely be released soon. My father wants to avoid open conflict with the North if he can. That remains your best bargaining chip. He turned to go, but paused in the doorway. One last word. If you do find yourself forced to a choice, bend the knee or call the banners, I'd advise you think carefully about what victory might look like. War is easy to start, but the cost is dear. I'll leave you to your confinement. Then he slipped away, leaving Ned uncertain whether he'd just been threatened, advised, or both. So the hush lingered for another tense week. Ned's captivity was quiet. He and his daughters were not molested, though armed guards remained outside their door. Food and water arrived, but no word from the king or the Hand. Rumors filtered in that Tywin Lannister had burned Stannis' letter unread, labeling it treason. Joffrey issued a decree pronouncing Lord Stannis a rebel in absentia. Men whispered that soldiers gathered in the Westerlands, that fleets might soon sail from the Crown's ports. The hush of the Lannister secret had turned into a public condemnation of Stannis' lies, but how many believed them? On the 9th day of Ned's detention, the door finally opened to reveal Lord Tywin himself, flanked by guards. He wore black and crimson, the heavy chain of the Hand around his neck. His pale green eyes were cool, assessing the room. Lord Stark, he said. Come with me. Ned glanced at Sansa and Arya. Do they come too? Not now. You alone, Tywin said. Your daughters will remain safe, so long as you behave sensibly. You have my word. Ned's stomach nodded. The word of Tywin Lannister might not be worthless, but it was hardly comforting. Still, he had no choice. He followed Tywin out, leaving Jory and 2 other guards behind with instructions to protect his children. Tywin led Ned through winding corridors, eventually descending a spiral staircase to a dimly lit audience chamber. There, Cersei waited with Jaime, along with 4 red-cloaked Lannister men-at-arms. No sign of Joffrey. The chamber smelled faintly of wax and dust, as if seldom used. Cersei regarded Ned with a regal coldness. So, she said, you have put us in a difficult position, Lord Stark. Ned met her gaze. I've done nothing but remain in my rooms, Your Grace. She lifted an elegant hand. That is precisely the problem. We needed to determine if you were in league with Stannis. That letter was meant for you, was it not? Ned's temper flared, but he kept his voice steady. I had no idea Stannis would send anything, or that a messenger would appear. I've had no contact with him. Jaime hovered by the wall, arms folded over his white cloak. But you did once accuse my sister's children of false birth, he said. Why wouldn't Stannis approach you, thinking you'd be an ally? I have no alliance with Lord Stannis, Ned said sharply. He never reached out to me, nor I to him. If he's chosen to proclaim Joffrey illegitimate, that's his doing. Cersei studied Ned's face, as if searching for deception. Finally, she spoke. Our new king believes you may still be of use, if properly guided. Stannis' public challenge is an act of open treason. We have declared him a rebel. Once we crush him, the realm will be at peace. But the North's loyalty matters. Therefore, we offer you a path to redemption. Ned frowned. Meaning, Tywin took over, voice implacable. You will write a letter to your son, instructing him to keep the North out of this conflict. You will affirm Joffrey's rightful kingship, denounce Stannis as a false claimant, and make it clear that House Stark stands with the Iron Throne. In return, you and your daughters may depart the capital, if you wish it, once the threat is ended. Your name shall be cleared of any suspicion. Your keep and lands remain yours. But first you must pledge fealty to King Joffrey openly. A swirl of disgust and anger coursed through Ned. They were blackmailing him, work with them or risk the safety of Sansa and Arya, or the possibility that they would brand him a traitor, as they had done to Stannis. He forced himself to weigh the cost. If he refused, what would happen? War. The Lannisters might hold his daughters hostage, or worse, and the realm would be ripped apart. At last he managed, "I want my daughters safe." "They will be," Cersei said coolly, "so long as you comply. If you rebel, or if you try to flee without cooperation, we'll consider it treason." Ned's mind churned. It felt like a living nightmare. He wanted to spit in their faces, call them liars and incestuous traitors. But he remembered Tyrion's words, "War devours all." He also pictured Sansa, weeping, and Arya, defiant yet vulnerable. An uprising could lead to their deaths if the Lannisters used them as pawns. And the North could Robb truly stand against the combined power of the West, the Crownlands, and all the houses that had bound themselves to Joffrey? So he bowed his head, bitterness thick in his throat. "Very well. I will write such a letter under one condition. Once it is sent and Stannis is declared a rebel, you allow me and my daughters to return north safely. I will not remain here under your watch forever." Tywin exchanged a look with Cersei. Jaime's mouth curled faintly as if in contempt. Cersei said, "Agreed. When Stannis is dealt with, you may depart." They put parchment and quill on the table. Ned composed a letter, each word a knife in his heart. He wrote that House Stark acknowledged King Joffrey's rightful rule, that any who challenged the throne was an enemy to the realm, that the North would not rise unless commanded by the king. He signed it Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell, Warden of the North. Tywin skimmed the letter, then nodded in satisfaction. "Good," Cersei said. "We shall send this by Raven at once." Jaime stepped forward. "Welcome back to the king's service, Stark," he said, voice slick with sarcasm. "You're free to return to your tower. We'll have the guards stand down. But do watch your step. This city can be so dangerous." Ned's jaws clenched. He said nothing more. With that, he was let out and released from his confinement, though the Lannister guards still prowled the corridors. Back in his rooms, he found Sansa and Arya anxious. He quietly told them they would be allowed more freedom of movement, but they must remain cautious. When Sansa asked if that meant all was well, Ned forced a grim smile. "For now," he said. "But we are not free yet." He felt hollow, as if he had betrayed his own honor. He had sworn loyalty to a boy he believed had no claim. He had disavowed Stannis, who, by rights, was Robert's lawful heir if Joffrey was not. But if it spared his daughters, if it spared the North from a devastating war, how could he have done otherwise? Time passed. The hush that had begun with Bran Stark never glimpsing Cersei and Jaime in that tower had now expanded into a precarious hush smothering the entire realm, stifling the truth behind official lies. With Ned's letter dispatched, the North did not march, uncertain whether to trust or doubt. Stannis remained in the shadows, rumored to be courting allies in the Stormlands and perhaps forging an alliance with the Red Priests of Lawlor in distant Essos. Renly lurked in Highgarden or Storm's End, biding his time. The Tyrells hedged their bets with King Joffrey. House Martell grew silent, waiting for Mycella's betrothal to be finalized. The Vale sat aloof, Lady Lysa unwilling to risk her young son in a war. Meanwhile, across the sea, Daenerys Targaryen's name began to surface in whispers as dragons hatched and the Dothraki stirred, but that threat still felt distant to the lords of Westeros. And so King's Landing returned to a semblance of normalcy. Joffrey held court, delivered judgments, scowled at Sansa's timid courtesies, and at times tried to impress the crowds with royal hunts or petty decrees. Cersei and Tywin ruled from behind the throne, forging alliances with coin and threat. Jaime oversaw the King's Guard, cold-eyed and always on watch for any sign that Ned or others might undermine them. Varys smiled in the shadows, Littlefinger tallied the realm's gold, and Pycelle drowsed in council sessions. Ser Barristan Selmy kept his own quiet council, loyal to the throne as he had been for decades. Everything seemed calm if one did not look too closely at the cracks beneath the surface. Ned Stark recognized that calm for what it was, the hush before a gale. He sensed in his bones that the lie could not hold forever. Stannis or Renly or both would move and the lords might choose sides. War would erupt, just as it once had when Robert claimed the throne. The difference was that the foe might not be an unpopular Targaryen tyrant, but a hidden truth about the boy wearing the crown, an incest-born child, though half the realm had chosen to look away. And should the White Walkers truly stir in the far north, no matter who wore the crown, all mortal squabbles would pale before the onslaught of an ancient darkness. For now, the hush endured like a final breath drawn before the thunder broke. Ned tried to find what solace he could in ensuring his daughters remained safe, in quietly sending ravens to rob, urging preparedness for any southern storm. He often paced the castle walls at dusk, gazing at the city's sprawl below, thinking of how many innocents would suffer if war began. He remembered Robert's rebellion well enough, the sacked towns, the fields strewn with corpses, the wails of widows. He prayed to the old gods that if conflict came, it would be swift and contained. But the old gods no longer answered him here, far from their weirwoods. Occasionally, he found himself missing the chance day when King Robert arrived at Winterfell so many moons ago, missing the moment Bran might have climbed the tower and discovered the Lannister twins together. If he had, the truth would have exploded immediately, unleashing its chaos swiftly. Now, the same chaos brewed in secret, deeper and more tangled, with alliances built around a throne that was every bit as false as Ned suspected. The storm was coming, inexorable, unstoppable. And all the hush in the world would not keep it at bay for much longer. Ned Stark stood on a narrow balcony high above the Red Keep's sprawling courtyard, gazing out over King's Landing in the late afternoon light. The city stretched in every direction, a patchwork of tile roofs, winding streets, and flickers of pennants snapping in the fitful breeze. He could smell the distant tang of the sea mixed with the pungent odors of the city's refuse and tannery vats. Music drifted up from somewhere below, an off-key piper, the thump of a drum, and for a moment he felt a curious pang of nostalgia for the north, for the clean bite of winter air and the hush of snowfall. But the capital was restless, and he could not shake the sense that all of this, the bustle, the chatter, the forced revelry, was a thin shell over a deep pit of fear. Days had slipped by uneasily since his coerced agreement with Lord Tywin Lannister. Ned had written that loathsome letter to Robb, swearing anew that House Stark recognized King Joffrey as the rightful Baratheon heir and would not rise in rebellion. It still tasted like ash in his mouth. He had done it for Sansa and Arya, for the North, to prevent the realm from descending into civil war before it was absolutely inevitable. Yet he knew how easily the Lannisters might betray him. He trusted Tywin's sense of calculation only so far. He trusted Jaime and Cersei not at all. Sometimes, by day or night, Ned wondered whether all might have been simpler if the truth had been exposed at once, if Bran Stark had indeed climbed that tower and seen the incest that bound the Lannister twins. Then, perhaps, the tempest would have broken quickly. Robert might have flown into a rage and struck down the traitors or forced them into open flight. The realm would have reeled, but at least they would have known exactly where everyone stood. Instead, the secret had festered like a hidden infection, quietly poisoning everything beneath a veneer of polite smiles and gold-threaded tapestries. Now the infection was spreading, and the realm's rulers had grown adept at ignoring the stench. He closed his eyes and listened. Bells chimed the hour, perhaps vespers from the great September of Baelor. The distant clang of a smith's hammer at the street of steel. The rumble of cartwheels on cobbles. Nothing to betray the truth that war threatened on every horizon. A soft footstep behind him made him turn. Arya stood there, arms folded, frowning. She had grown in the intervening months, taller, leaner, her face sharper, her posture more confident from the swordplay lessons she squeezed in wherever she could. He saw something of Lyanna in her stubborn chin. "Father," she said quietly, "they're letting me walk in the yard again. But the gold cloaks follow me everywhere. It's as if I'm some caged animal." Ned put a hand on her shoulder. "I'm sorry. I've done all I can to ensure your freedom is not further curtailed. We remain guests of the crown in the Lannisters' eyes." She tossed her head. "I hate them. Joffrey struts about calling himself a true king, but he's just..." "Arya?" Ned's tone was gentle but firm. He glanced around to be sure no one lingered too close. Even a whisper could travel through these walls. "Watch your words. That sort of talk will get you thrown in a dungeon. Or worse." She pressed her lips together as if swallowing protests. "I'll go practice with Syrio," she muttered after a pause. "If I'm to be locked up in this city, I'd best not get rusty." He nodded, gave her shoulder a gentle squeeze. "Stay safe. And remember that stealth is sometimes the best sword arm." Her mouth curved in a small, wry smile, then she turned and left him alone on the balcony. Ned let out a sigh. The notion of Arya as a captive bridled at his sense of fatherhood. But if war truly came, he might be glad to have her close. The realm was in chaos. Who could say what madness might unfold if the Lannisters felt cornered? He cast one final glance over the city and withdrew inside. That same evening, the king's court gathered for a formal dinner. Joffrey had commanded an intimate feast for a dozen or so notable lords and ladies, presumably to demonstrate that House Baratheon Lannister still held the realm in calm dominion. Cersei was there in a gown of deep emerald, her shimmering hair loose over her shoulders, a golden lion necklace resting on her collarbones. Tywin sat to the king's right, silent and authoritative in black, the chain of the hand over his broad shoulders. Jaime, in resplendent white cloak and armor, hovered near the dais rather than taking a seat, as befit a king's guard. Sansa was also present, perched uncomfortably near Joffrey's side, forced to endure his occasional barbed remarks in front of the watchers. Ned had no desire for such a feast but could not politely refuse. Trays of roasted pheasant and honey cakes came and went. Joffrey swallowed cups of sweet wine, affecting a maturity he did not possess, calling attention to knights or ladies with casual arrogance. "Yes," he said loudly at one point, "I've half a mind to travel to the Westerlands soon, grandfather. I'd like to see these famed gold mines for myself." He cast a quick, flickering glance at Ned before continuing, "I'll bring the Lady Sansa with me, of course. She might enjoy the journey." Sansa forced a small smile, though her knuckles whitened on her fork. I would be honored, Your Grace," she murmured. Ned's stomach clenched at the thought of his daughter deeper in Lannister territory. He noticed that Tywin only inclined his head gravely, not committing to an invitation. The old lion was no fool. He kept control over his domain and rarely let the king come unannounced. Meanwhile, Cersei studied Sansa with a faint air of condescension, as if measuring the girl's worth. Between courses, Ned found himself forced into conversation with Lord Mace Tyrell, who still lingered in King's Landing to secure various trade agreements and to keep an eye on the shifting alliances. The Tyrell patriarch was large-bellied and eager to boast of Highgarden's wonders. "Such a pity, Lord Stark," Mace said, chewing on a morsel of spiced eel, "that you haven't visited our famed rose gardens. One day, perhaps, you'll come south. Unless the king's business keeps you in the capital permanently, eh?" He gave a hearty chuckle. Ned forced a polite nod. "I have little taste for courts, my lord. If the king allows, I prefer to see my own home again soon." Mace nodded grandly. Of course. But who knows what the future holds? The realm is vast, alliances must be tended like vines. We Tyrells stand loyal to our king, but if any fresh troubles brew," he shrugged expansively, "we are quick to respond." Yes, Ned thought, quick to respond if you see a shift in the wind that benefits you. But he only said, "I pray we all stay at peace." As the feast wore on, Joffrey bragged about a plan to hold a grand tourney in a few months' time, once the rebel Stannis Baratheon was dealt with, as he put it. That raised eyebrows around the table. Officially, Stannis' name was blackened, the king called him a traitor, and rumors suggested Stannis had begun mustering troops in the narrow isles off the Stormlands, near Dragonstone. But no open battles had been fought yet. It was a slow, smoldering conflict, with each side maneuvering to gain advantage before a single arrow flew. After the final course, musicians struck up a gentle tune. Joffrey led Sansa onto the floor to dance, a courtesy that the watchers murmured about approvingly on the surface. Ned saw Sansa stiffen whenever Joffrey's hand pressed at her waist. He saw how the new king's eyes glinted with a harsh edge of possessiveness. If all went according to the Lannisters' plan, Sansa would become queen in a year or two once she was judged old enough for marriage. The notion made Ned's stomach roil, though he masked it. He was powerless to extricate her without risking immediate war. In that moment, as candles flickered, a hush fell on the watchers, broken only by the swirl of strings and the faint scuff of slippers. Ned looked to where Tywin sat, looming near the dais with an unreadable face. Was this what the old lion wanted all along? To see the Lannister brood enthroned and unstoppable, to link them with the Starks only as a show of forced unity while the real power lay in gold and cunning? Ned had no illusions left. This was an uneasy piece, a pause in a larger game that would soon resume. When the music ended, Joffrey escorted Sansa back to the table. She curtsied, breathless and red-cheeked, though whether from dancing or distress, Ned could not be sure. Joffrey smirked, pleased to have dominated the evening's spectacle. Across the hall, Cersei's lips curved in satisfaction. Ned looked away, caging his anger behind a stoic facade. At last, the feast broke up. Courtiers drifted off in clusters, muttering gossip or praising the king's generosity. Ned managed to guide Sansa away before Joffrey could propose a second dance. He departed with her and a few guards, slipping back to the Tower of the Hand. On the walk, Sansa's composure cracked. She whispered, "Father, I hate these feasts. He's so different than he was when we first met." Ned grimaced. He recalled how Joffrey, months ago, had paraded as a gallant prince, wooing Sansa with courtesy and flourishes. The boy's real nature showed more with each passing day, vain, cruel, insecure. "I know, child. I promise I won't let him harm you." He clung to that vow, though he wondered how he could keep it if events turned sour. For the moment, the hush prevailed. In the days that followed, Ned resumed quiet tasks. He visited the royal library, gleaning news about the realm's finances. He suspected Tywin was funneling coin to fund a renewed push against Stannis. He watched from the battlements as more soldiers arrived from the west. They stationed themselves in the city wearing lion-crested cloaks and shining helms. It was not quite an occupation force, but close. The gold cloaks under Yano's Slint shifted loyalty to the Lannisters quickly enough. Meanwhile, the small council sessions had grown rarer. King Joffrey preferred to host them only when the mood struck him or when Tywin insisted. Ned, despite still holding a council seat, received fewer invitations. When he did attend, he found himself politely sidelined while Tywin steered policy. Once or twice, Baelish threw Ned a mocking glance, as though to say, "What did you expect?" He endured, chiefly out of concern for his daughters. Arya found ways to amuse herself, scurrying through corridors and eavesdropping on passing lords, but Ned warned her to stay cautious. The child was too bold by half. He feared one day she might overhear the wrong conversation. Sansa was a model of quiet courtesy, though Ned could see the tension in her face whenever Joffrey's name arose. She said little about her betrothed, trying to maintain the illusions she had once cherished, but the cracks were there. A fortnight later, a summons came from Tywin himself, bidding Ned attend the Hand's Solar at midday. Ned arrived to find Cersei there as well, along with Littlefinger and Varys. A map of the Crownlands lay spread across a large table. Tywin stood behind it, arms folded, his green eyes flicking up as Ned entered. "Ah, Lord Stark," he said. "We have tidings from the Narrow Sea. It seems Lord Stannis has landed a small force near Massey's Hook, presumably to scout. The king wishes to respond decisively. You are the Warden of the North, your counsel is required." Ned inclined his head, stepping closer to the map. He noted red pegs indicating Lannister-loyal garrisons, black pegs for rumored pockets of Stannis' supporters. "If Stannis is indeed testing the shoreline, he must intend to strike soon," Ned said. "He can't match the Crown's overall numbers, so he'd rely on surprise." Tywin grunted. "Precisely. The question is how best to crush him swiftly so the realm does not linger under threat." Cersei's lips curved. "We propose dispatching a royal fleet to cut off any further landing attempts, while my father sends a sizable host down the Rose Road to block Stannis' route inland. We will not give him time to fortify. Once he's pinned, we take him." Baelish gave a tiny shrug. "Seems straightforward enough. Unless Stannis is cannier than we suspect. He might try to rally storm landlords who waver in their loyalty." Varys' soft voice joined. "Indeed. Some families quietly admired Stannis' unwavering sense of justice. If enough decide his claim is stronger than Joffrey's, they could rise behind him. A siege might result." Tywin's mouth tightened. "Which is why we strike quickly. No siege. We want a single, brutal campaign that ends any notion Stannis can challenge the throne." Ned eyed the markers on the map. He realized they were planning not just a defeat but an annihilation, something Tywin was well known for. The memory of the sack of King's Landing in the last war came unbidden, fueling Ned's distaste for Lannister methods. "Is there no path to negotiation?" he asked, though he suspected the answer already. Cersei's laugh held no humor. "Negotiate? With a would-be usurper who spreads vile lies about our king's birth? Hardly. This ends in blood." Ned set his jaw. The vile lies were the truth, but he could not say so. "Then you must do as you see fit," he said quietly. "What do you require of the North?" Tywin tapped the map. "As it stands, the king still considers you and your bannermen loyal. We do not need northern troops for this campaign, travel would be slow and we must move swiftly. But we do require your public support. A statement reaffirming that House Stark condemns Stannis and remains with the crown." He met Ned's gaze. "The king desires a short ceremony in the throne room where you will stand beside him, proclaiming your devotion to the true Baratheon line. That will quell any rumor that the North might join Stannis." Ned's heart twisted. Another forced display of loyalty. He pictured Robb receiving the news that his father had again sworn fealty to the Boy King. Yet refusing would be the same as spitting in Joffrey's face, likely meaning a swift arrest. He nodded curtly. "If that is the king's wish, I will comply." "Very good," Tywin said. He turned to Varys. "Arrange it. The day after tomorrow at midday in the throne room. We'll have heralds present. The realm must see that House Stark stands with Joffrey in condemning Stannis' treason. Varys bowed, his silken sleeves brushing the floor. It shall be done, my lord. Thus, Ned found himself once again locked into the Lannisters' designs. That evening, he told Sansa and Arya that there would be a royal gathering in 2 days and that they might hear him speak words that would gall him. But I need you to trust me, he said, sitting with them in the quiet warmth of the Tower of the Hands Solar. We cannot start a war now. We must survive. Sansa's eyes brimmed with tears. I understand, father. Arya, by contrast, only glowered at the floor, fists tight. They're making you lie for them, she hissed. I hate it. He closed his eyes, hearing the echo of her anger in his own heart. So do I. When the day arrived, Ned dressed plainly in dark gray, wearing only the dire wolf sigil on his breast. He refused to don anything more elaborate. The event took place in the throne room, with Cersei, Joffrey, Tywin, and Jaime present, along with a smattering of lords, courtiers, and gold cloaks. Dozens of onlookers ringed the hall, including Baelish and Pycelle. Sansa and Arya stood at the edge, close to the dais. Ned saw the conflict in Arya's eyes, saw Sansa wringing her hands. The hush that settled over the assembled was thick with tension. Joffrey, seated on the Iron Throne, wore the golden antler crown that once belonged to Robert, refashioned to fit his smaller brow. He looked older in it, or tried to. Lord Eddard Stark, he said, voice carrying, step forward. Ned obeyed, striding to the foot of the dais. The hall's torches cast shifting shadows across the ancient swords that formed the throne. Jaime stood beside it, one hand resting lightly on his sword hilt. Tywin watched from a step below, arms folded. Cersei lingered near Joffrey's shoulder, regal as ever. Ned knelt. He could feel the stares of the crowd. You have served my father, and now you serve me, Joffrey declared. But rumors say Lord Stannis calls me a pretender, a false heir. We know that is treason. Do you stand with your king, or do you stand with this rebel? Ned took a breath, forcing the words out past the knot in his throat. I stand with the crown, your grace. House Stark condemns Stannis Baratheon's claims. You are Robert's rightful son, and I am loyal to you. A ripple of muttering spread through the audience. Some looked relieved, others uneasy, as if they knew or suspected the truth behind the words. Cersei's gaze was triumphant, while Tywin's face remained a mask of stone. Jaime smirked faintly. Well spoken, Joffrey said, clearly pleased to watch the proud Lord Stark submit. Rise, then. Let all present bear witness that House Stark affirms its devotion to the Iron Throne. Ned stood, jaw clenched. He saw Sansa looking torn between relief and sorrow, her eyes shiny. Arya's face was unreadable, fists clenched at her sides. The hush persisted. Then Joffrey gestured to a court herald who boomed an announcement that any man supporting Stannis would be named traitor and hunted down. The watchers stirred. With that, the ceremony ended and Joffrey swept out with Cersei and Tywin in his wake. Guards funneled the crowd away. Some scattered, eager to spread the news that Ned Stark had publicly denounced Stannis. Ned exhaled slowly, ignoring the discreet smirk Baelish flashed him as he passed. Soon, only a handful of guards remained, clearing the hall. Sansa and Arya hurried to Ned's side. Arya's eyes shone with frustration. Sansa simply said, "Father," and laid her hand on his arm as if to console him. He felt tired beyond measure. But this was the price to keep them safe, to keep the fragile hush from exploding into bloodshed. For now. That evening, word arrived that Stannis' smaller force had been seen near Hayford, skirmishing with local men loyal to the crown. No pitched battle yet, but tensions flared. The entire city braced for the possibility that war would erupt in the Crownlands within days. Yet as the weeks trickled by, no decisive confrontation came. Stannis pulled back or vanished, perhaps waiting for more reinforcements. Joffrey grew restless, demanding that the king's navy pursue him. Tywin insisted on methodical strategy, not a rush chase. The hush endured, attention balanced on a knife's edge. As the threat of open war simmered in the south, a new swirl of rumors arose from across the sea. Daenerys Targaryen and her infant son were rumored to command living dragons. The stories were wild, some insisted she had one hatchling, others said 3. Some claimed the Dothraki hordes had scattered after the death of her husband, Khal Drogo. Others said she now led a fearsome khalasar of her own. No one knew what to believe, but it unsettled the small council. Even Joffrey, in one meeting that Ned was grudgingly allowed to attend, raged that the dragon whore should be dealt with. Varys murmured that it was difficult to assassinate a Targaryen across the sea without risking political entanglements. Cersei proposed a large bounty. Tywin said coldly that they had enough on their plate with Stannis and that any threat from Daenerys was distant. Ned, for his part, wondered if the realm would tear itself apart before she even arrived. That night, Ned received a coded letter from Robb, delivered by a silent messenger wearing no sigil. Breaking the seal, Ned read by lamplight how the North stood on alert but had not yet mobilized. Robb urged caution, saying that rumors of the crown's duplicity spread among the Northern lords, that many wondered why Ned continued to remain in King's Landing under apparent duress. Some whispered it was to spare Sansa and Arya. Others thought Ned might be working to undermine the Lannisters from within. Tensions rose. Ned clenched his jaw, recalling how the North had always valued directness. He penned a swift reply urging Robb to remain calm, to keep the bannermen from marching, but to prepare for anything. "We must wait for the next turn of events," he wrote. "We cannot strike first." Time slipped into late autumn. The weather in the capital cooled slightly, though it was still far warmer than Ned was used to. King Joffrey authorized more recruits for the city watch, draining the treasury further. Janos Slynt installed toadies and enforcers loyal to the Lannisters. Peter Baelish boasted that coin would soon arrive from the Iron Bank of Bravos, but rumors said the Iron Bank was reluctant to lend more unless Tywin Lannister guaranteed repayment. The crown sank deeper into debt, while the people grumbled at rising taxes. Tension spiked in Flea Bottom where bread grew scarce, yet still no open war. The hush refused to break. One misty morning, as Ned prepared to visit the stables, a gold-cloaked soldier approached with a stiff bow. "My Lord Stark, the king requests your presence in the training yard." Ned frowned. "Did he say why?" "No, my lord. Only that you come at once." Unease gnawed at Ned. He strapped on his sword belt and followed, accompanied by Jory Castle. They found Joffrey in the yard, wearing a padded gambeson and holding a practice sword. A cluster of knights and onlookers ringed the yard. Jaime Lannister stood with arms folded, an indulgent smirk on his face. When Ned arrived, Joffrey turned to him, eyes bright with a glint of challenge. "Lord Stark," he said, "I've been training with Ser Lancel, but I want a sterner test. Spar with me." A hush fell. Ned's brows knit. Sparring with the king could be a deadly trap. If he bested Joffrey too harshly, it would be taken as insult. If he surrendered too obviously, Joffrey might sense mockery. He glanced at Jaime, who watched with open amusement. No doubt the Kingslayer would love to see Ned cornered. Ned inclined his head. "If your grace commands it, I shall obey. But I suggest a wooden sword, not steel." Joffrey curled his lip. "So you don't trust yourself with steel, Stark? Or do you fear me?" A few knights chuckled. "I fear harming the king by accident," Ned said calmly. "A wooden blade is the safer choice." "That's enough," Jaime drawled. "The boy has asked, and we're all curious to see if the wolf can dance without biting." Joffrey tossed Ned a blunted practice sword, then squared off, arrogance radiating from every limb. Ned circled, controlling his breathing, aware that watchers crowded close. He moved with deliberate slowness, letting Joffrey attempt a thrust. The boy's footwork was sloppy but swift. Ned deflected easily, stepping aside. He decided to keep it gentle. If he humiliated the king, that might spark immediate fury. He parried a second slash, tapped Joffrey on the wrist, and stepped back. Anger flashed in Joffrey's eyes. He lunged again, wild. Ned gave ground, blocking each frantic blow with minimal effort. Perhaps Joffrey expected Ned's age to hamper him, but Ned had decades of practice. Soon, a bead of sweat rolled down Joffrey's temple. Frustration twisted his features. "Fight me properly," Joffrey hissed, attempting a feint. Ned recognized it in an instant, repelled the thrust with a short, controlled strike that tapped the king's chest. A hush fell. Joffrey staggered back, face darkening. "You let him hit you, your grace," Jaime said smoothly, half smiling. "Move your feet. Don't just flail." Joffrey scowled at his uncle. "Shut up. This isn't your fight." He glared at Ned. "You're toying with me, old man. Have the courage to cross blades for real." Ned's grip tightened on the wooden hilt. "Your grace, I would never." "Enough." Joffrey flung the practiced sword aside, cheeks ablaze. "I'm done with this." The hand used to be a swordsman, they say, but he's just dodging about like a craven. He yanked off his padded helm and cast it down. I'll find another opponent who fights properly. With that, the king stormed off, knights parting to let him pass. Some followed, casting curious or pitying looks at Ned. Jaime gave a faint shrug, then turned to go as well. The yard emptied quickly. Ned exhaled, tension roaring in his ears. He had done nothing more than keep the boy from injuring himself, but even that had angered Joffrey. The hush loomed again, this time around a simmering frustration. He could almost hear the thought in Joffrey's head. Ned Stark is defying me in small ways. Perhaps I should crush him. As Ned replaced the practiced sword on the rack, Jory said softly, "He's dangerous, my lord." "I know," Ned murmured. "We'll have to be more cautious than ever." But fate was weaving another thread of danger far beyond the yard. That very evening, a battered rider clattered through the King's Gate bearing a frantic message for the Red Keep. Word spread like wildfire, Stannis had struck at Storm's End. The ancient Baratheon seat stood besieged, or so the rumor said, with many lesser Storm landlords rallying to him. He was not alone either. Renly had emerged from Highgarden with a separate force, claiming that if Joffrey was false and Stannis unfit to rule, then the crown should pass to him by popular consent. Suddenly, the realm faced not one but two Baratheon challengers. The news roiled the city. People whispered of a war of the brothers, each vying to unseat the golden-haired boy in the Red Keep. If Joffrey's enemies combined, they might muster a formidable host indeed. In the small hours of night, Ned found himself summoned to a crisis council in the throne room. Tywin presided in full armor as though prepared for battle at once, though it was polished, not travel-worn. Cersei stood in a gown of dark velvet, her face pale with anger. Joffrey paced near the throne, obviously flustered. Jaime lingered near a column, arms crossed. Lords in various states of half-dress milled about. Pycelle with his chain rattling, Varys swathed in his robes, Baelish yawning theatrically. Ned joined them, ignoring the suspicious glances. Tywin slammed a gauntlet fist on the table that had been set up. Renly marches from Highgarden with Mace Tyrell's blessing, or at least grudging acquiescence. The Tyrells have not publicly declared for him, but they allow him passage. Meanwhile, Stannis' loyalists besiege Storm's End. The castle remains uncertain. The Castellan is sworn to Joffrey, but half the garrison might side with Stannis. We must respond swiftly. Joffrey turned on Ned. So, do you still deny that we need the North swords? If the South breaks away, we need men, Stark. Ned kept his voice controlled. I have not denied that you may eventually need Northern troops, but time is required to muster them, and they will not travel quickly. If Renly or Stannis moves on King's Landing soon, the Crownlands must rely on local forces, plus the West. Tywin frowned. The West remains loyal. I can field enough men to meet Renly in open battle. The question is whether we try to crush him first or Stannis. He glanced at the map. Storm's End is a key seat. If we lose it, we lose a major foothold in the Stormlands. I propose we march south at once to break Stannis' siege. Crush him, then turn west to face Renly. Littlefinger coughed lightly. And if Renly chooses not to wait while you handle his brother? He could march on King's Landing with a lighter, faster host. Mace Tyrell might be stalling, but he loves the idea of controlling the capital through a pliable figure like Renly, perhaps wed to Marjorie. They might slip in while our main army is away. Joffrey scowled. Then we keep the city watch strong. And the gold cloaks will stand for me. Jaime chimed in. The Kingsguard is at your side too, though we are but 7 knights. The real question is whether the small lords around King's Landing will remain loyal if a larger force knocks at the gates. He gave Ned a pointed glance, as if suspecting the North might side with Renly. Ned said nothing, letting the comment hang. Tywin's face remained carved from granite. We must pick our first target. That is what the king must decide. If Storm's End falls to Stannis, his claim grows. If Renly gains the Tyrells' open support, his host swells. The worst scenario is if they combine. We cannot fight 2 major armies while also defending the city. So, Stannis or Renly, which do we move on first? A hush fell, broken only by the torches guttering. All eyes turned to Joffrey, who tugged at his crown as though it pinched. The boy king looked to his mother. Cersei arched a brow, then murmured, Stannis is older, more disciplined. He is a proven commander. He also publicly calls Joffrey a bastard. He will not rest until he dethrones us or dies. If we do not crush him quickly, he will rally more lords with his unyielding talk of rightful bloodlines. Renly might posture and parade, but he is less dangerous if left alone for a time. So we strike at Stannis first. Tywin nodded. Agreed. Joffrey seized on their consensus. Very well. I command you to march south, grandfather, with as many men as you deem necessary. Take them from the Westerlands and the Crownlands. Break Stannis' siege, kill him if you can, and put his followers to the sword. Ned forced his face to stillness. So it would be open war, then? The hush was splintering at last. And Renly, he asked quietly. Let him prance, Jaime said. He won't dare assault the city without more support from the Tyrells. That might buy us the time we need. Baelish gave a delicate shrug. Perhaps. We should still watch him closely. Tywin gathered up the map. I'll leave by week's end then. We'll gather at least 15,000 from the west, plus any Crownland levies. That should suffice to smash Stannis' small force if it truly numbers only half that. Cersei's lips twisted in a confident smile. The traitors will burn for this insult. Thus the plan was set. Before dawn, ravens flew westward, summoning Tywin's bannermen. By midday, the city was aflame with rumors of an imminent host marching out. Soldiers drilled in the yards. Ned watched from a distance, helpless. He pictured the bloodshed to come. Storm's End was a proud fortress, but if Stannis was outside it and Tywin arrived with a crushing force, the Stormlands would quake. Thousands could die. And for what? So that the hush surrounding Joffrey's birth might remain unbroken. Within days, Tywin departed with a vanguard of Lannister knights, promising the king he would send word once Stannis was smashed. Cersei, Jaime, and Joffrey remained in the capital, keeping watch over the throne. The gold cloaks thickened around the Red Keep, ensuring no revolt could spring up from within. Meanwhile, Mace Tyrell kept his forces in a wait-and-see approach near Highgarden, according to intelligence from Varys, neither openly supporting Renly nor halting him. Ned suspected the Tyrells wanted to see how the first clash shook out. If Stannis prevailed, they might rush to Renly's side, forging a brotherly alliance. If Tywin destroyed Stannis, the Tyrells would weigh whether they could place Renly on the throne alone or if Joffrey's position would remain too strong. Day by day, as the city waited for news, Ned felt a creeping dread. He patrolled the corridors with a restless spirit. The hush was cracking and soon might shatter completely. He visited Sansa and Arya often, ensuring they stayed within the safety of the Tower of the Hand. At times, he tried to glean hints from Varys or Baelish about the shape of the war. Both men were as elusive as ever. Baelish hinted that Storm's End might resist an open assault, that Stannis might shift tactics. Varys gave vague warnings that the lords of the Stormlands were more torn than the Lannisters believed. Ned gleaned no certainty, only a swirl of possibilities. Then, close to a month after Tywin's departure, a herald rode into King's Landing bearing grim tidings. At the crossing of the Wendwater, Tywin's vanguard had met a portion of Stannis' force. Stannis retreated, some said luring Tywin deeper, others said it was a genuine flight. But the end result, the Lannister knights had overextended and a trap closed around them from a flank believed safe. Several hundred fell, including lesser cousins of House Lannister. Tywin managed to regroup and drive Stannis off, but it was a stinging blow to the crown's prestige. Worse, Storm's End had not been relieved. Stannis had enough men left to maintain the siege. By all accounts, the war had truly begun. Joffrey raged in the Red Keep upon hearing that Stannis had inflicted losses. He demanded immediate reinforcements from the city, insisted that Ned Stark muster the north. Ned, eyeing him levelly, explained that even if he called the banners that day, weeks would pass before the northern troops reached the Crownlands. Joffrey fumed, but Cersei overruled the king, preferring to keep Ned docile in King's Landing. She recognized that bringing thousands of northern men south might create a new threat if Ned ever turned coat. So the hush remained, in the sense that Ned was kept carefully on a leash, compelled to watch a war unfold without direct involvement. Even as tensions soared, the city's daily life dragged on. Merchants came and went, the smallfolk gossiped of battles and whispered of hidden truths about the crown. An uneasy hush lay over the capital like a long shadow that refused to move. Sansa, for her part, dutifully presented herself at court functions, Joffrey occasionally summoning her for a walk in the gardens or a place by his side at midday meals. She looked miserable but tried to hide it. Arya spent her time training with Syrio or exploring lesser-known corners of the castle, returning with glimpses of gold cloak brutality or the whispers of frightened servants. Ned urged her repeatedly not to meddle, but she could not sit idle. She was her father's daughter, restless as the wind. One pale dawn, a message arrived from beyond the city. A party from Winterfell was drawing near. Ned's heart leapt at the thought that perhaps Robb had come, but the guard clarified that it was Lady Catelyn. traveling south with an escort of 12 men. She had come in response to Ned's letters, worried for her daughters, determined to speak to the king. Ned hurried to the gates to meet her when word reached him that her party had arrived. Sure enough, she rode in wearing a travel-stained cloak, face drawn with fatigue but set in grim resolve. Beside her were a few loyal men, Sir Roderick Castle among them, his white whiskers bristling. When Caitlin saw Ned, she dismounted swiftly, her expression a swirl of relief and worry. "Ned," she breathed, "I came as soon as I could. The news from the south grows darker by the day. I had to see for myself if you and the girls were all right." Ned took her hands. "We are well enough," he said quietly, "under the circumstances, but the city is a powder keg. You must be careful." She nodded, glancing around at the ever-watchful gold cloaks. "We read that letter you sent, the one reaffirming Joffrey's claim. Many in the north questioned it. Rumors swirl that you wrote it under duress. Is that true?" Ned exhaled. In part. They hold Sansa and Arya effectively as hostages, and the realm stands on the brink of war, with Stannis and Renly both challenging Joffrey. I cannot spark a battle that would see our girls harmed." Caitlyn's eyes flashed. "I understand, but we must find a way to free them, to free you all from this. Robb stands ready to move if needed. The lords of the north are restless." He nodded. "We may yet need them, but not until we have a real chance. For now, the Lannisters have the advantage, and I fear if we openly defy them, Sansa and Arya would be the first to pay." Caitlyn's mouth set in a hard line. "Then we must be cunning. I'll do what I can. Have you any proof? Any way to expose Joffrey's parentage if it comes to that?" His shoulders sagged. "We've tried before. All that came of it was a forced hush. They do not hesitate to kill men who whisper the truth. I won't see you in danger too." She reached out, laid a hand on his cheek. "We'll think of something. Perhaps we can reach out to Renly or Stannis. Arrange some settlement that spares our girls, and the north, from the worst." Ned felt the faintest spark of hope. If anyone could find a path through the labyrinth of southern politics, it was Caitlin. She had Tully blood, grew up in the Riverlands, was more accustomed to the subtle dealings of lords than he. Yet he also feared that she might simply become another pawn for the Lannisters if they guessed her intentions. He led her inside, calling for suitable chambers to be prepared. The gold cloaks eyed her retinue suspiciously, but they allowed them entrance. Soon, word reached Joffrey and Cersei that Lady Stark had arrived. They summoned her that afternoon, receiving her in the throne room with a small retinue. Ned insisted on accompanying her, though the Lannister guards tried to separate them at first. The king's permission overcame their objections. Sansa and Arya stood to one side, expressions hopeful at seeing their mother. Joffrey lounged on the Iron Throne, Cersei beside him, Jaime standing with the king's guard. Cersei greeted Caitlin with a thin smile. "Lady Stark, it has been too long since we saw you. I trust your journey was pleasant." Caitlin dipped her head in courtesy. "As pleasant as war-torn roads allow, your grace. I came to see my daughters. Thank you for allowing them the comfort of their father's presence." Joffrey smirked. "Yes, we are generous. But do remember they remain my wards. I would not want them fleeing north. Not when they're needed here to ensure House Stark's goodwill." Caitlin bristled, but her tone stayed polite. "I would not take my daughters anywhere without your leave, your grace." She looked to Sansa, who was trying not to tremble. Arya half glared at the king, but a pointed look from Ned made her bow her head. Cersei surveyed Caitlin with a cat-like wariness. "You have come at a delicate time. War brews on our borders. Renly and Stannis both claw at the throne. We trust the North remains loyal as your lord husband has sworn." Caitlyn's chin rose. "House Stark stands by the commitments Ned made. We have no wish to see the realm bled dry, but I do fear that the war in the south might soon spill elsewhere." Cersei waved a hand dismissively. "We have it well in hand. My father will crush Stannis soon enough, and Renly will be dealt with in due time." Joffrey's voice rang out, brittle with arrogance. "They are traitors. I will see their heads on spikes when this is done." Ned said nothing, determined not to provoke a confrontation. Jaime looked faintly amused as though relishing the tension. The moment stretched. Then Cersei said, "We shall permit you to remain in the capital a while, Lady Stark. Enjoy the hospitality of the Red Keep. You may see your daughters at any time. But do be mindful, if you scheme with the southern rebels, we shall know." "I understand," Caitlin said. "I thank you for your courtesy." The words tasted hollow, but she had no choice but to say them. That night, back in the Tower of the Hand, Sansa, Arya, and Caitlin embraced fiercely in a private chamber. Ned stood by the shuttered window, arms crossed, letting them have a moment. The girls recounted everything that had happened: Joffrey's moods, the forced betrothal, the humiliating ceremonies. Caitlin listened with a mother's protective fury smoldering in her blue eyes. "We will find a way," she murmured. "I won't let them harm you." Arya's face lit with a flicker of hope. "Can we escape? Could we run?" But Ned shook his head. "They have too many guards, too many watchers. The moment we tried, they'd close the gates. And we'd be labeled traitors, giving them cause to punish us." Caitlin brushed a hand through Arya's hair. "We must be patient," she said softly. "We must wait for the right chance." A tense hush settled. Outside, the torches guttered along the walls of the keep. Beyond them, the city dozed uneasily, and beyond the city, war raged in the south, all because a golden-haired boy claimed a throne that was never truly his to begin with. Ned felt the chill of fate closing in. The hush that had saved Jaime and Cersei from exposure still clung to them like a well-tailored cloak, but new rifts spread daily. If Stannis or Renly seized an advantage, the Lannisters' power could crack. And in the midst of it all, the Starks might be destroyed or forced into a final confrontation. In the days that followed, Caitlin tried her best to navigate the court. She spoke with Baelish, an old acquaintance, using her Tully charm to glean tidbits of knowledge about who favored Renly, who might secretly hedge for Stannis. She quietly met with Ser Barristan Selmy, an honorable man, though sworn to protect the king. Barristan gave little away, but she sensed his disquiet. He had served under kings both mad and gallant. Now he served a king who might not even be royal by blood. Ser Barristan seemed haunted by the memory of Aerys Targaryen's final days, uncertain whether Joffrey would follow a similar path of cruelty. Meanwhile, Ned watched how the Lannisters reacted to Caitlyn's presence. Cersei remained polite but curt, wary that the Lady Stark might be forging alliances behind her back. Jaime took every chance to remind them that King Joffrey was watchful. "It would be a shame," Jaime once said to Caitlin with that easy smirk, "if our dear queen had reason to doubt your sincerity. The dungeons are so very dreary." She stared him down, refusing to rise to the bait. But Ned read the threat clearly enough. Then fresh word arrived. Tywin had engaged Stannis on the march near Parchments. The details were murky, but rumors said the fighting was fierce. No victor was yet proclaimed. The city trembled with speculation. If Tywin fell, Joffrey would be vulnerable. If Stannis fell, Renly might be the last rival standing. If both battered each other, Renly might sweep in. The hush of tension pressed on King's Landing like a thundercloud. Soldiers drilled daily. Sansa's betrothal to Joffrey became an even sharper chain around Ned's throat, binding House Stark to the faltering Lannister regime. As the restlessness grew, the small folk began to suffer from shortages. Bread and fish rose in price. Merchants hoarded wares. Crowds gathered at the Street of Flour, demanding cheaper loaves. More gold cloaks patrolled and more fights erupted in alleyways. Tales of secret bastards of King Robert spread again, fueling talk that a black-haired boy somewhere might have a stronger claim than the Golden King. The Lannisters stamped out such rumors violently whenever they could, but they could not kill every whisper. The hush that protected the Queen's secret was not enough to silence every tongue that remembered Robert's many indiscretions. The city grew into a hotbed of fear and resentment. One sweltering afternoon, Joffrey and Cersei decided to parade through the city in an open litter, hoping to display royal majesty and quell discontent. They invited Ned, Sansa, and a handful of prominent lords to join. Ned wanted no part of it, but refusal would be an insult. So he and Sansa rode behind the king's litter on horses. Caitlin and Arya remained in the keep by choice. Gold cloaks lined the streets. As the procession entered the slums of Flea Bottom, the crowd pressed close. Joffrey threw coins haughtily, sneering as people scrambled. Cersei waved with forced warmth. Ned felt the tension, saw the hunger in the eyes of the small folk. They were more desperate than grateful. Suddenly, a cry went up. An old woman shouted curses at the king. "False Baratheon," she screeched. "A lion bastard." Then a stone flew, clattering off the side of the litter. The gold cloaks lunged, beating the crowd back. Screams erupted. Joffrey's face went red. "Kill them," he shouted. A half-dozen gold cloaks waded in, cudgels swinging. The crowd panicked, surging away in a crush. The old woman was knocked down, blood spreading across the cobblestones. Sansa gasped, horror-struck. Ned bit back the urge to intervene physically. He caught Joffrey's eye, tried to gesture for restraint. But the young king snarled, "They have no respect. This is treason." Another volley of rocks flew. The gold cloaks smashed into the throng, dragging men aside. One guard took an arrow to the throat from an unknown archer on a rooftop. Chaos erupted. The litter rocked as Cersei shrieked for them to move faster. The entire procession devolved into a riot. Ned spurred his horse forward, trying to shield Sansa from the crush. He saw one of the gold cloaks yank a child up by the arm, then fling him aside. Screams and roars filled the street. Within minutes, the royal guard forced a path out, retreating back toward the Red Keep. Bodies lay crumpled behind them. The crowd parted in panic or lay beaten in the road. As they galloped through the gates, Ned felt his soul recoil at the raw brutality. Joffrey was livid, cursing the peasants. Cersei's face was tight with fury. They had intended a show of strength. Instead, they had provoked an ugly riot that left a handful dead or maimed. The hush that protected the Lannisters had incited the small folk to question everything. Now blood stained the cobblestones. That night, rumor spread that the city was on the brink of uprising. Gold cloaks patrolled double. Cersei ordered more arrests. Joffrey demanded that the entire district of Flea Bottom be searched for the old woman who shouted. If she still lived, he wanted her head. Ned suspected the woman was long gone. The hush thickened with fear. Another whisper claimed that across the narrow sea, Daenerys Targaryen had begun forging alliances with Pentoshi Magisters, possibly seeking ships. War could erupt on every front. South, east, even from the north if the White Walkers truly stirred, as the Night's Watch had warned. As tensions peaked, Ned realized that any day, a raven might bring news that Tywin had triumphed or fallen, that Storm's End had been relieved or taken. If Tywin lost, the Lannisters' grip might fail swiftly. If Tywin won, the war would rage on against Renly, or else the Tyrells would pick their moment to shift the balance. The hush could not endure forever. He felt the final hours of fragile peace ticking away like a dying heartbeat. Late in the evening, he sat in his solar with Catelyn. They had sent Sansa and Arya to bed, though likely neither girl slept well. The night was quiet but for the distant clang of an occasional patrol. A single candle flickered on the table between them, throwing tall shadows on the stone walls. "I've spoken to enough courtiers," Catelyn said, voice hushed. "They're all waiting to see if Tywin breaks Stannis or not. If he fails, the crown might collapse in a heartbeat. Stannis has no love for the North, but he might parley if we approach him with respect. Renly might too, if he thinks it secures him an alliance. We must be ready to shift, Ned, or we'll be trapped with the losing side." He rubbed his temples. But we can't openly betray the king while he holds our daughters. And if Tywin returns victorious, Joffrey's hold might strengthen. That would put us in even greater danger." A quiet fell. Catelyn's face was pale in the candlelight. "I wish we'd never come south. If only we could vanish, take the girls, and ride for Winterfell." She exhaled. "But we can't." "No," he stared at the guttering flame. "The hush that's kept the Lannisters secret has damned us all to this slow unraveling. If only we had known sooner, had proof in hand when Robert still lived. But now we must wait and pray an opportunity emerges." Catelyn reached across the table, lacing her fingers through his. "We face it together." He gave her hand a grateful squeeze, though his heart felt heavy. "Together," he echoed. That very moment, a man in the black and gold livery of the Royal Guard rushed to the doorway, panting. "My Lord Stark, my lady," he said, half bowing. "We have urgent news. A raven just arrived. Lord Tywin has defeated Stannis at Storm's End. The siege is broken. Stannis's men are fleeing or captured. Storm's End stands with King Joffrey once more." Ned and Catelyn exchanged stricken looks. Tywin's victory meant the Lannisters' position had just become immensely stronger. What of Stannis himself? Ned asked, voice stiff. "Fled, they say, with a handful of men. Possibly by sea. Lord Tywin's men found no body, but the remainder of Stannis's force was destroyed or taken." Catelyn's face paled. "So, in effect, Joffrey holds the Stormlands again. That leaves only Renly." She paused. "Does this mean the Lannisters will march west next to face him?" "Likely," Ned murmured. "They'll claim a triumphant campaign." The guard nodded. "Yes, my lord. Word is the king will announce it in the throne room at first light. You and Lady Stark are expected." With that, the messenger departed. A hush fell over Ned and Catelyn that felt deeper than ever. Tywin's victory spelled doom for those who had hoped to see the Lannisters toppled swiftly. Now the realm must endure another turn of war. Perhaps Renly, or the Tyrells, or even the Targaryen girl across the sea would someday shatter the hush. But for now, with Stannis beaten and exiled, Joffrey's regime wore new armor of credibility. Ned rose from his seat, gazing out the window. The city lights twinkled below, oblivious to the night's developments. The hush was so profound he thought he could hear his own heartbeat echo in his ears. The secret that had gone unseen when Bran Stark chose not to climb that tower so many months ago continued to shape events with quiet cruelty. Cersei and Jaime's incest, hidden from prying eyes, had allowed a false boy king to claim the throne in an unbroken chain of half-lies and hushings. Now hundreds, maybe thousands had died, with more sure to follow, all to preserve the lie. He thought of Bran, safe in Winterfell, never crippled, never forced into horrifying visions. He wondered if his boy had grown taller, if he still climbed the walls happily. A pang of longing gripped Ned. If only the cost of that single mercy, Bran's unbroken body, had not become so high for the rest of the realm. Tomorrow, Joffrey would crow in triumph, proclaiming Tywin Lannister the realm's savior. The hush would thicken. And yet the war was not over, not truly. Renly waited, Daenerys might be gathering strength, and the north was restless. The White Walkers loomed at the edge of the world. Sooner or later, the hush would break in a cascade of ruin. But for now, in King's Landing, Ned Stark could only bow his head, protect his family, and endure. The hush remained, and all the realm trembled within it, neither fully at peace nor fully at war, waiting for the day the truth would finally, inevitably, tear it all apart. The dawn after Lord Tywin's victory over Stannis at Storm's End broke gray and brooding over King's Landing, as though the sky itself was uncertain whether to weep or to hold its tears. Ned Stark awoke before first light, roused by the clatter of armor in the courtyard below the Tower of the Hand. He feared some fresh outbreak of violence, but when he looked out he saw only the usual bustle of soldiers drilling and servants hauling water. The capital's daily life lurched on. Yet tension coiled in every corner. Stannis Baratheon might have been routed, but Renly remained with a gathering strength, and no one doubted the realm's future hung by a thread. He dressed quietly so as not to wake Catelyn, who still slept in the adjoining chamber. It had been a rare mercy to have her here in the city, though it pained him that their reunion happened under such precarious circumstances. He tugged on a plain gray tunic and fastened his sword belt. His mind drifted to the countless tasks looming. Joffrey would be crowing in triumph at first light, there would be a royal audience in the throne room, and no doubt the city's lords would jostle to pledge renewed fealty. Ned still despised the notion of publicly endorsing a king he believed false, but the safety of his daughters, and now of Catelyn too, bound him to caution. He slipped out of the bedchamber, climbed the winding steps to a small balcony, and let the murky dawn air wash over him. In the distance, the Dragonpit ruins rose on their hill, black outlines against a paling sky. Beyond that, the sea gleamed faintly, though mist and cloud muddied the horizon. Closer at hand, he spied the Red Keep's outer walls, bristling with sentries. More posted guards than ever, likely Cersei's doing, to keep the small folk in line after the disastrous riot. Ned's thoughts strayed to Sansa and Arya. They were safe in their rooms now, but how long would that last if the Lannisters felt threatened by fresh revolt? He recalled the fleeting moment the day before when Sansa had confided that Joffrey was in fine spirits, meaning moody and prone to casual cruelties. Sansa had tried to remain demure in his presence, but the king seemed to relish picking at her, comments about her northern ways, jabs at her lack of golden hair, sly threats about her father's loyalty. "If your father dares betray me," Joffrey had told her with a malicious smirk, "I'll have his head, and you'll watch. You'll still be my queen, though, never forget that." The memory made Ned's stomach churn. He rubbed at the tension in his temples and reminded himself that for now the Lannisters needed House Stark, if only to prevent the North from rising. That was some slender protection, though it felt as brittle as an autumn leaf. Presently he heard footsteps behind him. He turned to see Catelyn, wrapped in a cloak, her auburn hair loose about her shoulders. Though travel-worn, she still carried that regal grace of House Tully. Concern etched her face. "You're up early again," she said softly. He forced a faint smile. "The city never truly sleeps. My mind seems determined to match its restlessness." She joined him at the balcony's edge, gazing over the sprawl. "We must face them soon, the king and his council. They'll want a public reaffirmation of Tywin's victory. Are you prepared?" Ned sighed. "As prepared as a man can be to mouth praise for a king who isn't truly the rightful heir. But I'll do it. The alternative is unthinkable." Catelyn's hand found his. "I've written to Robb, urging him to hold steady. The North is uneasy, but he won't march unless I give the word. We remain ready if circumstances change. Ned nodded, gratitude and worry mingling in his eyes. Pray they do not. War's already spilled enough blood. Another front might drown the land in corpses. They stood a moment in silence, listening to the faint hum of the waking city. Then, with a shared breath, they withdrew to dress more formally. They would present themselves to the king's court by mid-morning, fulfilling their role in this charade of loyalty. In the throne room, the vast hall looked much as it had on previous days of ceremony. Towering pillars, long pools of torchlight, and the iron throne looming at the far end, a monstrous silhouette of fused swords. King Joffrey occupied the seat of power, wearing a black and gold doublet with the newly forged crown perched upon his blonde curls. Cersei stood at his shoulder in a crimson gown embroidered with golden lions, her green eyes watchful. Jaime Lannister was present too, resplendent in white Kingsguard armor. At the foot of the throne, Grand Maester Pycelle hovered like an anxious crow, and Peter Baelish lounged at one side, his mockingbird pin shining. Fewer knights surrounded them than usual, many had ridden out with Tywin's host, yet the presence of the gold cloaks was heavier than ever. A row of them lined each side of the hall, halberds at the ready. A sizable crowd of courtiers gathered. Nobles from the Crownlands, some from the Riverlands, and a few from the Westerlands who had stayed behind. The gates allowed a trickle of commoners too, presumably so the city might witness the king's words. Ned and Catelyn stood near the front, with Sansa just behind them. Arya had been told to attend, but she'd quietly slipped away, likely hiding in some alcove, unwilling to watch more royal pageantry. Ned did not begrudge her. She was never one for such pomp. A herald rapped his staff. Their Graces, King Joffrey Baratheon and Queen Regent Cersei Lannister, do call this court to session, he declared, voice echoing. The assembled hush fell swiftly. Ned felt his pulse thudding in his ears. Joffrey rose from the Iron Throne. My lords, we gather in celebration, for news has reached us of a great victory. His voice trembled slightly with excitement. My esteemed grandfather, Lord Tywin Lannister, has smashed the forces of the traitor Stannis Baratheon outside Storm's End. The castle stands again in loyal service to the crown. Applause rippled through the hall, though a few lords exchanged uneasy glances. Joffrey drew a breath, continuing. Stannis fled like a coward, leaving his men to die or be captured. We name him an outlaw, unfit to rule a dog's kennel, let alone the 7 kingdoms. This time, the applause was more scattered, but Joffrey pressed on. In recognition of Lord Tywin's triumph, I declare a 7-day period of feasting in the capital to honor the men who shed blood in my name. Let all true knights rejoice, for the traitors are being dealt with. And let it be known that any who continue to speak falsehoods about my birth or my mother's virtue will be named accomplices to Stannis's vile treason. His gaze flicked through the crowd, daring them to object. No one did. Cersei stepped forward, laying a hand on the king's arm as if in maternal pride. The king's word is law, she said, voice silken but firm. And we stand ready to finish stamping out rebellion. Let Renly Baratheon and any who support him beware. If they persist, they too shall face the might of House Lannister and House Stark. Her eyes darted to Ned, clearly expecting him to demonstrate public accord. The hush deepened. Ned clenched his teeth, then stepped forth. House Stark, he sighed. D remains loyal to King Joffrey and stands ready to defend the realm against rebels. The words felt like ash, but he forced them out calmly. A ripple of tension passed through the watchers. Some in the hall had heard Ned's earlier declarations, but reaffirmation here, after Stannis' defeat, underlined the message. The North would not rise for Renly or Stannis. At least, not while Sansa and Arya were in Lannister hands. Satisfied, Joffrey nodded. Well spoken, he said. Thus we proceed with unity. Baelish, watching from the sidelines, raised a mocking brow as though to say, so easily subjugated, Lord Stark? But Ned ignored him. This was no game of vanity, it was the only path he could see to keep his family safe. The hush around the hall thickened, pregnant with the knowledge that war still loomed. Stannis might be down, but not dead. And Renly was an untested wild card. King Joffrey cast a sweeping glance over the assembly. Go, spread the word of our victory. Tonight, we begin the feasting. All remain vigilant, for the realm is not yet fully at peace. But let us rejoice in this step forward. With that, the herald dismissed the court and the courtiers dispersed in murmuring clusters. Ned, Catelyn, and Sansa turned to leave, but a pair of gold cloaks blocked their path. Ser Marentrant, one of the king's guard, approached with an impassive face. His Grace wishes a word with Lord and Lady Stark in private, he intoned. The Lady Sansa may go or remain at her discretion. Sansa flashed a worried look to her parents. Catelyn squeezed her arm gently. Go on, child, she said in a low murmur. Wait for us in the hall beyond. We'll come soon. Ned touched Sansa's hand. "Stay close to Jory," he whispered, meaning Jory Castle, who waited in the corridor. Sansa nodded anxiously and departed, escorted by a guard. The dais cleared until only Joffrey, Cersei, Jaime, Ned, Catelyn, and a half-dozen gold cloaks remained in earshot. Joffrey slouched back onto the Iron Throne. The swirl of departing courtiers receded to a distant hum. "So," Joffrey said, sounding almost bored, "I trust you'll do more than speak fine words, Lord Stark. My grandfather wages war to preserve my throne. I'll have more from you than a few polite statements." Cersei's lips curved. "We can begin with the question of the North. If House Stark is truly devoted to the crown, it should take measures to quell any hint of rebellion in its own domain. We hear rumors that certain lords in the North do not believe in Joffrey's rightful claim. Perhaps you should make an example of one or two." Ned forced a calm he did not feel. "The North is loyal. If a few lords mutter, they do so out of fear for the realm. I see no cause to shed northern blood over rumors." Cersei's eyes narrowed. "You are either naive or you cling to illusions. A realm cannot be held by half measures. If the North stands with us, it must prove it the way Tywin has proven it by defeating Stannis." Catelyn stepped in, voice measured. "My lady, the North does not lack for loyalty. But you must understand that men who have never even seen King's Landing grow suspicious when forced to bleed coin for a distant court. Show them fairness and they will stand for the crown. Threaten them with violence, and you risk forcing them into open defiance." Joffrey made a derisive sound. "You dare lecture us on ruling? My father won the throne by force. The realm respects strength." His words carried a sneering edge, but also the uncertain note of a boy parroting lessons from those around him. Jaime Lannister watched with an unreadable expression. Cersei exhaled, stepping forward. "We'll not start a debate. The king's mind is set. If you truly stand with us, you'll ensure no northern lords question Joffrey's right. If we hear otherwise—" She let the threat dangle. Ned bristled, but Catelyn's warning grip on his arm stilled him. He forced composure. "We understand. You shall have no trouble from the North." Jaime gave a low, mocking laugh. "Well, that's settled. Perhaps now the king can enjoy his feast without worrying about a pack of wolves snapping at his heels. Though it'd be quite the show if they did." His grin was as sharp as a sword's edge. Joffrey looked from Jaime to Ned. "Go then. I expect you both at the feast tonight. Bring the girls too." He sounded like he was granting them some boon. "We'll celebrate grandfather's victory. And don't let the crowd see you scowling, Stark. We're meant to look victorious." Ned inclined his head stiffly. "Yes, Your Grace." He and Catelyn turned and left, hearts heavy. Outside the throne room, they found Sansa awaiting them, relief flooding her face when she saw they were unharmed. Ned glanced around for Arya but saw no sign. Likely, she was lurking somewhere in the castle's nooks, practicing her water dances with Syrio Farrell or Eves dropping on the staff. He hoped she would not overhear anything that might endanger her. Together, they made their way back toward the Tower of the Hand. The corridors swelled with lords and ladies discussing the day's announcements, the plan for the upcoming feasts, the rumor that Tywin might ride on Renly next. 1,000 small uncertainties buzzed. Ned felt them pressing in like hornets. He was too mired in Lannister webs to do more than endure. That night, the royal feast in the Great Hall. The Great Hall of the Red Keep dazzled with torchlight and banners. Long trestle tables groaned under roasted boar, spiced sausages, and an array of sweetmeats. Servants darted among the guests, refilling wine cups. Minstrels in a corner plucked lively tunes, though the atmosphere was uneasy. The city had not forgotten the lethal riot that erupted last time the king paraded among them. Now, this feast was mostly for the higher lords and courtiers. Fewer small folk, fewer chances for unrest. The hall's doors stood shut, and gold cloaks were posted outside to keep out the rabble. Ned and Catelyn entered with Sansa in tow, forced smiles on their faces. They had left Arya behind after she had flatly refused to attend. Ned did not press her. The child's presence would only invite trouble if Joffrey decided to torment her. Sansa wore a pale blue gown, her hair carefully braided. She looked every inch the courteous lady, but Ned could sense her tension. She tried to muster bravery in front of Joffrey, but the fear lingered in her eyes. He wished he could shield her from this. The king and queen regent were already seated at the high table with an empty seat presumably reserved for the hand Tywin, who was away at war. Jaime Lannister took a seat near Joffrey's left, while Grand Maester Pycelle and Baelish sat to the right. The moment Ned's party approached, Joffrey beckoned Sansa closer. She curtsied, taking her place beside him. Ned ground his teeth but remained outwardly calm, escorting Catelyn to a seat lower on the dais. Courtiers murmured greetings as they passed. Once the feast began, the tension in the hall bubbled beneath the surface chatter. Cersei presided with a brittle sort of charm, occasionally raising a cup to Tywin's success. Joffrey boasted that Storm's End had never even considered betraying him, which was patently false. Ned knew the garrison had nearly capitulated to Stannis. But no one contradicted the king's claims. Better to let the illusions stand. Between courses, a juggler performed, drawing only scattered applause. Sansa tried to look enthralled for Joffrey's sake, but her forced smile told Ned all he needed to know. Near the end of the feast, Baelish rose and proposed a toast to the king's unstoppable might and to the prospect of lasting peace once Renly sees reason. That earned a smattering of agreement, though a few lords glanced sidelong at each other as if to say Renly doesn't strike me as the yielding sort. Nonetheless, they drank and the minstrels struck up another tune. Catelyn leaned into Ned and murmured, "We should speak privately with some of these lords, see if any doubt the Lannisters hold. It might be wise to gauge the temperature of the court." Ned nodded. "Aye, but carefully. If we're seen to be fishing for rebels, it could earn us more suspicion." He made to stand, intending a quiet circuit of the hall, but suddenly Joffrey called out, "Lord Stark," a word, in a tone that brooked no defiance. Ned swallowed a spike of annoyance and stepped forward, meeting the king's gaze. Joffrey held Sansa's hand in his own as though presenting her like a prize. "I'm told you once served as my father's master of laws," he said, which was inaccurate. Jon Arryn had been hand and Ned had inherited that seat, never master of laws. But Joffrey's knowledge of the small council's exact roles seemed fuzzy at best. Ned waited for the boy to continue. "Now that my grandfather is away, I want you to fill in until he returns." Ned's eyebrows rose. "Fill in, Your Grace?" "Yes. Oversee any petitioners, handle disputes, that sort of thing. My mother's busy, and I can't be bothered. You were Robert's hand, so presumably you know how to manage dull details." Ned realized this was not a question but a command. Perhaps Joffrey or Cersei believed it would further entangle him in the crown's affairs, making it harder for him to break away. Or maybe they just needed someone with experience to prevent crises in Tywin's absence. "I will do what you ask," Ned said evenly, "so long as it serves the realm." Joffrey waved a dismissive hand. Yes. Start tomorrow. Sit in the throne room each morning, hear the commoners whine if you must. Punish criminals, settle property disputes." A bored look flickered across his face. "Just see that there's no more trouble like that Flea Bottom riot. I'll not have stones thrown at me again." Ned bowed curtly, though inside he chafed. "As you say, Your Grace." Joffrey turned his attention back to Sansa, who forced a rictus smile at him. Ned retreated, returning to Catelyn's side. He relayed the conversation in a murmur. Her mouth thinned. "They're tightening their hold over you," she said. "Be on your guard." The feast ended at last, and the assembly dispersed. Ned, Catelyn, and Sansa managed to slip away, claiming weariness. They crossed the courtyard beneath flickering torches, the chill in the air surprising for King's Landing at this season. Sansa trudged in silence, eyes downcast. Only once they were inside the privacy of Ned's solar did she let her tears come. Catelyn pulled her into an embrace, murmuring soothing words. "It's the king," Sansa choked out. He's cruel and brags so often. I never know if he'll have me punished for the smallest slight. Tonight, he asked me why Arya never attends, and I told him she's unwell, but I could see he didn't believe me. He called me a liar. I was so afraid he'd order me whipped." Ned's heart burned with helpless fury. "He will not harm you," he said softly, though he was not as certain as he wished. "We must endure. If Tywin's campaign finishes Renly, the Lannisters will feel secure enough to be merciful, or so we can hope." Sansa sniffled, nodding miserably. "I just want to go home." Catelyn's voice trembled with motherly protectiveness. "We'll find a way. One day we will." They shared a moment of quiet grief. Eventually, Ned dismissed Sansa to her bedchamber, accompanied by a trusted northern guard. Once alone with Catelyn, Ned sank onto a bench, burying his face in his hands. "It's all a farce," he muttered. "Tywin's victory only strengthens the lie. Joffrey sits secure, gleaning confidence from each success. And we dance like marionettes on his strings." Catelyn sat beside him, placing a hand on his shoulder. "We do what we must for our children. Perhaps events will shift if Tywin fails against Renly." Ned shook his head. "I don't know. Even if Tywin stumbles, the Lannisters may still hold this city. They have gold, cunning hostages. Our hope might be something else. Some other flaw in their armor. The realm's finances are on the brink, I hear, but that alone may not topple them in time. Catelyn's gaze was distant. What of Stannis if he still lives? Might he join forces with Renly? They are brothers. Ned let out a humorless laugh. They despise each other too much for that unless desperation drives them together. And if they do combine forces, we'd see a terrible war. I fear thousands more would die. They lapsed into silence, the candle guttering low. At length, Catelyn guided Ned to their bed, insisting he rest. Tomorrow, he would begin the thankless chore of hearing petitions in Joffrey's name, further binding him to the false throne. Outside, a raven croaked in the darkness, as if mocking him. Ned closed his eyes, longing for the north's simpler chill and the hush of falling snow. The next morning, trials and petitions. At dawn, Ned took a seat at the base of the Iron Throne, flanked by gold cloaks. It felt eerily like the times he had judged disputes in Winterfell's Great Hall, except the hall here was thrice the size, the watchers more dangerous, and the backdrop the monstrous throne itself. Joffrey did not bother to attend. Ser Meryn Trant stood guard to one side, while a trio of scribes hovered, prepared to record judgments. A queue of small folk, merchants, and lesser nobles formed a line. Ned braced himself. One by one, they brought forward issues, land squabbles, accusations of theft, appeals for reduced taxes. Ned did his best to weigh them fairly. Some recognized him as Eddard Stark, one-time Hand of the King, known for honor, and they approached with hope. Others eyed him warily, uncertain if he was just another puppet for the Lannisters. He tried to be just, giving each petitioner a measured hearing. But the gold cloaks at the hall's edges glared whenever the topic strayed too close to criticizing the king. Twice, Ned gently reminded them to let the petitioners speak without fear, but only partial compliance followed. Fear was thick in the city. Near midday, he encountered a heart-wrenching case. A young woman from Flea Bottom, bruised and trembling, said her husband had been beaten to death by the gold cloaks during the riot. She sought restitution. The hush in the hall grew taut as she sobbed, describing how the soldiers had dragged him from their door and clubbed him. Some in the gathered watchers shifted uncomfortably. Ned's stomach twisted. He turned to the captain of the day's watch, an underling of Yano Slint, and demanded an explanation. The captain looked sullen. We had orders to quell the riot by any means. If the man attacked a cloak or refused an order, well, accidents happen. Was he resisting? Ned asked sharply, though he suspected the answer would be twisted. The captain shrugged. Likely. My men said he threw a stone. The woman wailed, he did not. He was trying to keep them from hurting me. But a guard shoved her to her knees. Ned clenched his fists around the arms of the seat. Here he was, expected to mete out the king's justice in the king's city, yet the perpetrators were the king's own men, carrying out Joffrey's fear-based orders. He could not simply declare them guilty and punish them without retribution from the crown. Still, his conscience rebelled. He took a slow breath. I rule that the family of the slain man be awarded a sum from the city coffers for wrongful death. The gold cloaks used excessive force. He shot the captain a glare. Let this serve as a warning. In my capacity as the king's temporary adjudicator, I expect discipline. Another beating like this and I'll see the culprits punished. A ripple of uneasy surprise passed through the hall. The woman blinked in gratitude, though tears kept streaming. The guards looked unhappy. Ser Meryn Trant sniffed. But no one openly defied Ned's word, though he sensed it would earn him the watch's quiet hostility. The hush pressed closer, tension coiling like a snake. He prayed Joffrey wouldn't hear of this and overturn it or punish him for coddling the rabble. By day's end, Ned was exhausted. He rose from the seat stiffly and withdrew, ignoring the mutters from the gold cloaks. On his way out, he glimpsed Baelish leaning against a pillar, smiling that half-smile. Likely he'd watched the entire proceeding. Ned didn't care to speak with him, so he pressed on. He returned to the Tower of the Hand to find Arya pacing in the courtyard, wooden sword in hand, practicing thrusts and parries. She brightened when she saw him. Father, I've been waiting for you. Syrio says I'm improving, but I want to show you a new move. Ned managed a weary smile. I'd be honored, child. Let's see. She launched into a graceful series of sidesteps, jabbing the wooden blade at an imaginary foe, pivoting lightly on her feet. He nodded. Well done. Remember to keep your weight balanced. Your enemy might feint to either side. Arya beamed, then paused. I want to train with a real blade soon. Syrio says I'm near ready, but he's cautious. Ned's chest clenched with both pride and worry. Wait a while yet. Wooden swords can bruise, but steel kills. In King's Landing, caution is everything. She scowled but nodded. Fine. After she scampered off to find lunch, Ned lingered alone in the courtyard. He felt the oppressive weight of events overshadowing the simple joy of seeing Arya's skill grow. What kind of father trains his child to fight in a city full of enemies? He wondered. Then again, what choice had they left him? Catelyn's quiet diplomacy. In the following days, while Ned presided over the throne room's mundane affairs, Catelyn Stark moved subtly through the castle, speaking with carefully chosen individuals. She visited old acquaintances from Riverland houses who served as ladies-in-waiting or lesser officials. She chatted with minor Crownlands lords who still remembered Eddard Stark's role in Robert's rebellion. She gleaned that dissatisfaction with Joffrey's cruelty simmered under the surface. Yet fear of Lannister retribution kept men silent. One afternoon, she encountered Ser Barristan Selmy pacing near the Red Keep's training yard. His white cloak draped his tall frame, and though age traced lines across his features, he retained the bearing of a seasoned knight. Catelyn approached quietly, inclining her head. Ser Barristan. He bowed. My lady. How may I serve? She paused, ensuring no guards lingered too close. I seek only conversation. You have served the realm faithfully under many kings. I wonder how you fare under this new one. He hesitated, studying her. A king's guard serves the crown, my lady. We guard whomever sits the Iron Throne. She gave a sad smile. A loyal vow, yes. But perhaps a heavy burden if the king's nature is challenging. His eyes flicked away. The king is young. He may grow into wisdom. Catelyn could see the conflict behind his words. Do you believe he's the rightful heir? Barristan's jaw tightened. That I dare not question openly. Lord Eddard once seemed uncertain, but as you see, the realm has chosen. A hush settled. She decided not to push further. Barristan Selmy was no conspirator. Yet the flicker of doubt in his eyes confirmed that he, too, sensed something amiss about Joffrey's lineage. She thanked him and withdrew, gaining no open confession but more certain that many in the castle harbored silent doubts. She next sought out Lord Varys, the Spider, cornering him in a quiet corridor. He wore voluminous lavender robes that rustled as he turned. Lady Stark, he said with that unctuous tone, what a pleasant surprise. Is it, she asked, arching a brow? I wonder if you're ever truly surprised, Lord Varys. You hear everything, do you not? He smiled coyly. I strive to keep abreast of developments, yes. Knowledge is the coin I trade in. She cut to the chase. Then you must know that half the realm whispers about Joffrey's parentage, even if they keep it behind closed doors. And you must know that if any of Robert's brothers gather strength, the city may change hands. Varys's expression grew inscrutable. One might say so, yes. Though none can predict the future. Stannis has been wounded if not destroyed. Renly is forging alliances in the Reach, or so I hear. Where do you and your lord husband stand in all this, my lady? Catelyn measured her words. We stand for peace. My daughters are hostages here. Ned is forced to proclaim loyalty. But if violence spreads further, who knows what measures might be taken? Varys inclined his head. Indeed. War spares no one, high or low. Rest assured, I have no desire to see the city burn. Should events take a turn, perhaps we might find a gentler resolution. But caution, my lady. The Lannisters have long claws. With that cryptic hint, he bowed and slipped away, leaving Catelyn unsatisfied. He gave nothing certain. Still, she gleaned that Varys might be open to shifting allegiances if it meant preserving stability. The question was whether that would help House Stark when the next blow fell. A glimpse beyond the narrow sea. Unaware of it but intimately bound to the hush that sustained Joffrey's reign, Daenerys Targaryen was rumored to be forging her own destiny far across the water. Bards in King's Landing told tall tales of dragons hatching in the Dothraki Sea, of Khal Drogo's pyre birthing living flame. Lords scoffed, yet Varys's whisperers carried scraps of news that unsettled them. Dany had survived, birthed a son, and was said to nurture draconic creatures no bigger than cats but growing steadily. If true, the realm might one day face a threat not seen since the Age of Dragons. For now, though, that threat felt distant to the men at court who had more immediate fears. So the hush around the Iron Throne's secrets overshadowed those rumors, letting them swirl in the background, half-believed. Yet a few, like Grand Maester Pycelle, wrote anxious letters to the Citadel asking if there existed any new knowledge of how to kill dragons. In a hushed aside, Pycelle once confided to Cersei that the Targaryen girl could become dangerous. Cersei brushed it off, confident the Lannisters could handle all threats in time. Let her try to cross the sea, Cersei said scornfully. We'll show her how fruitless it is. Pycelle bowed but remained uneasy. Renly Baratheon makes his move. Autumn deepened. The nights turned cooler, the days shorter. Word came that Lord Tywin had taken half his army west again, leaving a strong garrison at Storm's End. Now rumor said he was marching north of the Blackwater Rush to position himself between King's Landing and any approach from the Reach. All knew that Renly Baratheon had been mustering in that region, courting or coercing various Stormland and Reach lords. Mace Tyrell maintained a slippery neutrality, neither denying Renly passage nor openly granting him an army. But travelers spoke of a growing host near Bitterbridge. Renly had declared himself the rightful king by virtue of popularity and the realm's best interests, though many questioned that logic. Joffrey fumed at the news. From the vantage of the Red Keep, it appeared that while Stannis had been wounded, Renly might strike next. If Tywin needed to face him in open battle, could he count on Storm's End's newly installed Lannister-friendly castellan to hold the coast? Possibly. The city braced for the next hammer blow. One afternoon, as Ned sat in the throne room, bored and frustrated by trifling disputes, a herald burst in. A messenger from Lord Renly Baratheon, demanding audience. The gold cloaks readied weapons. Ned straightened, heart-pounding. Renly dares send an envoy here? Indeed, the hush in the hall sharpened as a young knight advanced, dusty from the road, proclaiming he bore a sealed letter for King Joffrey. Ser Meryn Trant seized the man, about to clap him in irons, but Ned intervened. We should at least hear him, Ned said, mindful that Joffrey was not present. Trant looked ready to protest, but recalled that Ned was acting as the realm's adjudicator that day. He gestured the knight forward. The man knelt, holding out a parchment. From Lord Renly Baratheon to the occupant of the Iron Throne, he said, voice trembling slightly. He asks that it be read in open court. Ned's throat constricted. Any letter from Renly likely contained accusations that Joffrey was no true king. The hush in the hall turned electric. A handful of watchers pressed closer, curiosity blazing. Ned signaled for the scribe to accept the parchment. He cracked the seal, eyes scanning the bold words. As expected, it was a direct challenge. Renly declared Joffrey born of incest and that the realm will not suffer an abomination to rule. He demanded that Joffrey relinquish the throne or face open war, and he invited all true and honorable lords, including Eddard Stark, to remember Robert's legacy and join me in saving the realm. Blood thundered in Ned's ears. If he read these charges aloud, it would be tantamount to proclaiming Joffrey a bastard in front of everyone. Yet the letter demanded open reading. The hush weighed like a millstone. The hall's watchers gazed at him expectantly. The Lannister guards shifted, hands on pommels. Slowly, Ned folded the parchment. His mind raced. If he complied and read it fully, the gold cloaks would arrest or kill the messenger at once, and Joffrey would rage that Ned had let such treason be aired. On the other hand, if Ned suppressed the letter, rumors would swirl that he was hiding Renly's words. No good outcome existed. He forced a steady tone. The letter states that Lord Renly Baratheon challenges the king's right to the throne. He claims Joffrey is unfit and demands he step aside or face war. He left out the explicit mention of incest. That was the best he could do. He gave the gist without the lethal detail. Even so, the watchers gasped. The messenger knight, bound by the gold cloaks, stared bleakly ahead. Ser Meryn Trant sneered. This is treason. The king must hear of it. The messenger, too. He must pay for these vile words. Ned closed his eyes briefly. As the king's voice today, I order that the messenger be held in custody, not harmed. He is an envoy under the laws of war. Another risk, Joffrey might want the man's head. But Ned clung to the notion that harming an envoy might further tarnish the crown's reputation. Trant looked ready to defy him, but a stern glare from Ned, plus the uncertain shifting of the scribes, made him hesitate. Very well, Trant snapped. But I'll not be gentle if he tries anything. Ned gave a curt nod. Clear the hall. We are done for the day. I'll deliver this letter to the king personally. The watchers dispersed in a flurry of whispers. The hush that remained felt ominous. Ned departed with the letter in hand, suspecting that the next hours would bring a storm of Lannister fury upon him. Confrontation in the council chamber. Shortly after, Ned found Cersei, Joffrey, and Jaime in the small council chamber. Pycelle hovered at the edges, while Baelish lounged in a chair. Varys was absent, for reasons unknown. The letter sat on the table's polished surface. The king's expression was thunderous. So, Joffrey spat, Renly dares question my birth. You withheld the worst lines, I hear. The messenger said Renly called me an incest-born abomination. He glowered at Ned. Why didn't you read that in full? Ned kept a tight rein on his emotions. Because it would have served no purpose to provoke outrage in open court. The gist of his challenge is known. He wants war unless you abdicate. Cersei's eyes gleamed with anger. Abdicate, indeed. Renly is a delusional child. We shall answer him with steel. Jaime leaned back, arms crossed. And you, Stark, are you so squeamish you can't let the city hear the truth? Are you protecting that letter from public view because it repeats the vile rumor you once believed yourself? Or did you hope to keep your hands clean of more blood? Ned ground his teeth. I did what seemed best for the realm. People would panic if they heard such accusations read in full. And you'd have had the messenger's head on the spot. That might provoke Renly further. Joffrey pounded the table. I want him provoked. Let him come. My grandfather will crush him as he crushed Stannis. Cersei placed a calming hand on Joffrey's shoulder, though her gaze never left Ned. Whether or not we flaunt Renly's slander, we cannot let it go unpunished. He must be confronted. Tywin is well positioned near the Rose Road. He can intercept Renly. Jaime nodded. As soon as we confirm Renly's location, we strike. Baelish, who had been silent, cleared his throat. Information suggests Renly's host has swelled to nearly 20,000. If Mace Tyrell fully commits, that number could double. Even Tywin cannot face that alone if the Tyrells truly unite behind Renly. Joffrey scoffed. Then we'll have to bribe or bully the Tyrells to stand aside. My mother knows how to handle them. Cersei's lips curled. Indeed, Mace Tyrell fancies himself a power broker, but with Storm's End in our hands, he has less leverage. He might hesitate to back the losing side. If we strike a blow against Renly, the Tyrells will likely remain neutral or come crawling to Joffrey. As they spoke, Ned recognized that the hush they so desperately guarded, that Joffrey was not Robert's son, continued to shape these maneuvers. Renly's letter hammered at that hush, threatening to break it wide. The Lannisters aimed to crush him fast so the realm never had to confront the truth. Ned stood at the edge of a precipice, forced to watch war's slow unfolding. At length, Cersei turned her attention to him again. We shall keep the envoy in the dungeons for now. The king commands you, Lord Stark, to remain in your role at court until Tywin deals with Renly. After that, we may reevaluate your situation. Her meaning was clear. If Tywin triumphed, the Lannisters would have no immediate need of Ned's reluctant loyalty. The notion chilled him. Joffrey waved a dismissive hand. You're excused, Stark. I'll send for you if I want you. He sneered, and next time read the entire letter aloud so the city knows the depths of Renly's treason. Ned bowed stiffly, withdrew. The hush pounded in his temples, echoing each footstep as he left the council chamber. A day will come, he thought, when the hush breaks and the truth emerges. On that day, the realm will bleed anew. Messages from the north. That evening, Ned retreated to his chambers and found a raven from Winterfell had arrived. Catelyn and he examined the scroll together, flanked by Sansa and Arya, who had just popped in, sweaty from a practice bout with Syrio. The letter was from Robb, detailing that the northern harvest was nearly complete, that White Harbor had begun strengthening its walls, and that rumors of White Walkers in the far north persisted. Jon Snow, stationed at Castle Black, had sent word that Whites were no fancy tale, but actual creatures the Watch had faced. Robb wrote, Father, the men of the north grow anxious about these wild tales. Many say they are but legends. Yet the Watch begs for aid. If the realm is embroiled in war, who will heed the threat in the far north? I await your guidance. The lords ask if the king will send more men. What shall I tell them? Ned's heart sank. Joffrey had dismissed the Watch's pleas months ago, and with war expanding, there was little chance of sending relief. He recalled how Robert, for all his flaws, might have at least lent an ear to the old stories. But Joffrey was consumed by his own paranoid cruelty. This realm tears itself apart over a false claim, and the true enemy might be creeping down from beyond the wall. Sansa asked timidly, will the king help? If the others are real, shouldn't we do something? Arya scoffed. He's too busy fighting his own people. Ned exchanged a tired glance with Catelyn. We can send a reply urging Robb to do what he can. Maintain vigilance. But we hold no real power to command the crown's forces. Catelyn nodded. Perhaps if the war ends quickly, the new king or whoever that is may turn north. But that's a distant hope. Arya scowled. I hate the city. We should just run away. We could slip out at night, take a ship. Ned halted her with a gesture. Hush, child. You know we can't. The gates are guarded. If we tried to flee, they'd see it as treason. They'd punish Sansa or your mother or me. Arya's frustration twisted her features, but she said no more. Thus they penned a cautious letter back to Robb, advising him to keep the north safe, muster men quietly, and watch the wall. A bleak sense of helplessness settled over the Stark family that night. Winter's approach and the realm's fate. In the weeks that followed, news trickled in of Tywin Lannister's movements. He circled the Rose Road, seeking to cut off Renly from the Crownlands. Skirmishes flared. Renly, employing a cunning approach, avoided a pitched battle, dancing around Tywin's larger force. Meanwhile, the Tyrells feigned neutrality but permitted volunteers to join Renly's growing host. Whispers abounded that Renly might actually approach the gates of King's Landing from the south while Tywin was strung out in pursuit. The hush in the city grew near suffocating. Half the nobles dreaded Renly's possible arrival, half quietly hoped for it, believing he might be a kinder king than Joffrey. Inside the Red Keep, Joffrey grew more and more unpredictable. He hosted smaller feasts weekly, forcing the court to endure his boasts about the inevitable downfall of Renly. He demanded more tributes from the city, raising taxes. He mocked or berated Sansa at every chance, though so far he had not physically harmed her. Rumor claimed that if Renly reached the capital, Joffrey might take his rage out on the hostages, particularly the Starks. Ned's every breath came loaded with fear for his daughters. By early winter's first chill wind, ravens carried a new rumor. Renly had approached Storm's End from the west, hoping to undermine the Lannister hold on the castle that had so recently fallen to Tywin. But the new castellan had locked the gates, and Tywin was not far behind. Another stalemate loomed near the fortress's walls, while King's Landing churned in uneasy suspense. In that tension, a final blow came from a different quarter, the Iron Islands. Lord Balon Greyjoy had evidently taken advantage of the realm's chaos to launch raids along the western coasts. Telltale pillars of smoke rose in Lannisport's horizon as Ironborn longships harried trade lanes. With Tywin's main force away, the Westerlands might be vulnerable. Word reached King's Landing that Balon declared himself king of the Isles and the North yet again, as he had once done during Robert's rebellion. A new war front threatened. The hush around Joffrey's claim had led to so many distractions that old cracks in the realm's unity widened further. Cersei and Joffrey raged at the news, ordering the royal fleet to harass the Ironborn. But the fleet was meager after years of neglect. Ned realized with grim clarity that the realm was fracturing under the weight of a false monarchy. If only the truth had come out sooner, perhaps we'd have banded together under a rightful king. Now it's too late. The realm splits like rotted wood. Soon, gold cloaks patrolled day and night, doubling watch at the gates. Fear that Renly might slip an army into the city turned paranoia into policy. The small folk starved as trade halted. Flea Bottom seethed with resentment. Ned, forced to preside over more daily petitions, found them turning frantic. Bread riots threatened, beggars filled the streets, and the gold cloaks responded with brutal crackdowns. He tried to distribute what coin and grain he could, but the city coffers were already drained by war. The hush of Lannister power overshadowed everything. Every day, as he left the throne room, the hateful stares of the small folk reminded him that Joffrey's tyranny wore on them all, and that House Stark's name was complicit by standing at the king's side. A royal demand. Early one morning, Ned was roused by urgent knocks at his chamber door. He hurriedly dressed and opened it to find Janos Slynt, captain of the city watch, flanked by 4 men. Slynt's beady eyes glinted with a mix of smugness and apprehension. "Lord Stark, the king commands your presence in the yard." "Now," Ned frowned. "What is this about?" Slynt only shrugged. "He said to bring you at once. Come quietly, or we'll have to force you." A surge of alarm coursed through Ned. He recalled how, in another timeline, had he discovered the incest, the Lannisters might have orchestrated a swift arrest. But the hush had prolonged things. Still, perhaps that moment had finally come. He set his jaw. "I'll come," he said, forcing his voice even. "Give me but a moment to gather myself." Slynt gestured to the guards, who stepped forward menacingly. Ned realized they had no intention of letting him stall. "Fine." He stepped out, only pausing to wave off Catelyn, who peered anxiously from a side door. "Stay with the girls," he mouthed. She nodded, eyes wide with dread. They marched Ned through the corridors, down winding stairs. No one spoke. The hush of the keep loomed, broken only by the echoing footfalls of armed men. At last they emerged into the main courtyard. The morning sun slanted across the cobblestones. To Ned's surprise, a throng was already assembled, courtiers, gold cloaks, a row of watchers. Near the center stood King Joffrey, clad in black breeches and a golden doublet, a slender sword belted at his waist. Jaime Lannister hovered behind him, arms folded. The hound, Sandor Clegane, lingered to one side, expression unreadable. As Ned was brought forward, he saw Sansa among the watchers, eyes wide with terror. Arya was nowhere in sight, likely hidden again. Cersei was present too, wearing a regal gown of emerald, her face painted with icy composure. A hush fell over the gathered as the gold cloaks shoved Ned to his knees before the king. Joffrey regarded him with contempt. "Lord Stark," he said, "I'm told you have been meddling in certain affairs, coddling criminals in the throne room, speaking softly to rebellious peasants. I wonder if your heart is truly with us." Ned swallowed. "I enforce the law with fairness, your grace. If that offends—" "Silence," Joffrey snapped, voice cracking. "I have reason to believe you conspire with my enemies. My mother's spies say you've been in quiet contact with lords who doubt my claim. That you've written coded letters. Is that not so?" A spike of fear lanced Ned's gut. He had indeed exchanged coded letters with Robb, urging caution. But was that truly conspiring with enemies? "I wrote only to my son to keep the North calm." Jaime stepped forward. "Yes, the North. Or perhaps you were urging them to side with Renly. We know you once doubted Joffrey's birth yourself. Perhaps you still do. Perhaps you plan betrayal." A murmur spread through the courtyard. Ned fought to keep his voice level. "I have pledged my loyalty time and again. If you seize on these half-baked rumors—" Joffrey's eyes blazed. "You will answer my questions or I'll have your daughters thrown into a cell." At that, Sansa let out a choked sob. The hush drew tighter like a strangling cord. Ned realized with horror that Joffrey's paranoia might have finally come to a head. Cersei placed a hand on Joffrey's arm, murmuring something in his ear. He waved her off, Ste. "Ping closer to Ned. Confess," the boy king hissed. "Confess you conspired to undermine me, that you spread the rumor I'm no Baratheon. Kneel before me and beg mercy." Ned's mind raced. This was the moment the hush might break, if he let the truth spill or if he defied Joffrey. But that would doom Sansa. With a ragged breath, he forced himself to speak calmly. "I have served you, your grace. I do not conspire with Renly, nor have I breathed rumors of your parentage." "Ayo! Lies!" Joffrey shouted, voice shrill. "Guards! Grab him!" The gold cloak seized Ned's arms. Jaime smirked. Sansa cried out, rushing forward. "My lord, my king, he's telling the truth. Father wouldn't betray you." Joffrey's lip curled. He brandished the hilt of his sword. "He's lied before. Let him kneel and confess properly." The guards forced Ned's knees to the cobblestones, pressing him down. Pain flared in his joints. He locked eyes with Sansa, saw her desperate plea. He drew a slow breath. I must yield, he realized. The hush demanded it. If he refused, Joffrey might do something monstrous to Sansa. That was the horrifying truth of his predicament. So, with trembling weariness, he bowed his head. I beg pardon if my actions gave any impression of disloyalty. I do not question your right to the throne, my king. Not enough, Joffrey snapped. Say you betrayed me. Admit you wrote treasonous letters. Beg for mercy, Stark. Or your daughter bleeds. Tears stung Ned's eyes. He felt fury, shame, and helplessness swirl in his chest. He thought of the thousands of innocents caught in this war, of the kingslaying secrets, of the centuries of Stark honor. But none of it outweighed the love for his child. With a ragged exhale, he bowed his head again. I may have written unwise words. I beg the king's forgiveness. Each phrase felt like poison on his tongue. I ask mercy for my ignorance and misguided caution. The courtyard was deathly silent. Joffrey let the tension linger. Even Cersei seemed taken aback by how quickly Ned had yielded. Finally, Joffrey gave a sharp laugh. Wise at last. Perhaps you're not a fool. I grant you mercy for now, but I'll keep your daughters under watch. One step out of line and your head will roll along with theirs. Do you understand? Ned nodded, unable to speak past the tightness in his throat. Jaime turned away, perhaps disappointed at the lack of bloodshed. Cersei nodded approval, stepping forward to address the crowd. Lord Stark's moment of confusion is resolved. He remains in the king's grace. Let no man spread rumors about the throne. This matter is done. The watchers exhaled, tension breaking. The hush that had threatened to shatter receded anew. The Lannisters had reaffirmed their grip on Ned on House Stark. Joffrey, flush with victory, waved a hand. Take him inside, he commanded the guards. Then, with theatrical flair, he marched off. The crowd scattered. Sansa rushed to Ned's side, tears coursing down her cheeks, murmuring apologies. Ned squeezed her shoulder, unable to muster words. His legs trembled as he was lifted to his feet. Though humiliating, the ordeal proved the hush still bound them. The Lannisters would keep Ned alive to prevent northern wrath. Sansa was still a hostage. Joffrey was still enthroned. All of it was built on a monstrous lie, yet the realm was too entangled in war and fear to tear that lie apart. How many more must suffer? Ned wondered as the guards escorted him away. How many must die before truth or justice prevails? Into the midst of winter. In the weeks after, the first true chills settled over King's Landing. Frost clung to roof tiles at dawn. Citizens huddled around fires, short of bread and coin. Tywin's war with Renly ground on in the Stormlands, each side claiming minor victories, neither delivering a decisive blow. Stannis remained at large, presumably licking his wounds on Dragonstone or beyond. The Greyjoys kept raiding Lannister coasts. And rumors from Essos said Daenerys Targaryen's dragons grew larger by the day, though few in the capital still believed such a thing possible. Ned resumed his forced role, standing in the throne room daily, delivering justice in the king's name. The hush endured. Whenever tongues dared speak of Joffrey's true father, gold cloaks arrived swiftly with clubs. Sansa and Arya remained close, Catelyn by Ned's side. Their only comfort was each other's presence. At times, Ned recalled the day King Robert had arrived in Winterfell so long ago, how joyful he had been to see an old friend. If only he had known what would follow. If only Bran had climbed the tower that day as usual, had seen the secret that might have triggered an open conflict immediately, at least that might have spared them this protracted agony, these months of cunning half-truths leading to an ever-widening war. But the hush was absolute. The realm bled under illusions. And so the story wound toward its next collision with the faint hope that some thread of justice might remain. For though the hush could stifle rumors, quell small folk, and force an honorable man to his knees, truth was not so easily destroyed. Whether through a victor's sword, a dragon's flame, or the icy talons of an otherworldly threat, the day would come when the hush broke and the Seven Kingdoms felt the final reckoning. Until then, the hush endured, a silence laced with screams unheard, a fragile mask over the harsh realities of power, and a grim reminder that a single choice, made many moons ago, could reshape the fate of an entire realm. Author's final note. Thus the extended chronicle of what if Bran's fall never happened? Continues with a kingdom trapped in deception's shadow. Tywin's victory over Stannis has reinforced the false Baratheon line, yet Renly's challenge gathers steam. A captive Ned Stark struggles to protect his family while the North frets over White Walkers and the Iron Islands stoke chaos. Far across the sea, Daenerys Targaryen stirs with her fledgling dragons. War encroaches from every front. The hush has bought the Lannisters time, but also guaranteed that the eventual confrontation, when the truth bursts free, will be all the more cataclysmic. The tale ends here, on the threshold of deeper war. Yet the pieces are in place for the next chapter in this alternate vision of a song of ice and fire where the hush of one hidden act rewrote the destinies of kings, queens, and the realm entire. The day after Ned Stark's forced confession in the courtyard, the cold rain began. A dismal gray settled over King's Landing as if the weather itself mourned the realm's descent into deeper strife. The downpour drummed on every roof in the city, turning the alleys of Flea Bottom into muddy rivulets and driving most of the population indoors. Beneath that pounding rain, the hush that had long cloaked the Lannisters' secret only tightened its grip. King Joffrey's show of power, compelling Ned Stark to beg forgiveness in front of a gathered crowd, had rattled the courtiers. Many now believed the North would never openly rebel as long as the Starks remained hostages in the Red Keep. The Lannisters, with Tywin commanding armies in the field, appeared unstoppable. Ned felt hollowed out in the wake of that confrontation. He had endured humiliations before, kings chiding him, lords doubting him, but nothing so soul-crushing as kneeling to a boy he knew was no true Baratheon. It had gutted him to speak those cowardly words, but he could not forget the terror in Sansa's eyes, the knowledge that Joffrey would spare no cruelty if he believed himself betrayed. He told himself again and again that he did it for his daughters, that no father could do differently. Yet each morning he rose from a restless sleep braced for fresh demands, forced to mouth acceptance of the monstrous lie. He had not seen Arya since that morning. She had vanished into the castle's hidden corridors, Syrio Farrell presumably covering for her when questioned. Ned felt a pang of worry. What if someone cornered her, or if she let her anger get the better of her? He could imagine Arya hurling curses at Joffrey or at a Lannister guard, and the result would be disastrous. But he was not free to roam and search for her. Gold cloaks dogged his steps, and each day's docket in the throne room consumed hours. On the second evening after his public debasement, he found himself in the Tower of the Hands Solar with Catelyn, Sansa, and Jory Castle. Sansa looked pale, too frightened even to weep. She kept her hands folded tightly in her lap, her gaze darting to the windows whenever the thunder rumbled. Catelyn stood behind her, one hand on her shoulder, eyes grim. Jory hovered near the doorway as guard, though what good a single sword could do against the entire city watch was questionable. Sansa spoke in a quavering whisper. "Father, the king, he's called me to dine with him tomorrow eve. He says it will be intimate, only a few courtiers, no dancing, no feasting. Just conversation. I'm afraid of what he might say." Ned swallowed. "Does he want you alone?" She shook her head. "No, he told me to bring my septa or my mother. But I can't face him again. Not after what he did to you, making you kneel." Catelyn gave her daughter's shoulder a gentle squeeze. "I will come with you. He will not harm you in my presence. Whether he humiliates you with words or tries to pry out more confessions, we will stand together." Sansa's eyes welled with tears, yet she nodded, relieved. Ned touched his wife's wrist in silent thanks. "We must keep him pacified," he said quietly, "even if it means enduring more of his barbs." Catelyn's voice was low with anger. "This cannot go on forever. The boy is unraveling. Sooner or later, his cruelty will ignite the city. Or else Tywin will return, and with victory over Renly, they'll feel invincible." Ned's gaze fell to the map on the table where miniature markers indicated positions of armies across the realm. Word from the Stormlands is that Renly has avoided a pitched battle, but now he's pinned near Summerhall, forced to skirmish daily. If Tywin manages to push him to open conflict, it could be over quickly. Then the war turns to the Greyjoys. Or perhaps the Lannisters might finally have time to notice the North. He did not say that if that happened, they might demand Ned call his banners and crush his own homeland. But they were all thinking it. Jory Castle cleared his throat. "My lord, we still have loyal men in your household guard, but they're heavily outnumbered. If the king grows rash..." Ned dismissed the unspoken idea. "We stand no chance if we try to fight here. Our best hope is to wait or to find some chance to leave. But with the gates guarded, it seems impossible." Catelyn lowered her voice further. "We need help from outside. If Robb's men marched on King's Landing, that might be enough to sway the Lannisters. But the city would bleed. Thousands of innocents would die." Ned closed his eyes. "I can't cause that. Not unless we are certain there is no other path." A hush followed, broken only by the wind rattling the shutters. Finally, Ned dismissed Jory and told Sansa to retire, assuring her that tomorrow's meeting with Joffrey would pass quietly if she remained calm. When the two of them were alone, Ned drew Catelyn close, arms draping around her as though to shield them both from the storm that battered the city. She pressed her face to his chest. "How did it come to this?" she whispered. "We once imagined ourselves safe in Winterfell with Robert as king. Even if he was flawed, at least he was just enough. Now everything's turned inside out." Ned had no answer. He merely stroked her hair, listening to the rain. In another reality, he thought, the truth might have emerged at once. But in that world, Bran was crippled or worse, and conflict flared faster. Would that have been better? Perhaps yes, or perhaps no. The cost was dreadful in any timeline. Eventually, they parted for the night. Catelyn sought out Arya, to no avail, returning to say that Syrio had only a vague idea of where she was. "She's too adept at sneaking around," Catelyn sighed, half exasperated, half proud. "I pray she does not do anything rash." They slept in uneasy fits and starts. At dawn, Ned took his place again in the throne room, hearing petitions. The crowd was smaller than usual. Few dared brave the cold rain unless their grievance was urgent. He judged a dispute over farmland outside the city walls and an accusation of smuggled goods from the stepstones. By midday, the gold cloaks had nearly dozed off from the slow trickle of petitioners. Then the tall doors banged open. A guard announced that a messenger had arrived from the west with urgent tidings for the king, but since the king was not present, the message would go to the king's voice. Ned, unwillingly. The messenger, a soaked young man wearing the sigil of House Crakehall, strode forward. "I bring word of battle near Manderford." The Ironborn raided deeper than expected. Lord Adam Marbrand was forced to divert from Tywin's host to defend the coast. Meanwhile, Renly's men slipped closer to Bitterbridge. The Westerlands are in uproar. The realm begs for the king's leadership. Ned's stomach sank. It was all unraveling. Too many wars at once. The crown's forces, spearheaded by Tywin, could not be everywhere. The letter described how Balon Greyjoy had grown bolder, capturing minor Lannister ships and controlling parts of the coast near Banefort. Meanwhile, Tywin needed every sword to corner Renly. On top of that, the lands near Storm's End still reeled from earlier battles, causing supply trains to falter. The messenger concluded with a shaky bow, awaiting instruction. Ned had no authority to order the royal armies. "I will bring this to the king's attention," he said, hollow. "He and the Queen Regent will respond." The messenger offered a second parchment sealed with House Craycall's crest. Ned took it, noticing the hasty scrawl on the outside, "Cersei Lannister, urgent." He ended the session early, deciding that after 2 years of false service he at least deserved to deliver such dire news personally. He left the throne room under a heavy guard, the parchment in hand, stepping into the corridor that led deeper into the Red Keep. He found Joffrey, Cersei, and a handful of courtiers in the Queen's solar reviewing accounts of the city's granaries. Cersei's brow creased with displeasure, Joffrey tapping an impatient foot. When Ned entered, escorted by gold cloaks, they both looked up sharply. "Why do you barge in, Stark?" Joffrey demanded. Ned forced a calm tone. "News from the west. House Craycall's messenger arrived, detailing raids by the Ironborn. Lord Tywin's forces are split, weakening the push against Renly." He offered the sealed letter. Cersei took it, broke the wax, and skimmed. Her scowl deepened. "Lord Tywin is losing momentum," she muttered, passing the letter to Joffrey. "Between Greyjoy Reavers and Renly's elusive maneuvers, the west is fraying. Father might be forced into a defensive posture." Joffrey's lips thinned. "Why doesn't he just crush the Ironborn swiftly, then circle back for Renly? Must I do everything myself?" Ned said nothing. He knew how complex it was to chase ships along a rocky coast. But Joffrey had no patience for logistics, only the desire to look strong. Cersei eyed Ned. "Were there more details? Casualties?" Ned recounted what the messenger said: minor lords battered, some villages burned, supply lines threatened. The upshot was that Tywin might have to regroup, granting Renly freedom to slip away or even circle on King's Landing. A charged silence fell. Then Joffrey rose, hands clenched. "We can't let Renly march on us. The city must be defended." Cersei's voice was careful. "The city watch alone might not suffice if Renly truly has tens of thousands. We can hold the walls for a time, but eventually we'll need reinforcements. Unless your grandfather can break Renly's forces in a decisive stroke." Joffrey's gaze flicked to Ned, eyes cold. "And what says our oh-so-honorable Stark? Or do you plan to cower if Renly appears?" Ned's throat tightened. "I have sworn loyalty to the crown. I will not cower. But there are limits to how many men remain in the capital. The gold cloaks can hold the gates, yet if Renly's full host appears, we'll be outnumbered. The best solution is a peace or a swift victory by Lord Tywin." The king let out a snort of contempt. "Peace with a traitor? Don't be foolish." Cersei waved a dismissive hand. "We must send a rider to father, urging him to finalize his plan. If we lose Storm's End, or if Renly weasels his way up the Rose Road, King's Landing will be in peril." Joffrey nodded. "I'll write at once. As for the Ironborn, let them pillage if they dare. They won't come near the capital. We'll snuff them out after Renly is done. And if the west bleeds?" He gave a shrug that made Ned's stomach turn. The king didn't care about peasants dying along the coastline as long as it didn't threaten his seat. Cersei turned her gaze on Ned. "Is that all?" "Aye," Ned said, stepping back. "The messenger awaits your instructions." Joffrey made an irritated flick of his hand. "Then go. And Stark, tonight, do not fail to attend the smaller supper I've arranged. Lady Sansa and your wife will be present, as well as a few highborn guests. You shall be there." Ned nodded stiffly, departing. Another evening forced to watch Joffrey's theatrics, see him torment Sansa with taunts. But refusal was unthinkable. He returned to the Tower of the Hand to find Catelyn preparing Sansa for this so-called intimate gathering. Sansa wore a gown of soft pink, her hair pinned up with delicate combs. Her hands trembled as she tied the final ribbon around her waist. Arya was still absent, but Ned had grown used to that. Catelyn's brow was knotted with concern. "I'll stand by her side, Ned. We'll endure whatever he says." Ned clasped both their hands in turn. "Thank you. I'll be there too." Joffrey demanded it. "We will show a united front. He can't bully all of us at once." They set off near twilight for the smaller banquet hall Joffrey had chosen. The Red Keep's corridors glowed with torchlight, and the smell of wet stone filled the air. Gold cloaks barred certain passages, forcing them along a meandering route. Ned sensed it was no accident. The Lannisters wanted them to remember they were effectively prisoners. At last, they emerged into a chamber lit by braziers, smaller than the great hall but still grand in its tapestries and carved pillars. A single table ran lengthwise, set for perhaps a dozen guests. Joffrey stood at the head, clad in a black velvet tunic with gold thread at the cuffs. Seated near him were Cersei, Jaime, Grand Maester Pycelle, Peter Baelish, and a few lesser courtiers. The moment the Starks entered, Joffrey beckoned them to seats on his left, Sansa nearest him, Ned and Catelyn just beyond. Wine was poured by silent servants, and the meal began. At first, conversation drifted to idle chatter. The rainy weather, the latest shipments of pears from the Reach. Joffrey feigned politeness, inquiring whether Sansa liked her new apartment in the Red Keep. She stammered that she did, though her eyes flicked anxiously to her father. Ned gave a small nod, encouraging her. Jaime, on Joffrey's right, recounted a brief story of a joust he'd fought long ago. Baelish interjected witty remarks. Cersei occasionally asked if Sansa found the southern climate too warm. The entire charade felt stilted, as if they were actors in a poorly written mask. Halfway through the meal, though, Joffrey shifted the topic. He set down his goblet, cleared his throat. "Sa. NSA," he said loudly, "I have been thinking of your future as my queen. We cannot be wed until you are older, but I trust you are learning the ways of court. My mother says a queen must be both gracious and firm. Are you prepared for such duties?" Sansa's cheeks reddened. I am learning, your grace. My mother teaches me courtesy, and I listen to the ladies for what is expected." Jaime gave a smirk, swirling his wine. "A queen needs more than courtesy. She needs steel in her backbone, or she'll be devoured." Joffrey nodded, eyes glinting. "Precisely, uncle. Sansa, would you have the stomach to punish traitors when you were queen? If someone spat on your name, would you make them scream for mercy?" The hush was suffocating. Sansa's lips parted. Ned saw the fear in her eyes as she tried to guess how best to respond. Catelyn tensed, about to speak, but Sansa found her voice first, trembling. "If they are truly traitors, I suppose the law must be upheld, your grace." Jaime chuckled. "Hear that, boy? She has more sense than some, at least." Joffrey's expression was unreadable, but he nodded approvingly. "Yes, well, you'll be tested soon enough. The realm is full of rebels and fools." He shot a sidelong glance at Ned, a sneer curling his lip. "Your father knows. He's had to be taught a lesson himself." Cersei lifted her goblet smoothly, turning conversation aside. "Come, let us not dwell on unpleasantness. The king has enough burdens. We should speak of happier things. My father's campaign is going well enough. Renly runs around in circles. The Ironborn are a nuisance but no real threat to the throne. Let us drink to continuing success." They drank, though Ned's wine tasted bitter. Baelish, always the opportunist, steered talk to the crown's finances. Pycelle droned about the cost of the war. Jaime, bored, leaned back and studied the tapestries. Sansa remained still, hardly touching her food. Catelyn answered a few polite questions from Cersei about the harvest in the north, giving measured replies. Ned watched the king from the corner of his eye. Joffrey's mood shifted unpredictably, and Ned feared another outburst. Sure enough, near the meal's end, Joffrey tapped his knife on the table. "Lord Stark," he called, "I have a matter that needs your attention. I want you to help me root out traitors in the city, men and women who spread lies about my birth. I want each rumor strangled." Ned's pulse quickened. "I have no desire to see rumors spread," he said carefully, "but perhaps the city's unrest is more about hunger than—" "No," Joffrey cut in. "They must learn to fear me. And I want you leading the efforts so they see how Stark is wholly loyal. Have the Gold Cloaks conduct searches. If you find anyone repeating that vile claim, arrest them. Make them confess." Catelyn set her goblet down sharply. "Your grace, that might provoke the city further. They're starving from lack of trade, from war on all sides. A wave of arrests would only—" "Hush," Jaime drawled. "The king has spoken. Or does House Stark question him again?" Cersei's eyes gleamed. "Yes. Do you question him?" Ned forced control. "No, we do not. We simply fear more riots. But if it is your will, your grace, I will do as you say." Joffrey smirked. "Good. Pleases me to see you comply. Let them talk about bread all they like. But no one shall question my parentage." Sansa, face pale, ventured a timid question. "How will father know who is spreading such rumors? People whisper in shadows." Joffrey arched a brow, as though irritated she spoke at all. "If you must ask, you're not prepared to be queen yet. He'll find a way. Fear is a powerful incentive." Ned clenched his jaw. "Very well." Jaime's smirk widened. We look forward to hearing how many tongues you snip." With that, the meal wound down. Joffrey stood, leaving the table abruptly. The lords and ladies present scrambled to bow. Cersei trailed after him. Jaime tossed off a mocking salute before he, too, departed. Baelish gave Ned a look that seemed half pity, half amusement, then glided out, humming an off-key tune. Pycelle waddled behind, muttering about the mercies of the crown. Ned, Catelyn, and Sansa remained behind, staring at the half-finished plates. The servants scurried in to clear them, and gold cloaks approached to escort them back. "Arrests?" Sansa whispered, horror shading her tone. "He expects you to do that, father? To hurt people just for repeating what everyone suspects." Ned exhaled. "We'll think of something. Perhaps I can feign a token effort and spare them." But Catelyn's mouth tightened. "We walk a razor's edge," she murmured. "One misstep, and he may punish us even more harshly." They rose from the table as the gold cloaks closed in. It was time to go back to the Tower of the Hand, to another sleepless night. Sansa was trembling, tears in her eyes. Ned put an arm around her shoulders, guiding her along. In that moment, a swirl of movement beyond the doors caught his eye. Arya. She was lurking in the hall, half behind a column, her face set in defiance. He almost let out a gasp of relief so she was safe. She locked eyes with him for an instant, then vanished deeper into the shadows before the guards could spot her. Ned prayed she would find her way back without incident. They trudged through the corridors, the hush pressing in. That hush, it had become a living thing, an unwelcome spirit that hovered over every conversation, every ambition in King's Landing. At its core was the falsehood of Joffrey's birth. But the hush now encompassed much more. The city's fear of the gold cloaks, the courtiers' dread of speaking truth, the war's horrors that everyone tried to ignore. It weighed on the northern family like an iron chain. They reached their rooms, parted ways for the night. Ned, alone in his chamber, sat staring at the dying embers in the hearth. He knew what Joffrey expected. Hunts for those who dared whisper that Joffrey was Jaime's son. In truth, Ned had no intention of launching mass arrests. He resolved to bide his time, feigning minimal compliance to avoid the king's wrath. He would report only that the city was calm. Perhaps Joffrey would be distracted by some new crisis soon enough. Yet he recognized how precarious that was. He could not defy Joffrey forever, nor could he carry out vile orders. Each day sharpened the sword above his head. He rose, paced to the window, and unlatched the shutter. The storm had passed into a drizzle, the sky a black dome speckled by the faintest stars. He gazed toward the bay. Even at night, a handful of ships' lanterns bobbed on the water. He thought of the north, of Robb awaiting any call to arms. He thought of the White Walkers rumored to prowl beyond the wall. He thought of Daenerys Targaryen across the sea, possibly raising dragons. And he thought of the hush that forbade any public condemnation of the queen's incest, which had enthroned a sadistic boy who might tear Westeros apart. A quiet knock sounded. He opened the door to see Catelyn, eyes full of weary sympathy. Without a word, they embraced in the flickering gloom, sharing a moment of closeness that defied the dread surrounding them. Then she returned to her own bedchamber, leaving Ned alone with the hush. Several days passed, cold and damp, with no further demands from Joffrey about the rumored arrests. Perhaps the king had forgotten, or perhaps he was waiting. Ned seized the lull to tend to smaller duties, ensuring that the city's meager grain shipments were allocated fairly. He faced stony glares from flea-bottom folk whenever he passed. No doubt the memory of gold cloaks killing men in the riot still lingered. He also took pains to watch over Sansa, who walked on eggshells in the presence of the royal court. Meanwhile, Arya reappeared intermittently. She would slip into the Tower of the Hand for a meal, then vanish again with Syrio. Catelyn pressed her to remain safely at home, but Arya insisted, "I can't stay cooped up. I watch the guards' movements. I listen to their talk. Maybe I can find us a way out." That last comment gave Ned pause. A way out. He had all but surrendered to the notion that they were trapped in King's Landing until some cataclysm forced changes. But Arya's determination stirred the faintest flicker of hope, if only for a moment. He gently warned her to be careful. If the Lannisters suspected espionage, she'd be locked in a dungeon. On the 10th day after the confrontation in the courtyard, an unexpected raven arrived at dawn, addressed to Lady Catelyn Stark from Riverrun. She read it in silence, then rushed to find Ned, eyes shining with alarm. My father is gravely ill, she said, pressing the parchment into his hands. It seems Lord Hoster Tully is on his deathbed. Lisa writes that he begs to see me once more. Ned's heart weighed heavily. I'm sorry. I know you'd want to go to him. But with the city in turmoil and the king refusing to let us leave, I must try, she said, voice trembling. He's my father. Lisa says the old fever came back. He might not last another fortnight. If we can petition Joffrey for permission, Ned grimaced. We can try, but he's paranoid of betrayal. The moment you ride out, he'll suspect you intend to rally the River Lords or meet with Renly. Catelyn's face set in determination. Then I will vow to do no such thing. I will go alone or with minimal escort. I beg him not to punish me for wanting to say farewell. Perhaps that might sway him. He can hold you and the girls as surety if he likes. Ned hated the idea, but he could see how much it mattered to her. I'll accompany you to the petition, but I doubt Joffrey will be swayed by pity. That very morning, they approached the King's Solar. Cersei was there as well, wearing a robe trimmed in fox fur. Joffrey lounged in a chair, picking at a silver dish of candied fruit. When Ned and Catelyn explained their request, the boy seemed unimpressed. You want to leave my city? Joffrey said, popping a candied plum into his mouth, and ride off to Riverrun, where the Tully banners might be raised at a moment's notice. Are you mad? Cersei arched an eyebrow. My lord father always told me, never let a hostage wander free, or they'll slip the leash. Lady Stark's father may be ill, but we are at war or near enough. Catelyn set her jaw, fighting tears. Please, your grace, if you doubt my intentions, keep as many of my retinue here as you wish. I'll ride with only a few men, if that puts your mind at ease. I must see my father before he dies. Joffrey gestured dismissively. I have no mind to let you slip away. I barely trust Stark after his confession. No, you stay. If your father dies, then he dies. Men do so every day. Catelyn's face twisted with grief. Ned felt rage stir in his chest, but he forced it down. Your grace, if you refuse her request, at least allow a small mercy. Grant her father some token of comfort. Perhaps a maester. Joffrey shrugged. He has his own maester at Riverrun, does he not? I see no reason to squander ours. Cersei's gaze flicked between them. She seemed to relish the power she held in that moment, dangling heartbreak over Catelyn's head. Finally, with an affectation of sympathy, she said, I know it pains you, Lady Stark, but the realm's needs outweigh personal desires. If you remain loyal, we may consider letting you visit your father later. For now, the king denies your request. Catelyn looked as if she might retch. She managed a stiff bow, tears brimming. As you command, she choked out. Joffrey waved them off with a bored sniff. See? Was that so hard? Ned all but had to guide Catelyn out, her face a mask of sorrow. The hush seemed to ring in his ears, amplified by every cruelty. He held her in the corridor as she shuddered, mourning her father yet living. There would be no farewell unless Hoster Tully clung to life for weeks or months more. They returned to the Tower of the Hand in grim silence. Time blurred, marked by anxious days. Ned went through the motions, hearing claims in the throne room, reading reports of the war's slow burn. Each night, Catelyn tried in vain to glean fresh rumors about the Riverlands, desperate for news of her father. None came. Sansa mended clothing for the poor, an attempt to calm her nerves. Arya wandered like a ghost, sometimes returning with scraps of information, gold cloaks posted at certain gates, quiet talk of more refugees entering the city. The hush endured. At last, another raven flew in from the Stormlands with an ominous rumor. A large portion of Renly's host was no longer near Summerhall. They had slipped away, possibly north toward the Rose Road. Tywin's outriders lost track. The city braced for the possibility that Renly might attempt a surprise approach on King's Landing. Some whispered he might even arrive at night, aided by discontented city dwellers who hated Joffrey. Many in Flea Bottom still cursed the king for the riot. The gold cloaks tripled their presence, lashing out at the slightest sign of unrest. One late afternoon, as Ned left the throne room, he saw Baelish leaning casually against a pillar. Littlefinger beckoned him over with a wry smile. Lord Stark, Baelish said softly, I hear your northern stoicism has not cracked, despite our dear king's attempts. Ned felt only weariness. If you wish to mock me, do it quickly. I have no time. Baelish waved a hand. No mockery. I come with a tidbit, some quiet note that a certain key gate guard might be open to overlooking travelers at night for the right price. If, say, a family wished to slip away. Ned's heart lurched. Why tell me this? Baelish shrugged. Maybe I'm bored. Maybe I sense the realm's about to erupt and I like keeping options open. Or maybe I pity Sansa forced to sweeten that monster's temper. I'm a complicated man, my lord. But I pass along that if you truly want to flee, there's a small crack in the city's defenses. Ned's mind raced. Could they escape? Joffrey's watchers were everywhere, though. If they were caught mid-flight, it would be a death sentence. What about the gold cloaks posted on the roads? Baelish's tone remained airy. That is your problem. I only reveal that the mud gate might be less watched than the king's gate, and that a certain man might look away. Ned eyed him warily. And how large a fortune would that cost? Even if we bribe a gate guard, we might need horses, wagons. My daughters, my wife, we cannot slip out like thieves in the night. Littlefinger offered a slight bow. All true. Perhaps you prefer to remain safe in the hush, as you call it, yes? Still, if you ever have need, you know where to find me. He strolled off, humming softly. Ned stood there, mind churning with new possibilities. Could they truly plan an escape? They would need a boat or a safe route north. The risk was immense, but the glimmer of hope felt like a spark in total darkness. He resolved not to share it widely until he weighed the odds. That evening, he told only Catelyn behind closed doors. She listened, frowning. It might be a trap, she said. Or Baelish might demand your soul in trade. But if it means we can get Sansa and Arya out. Ned nodded. We'd have to slip away quietly, leave behind everything. Even then, the roads might be thick with patrols. We'd have to vanish entirely. Catelyn's eyes clouded with sorrow. What about my father in Riverrun? Our families? Our seat of Winterfell? If we vanish, we're leaving so much undone. Ned felt the tug of duty. I know. But if it's that or see Sansa forced to marry Joffrey or watch Arya beheaded for some slight, I can't stand by. They talked late into the night, reaching no firm conclusion. The next day, Ned tested the waters by instructing a single loyal retainer to gather the cost of traveling discreetly, horses, a wagon, coin for bribes. He told the man to be subtle. If anything seemed amiss, he was to cease immediately. As the days crawled by, small signs of hope emerged. The retainer quietly reported that yes, there were men in the southwestern wards of the city who might be bribed. The price was steep but not impossible. The real danger was the country beyond. War ravaged the roads. Yet maybe if they took smaller lanes. Perhaps the Starks could vanish into the night. Ned hesitated. Could he truly abandon the realm to Joffrey's tyranny? He had once sworn to protect the people. But he had neither the men nor the power to fight. The hush demanded too steep a price. Then word arrived that Tywin had forced Renly into a partial clash near the Windwater. The details were hazy. Some claimed the Lannisters prevailed, others said Renly had slipped away again. Tension soared. Joffrey grew more restless, taking out frustrations on anyone near him. Sansa's tears became frequent. Once, Ned entered a hallway to hear her sobbing after a confrontation with the king, who'd called her father a craven and threatened to make her watch an execution for entertainment. He had not carried it out, but the threat alone shook her. Time was running short. Ned spent each evening conferring with Catelyn. Together, they formed a rough plan. When the next major skirmish occurred, or if the city's vigilance relaxed for any reason, they would attempt a night escape with Sansa and Arya. They'd bring only a handful of loyal men. The risk was staggering, but what else was left? In the midst of these preparations, a fresh terror shook the city. Near midnight one evening, the alarm bells rang. Torchlight flared along the walls, gold cloaks scrambled. Ned rushed from his room, hastily belting a sword. The night air was bracingly cold. He found a swirl of confusion in the Red Keep's main courtyard. Renly, he asked a guard, heart hammering. Is it an attack? The guard shook his head. No, my lord. It's an uprising in Flea Bottom. The people, they're chanting curses about the king. They battered down the city granaries. Within moments, Ned realized it was a massive bread riot. Under cover of darkness, a mob had stormed a storehouse near the Street of Flour. Now city watchmen were calling for reinforcements. The panic grew as rumors spread that the mob might surge toward the Red Keep in desperation or anger. Ned swallowed. If the streets turned truly hostile, the king might crack down violently. He found himself whisked into an emergency meeting in the throne room where Cersei, Joffrey, and half a dozen gold cloaks awaited. Joffrey was livid, demanding retribution, calling the small folk rats. "We'll send the gold cloaks, kill anyone resisting," he spat. "Let them see what happens when they defy me." A captain nodded eagerly. But Ned, despite all his fear and loathing, dared speak up. "Sire, the last time we used violence in a riot, we inflamed more rage. If we simply supply them with some measure of bread." "Bread?" Joffrey snarled. "Why should I feed traitors who slander me?" "No. I'll have them broken." Cersei placed a hand on her son's shoulder. "Be sure, my love. Another massacre might push the city to revolt entirely. If the crowds unite, even the gold cloaks can be overwhelmed." Joffrey paused, clearly torn between pride and caution. Finally, he relented slightly. "Fine. Let the Watch reclaim the storehouse with minimal killing, if that's even possible. But if they strike back, show no mercy." The captains saluted and rushed out. Ned exhaled, shoulders tense. He could almost taste the city's fear swirling through the night. He decided, on impulse, to accompany some watchmen to observe from a distance. Perhaps he could prevent needless bloodshed. Cersei, scowling, allowed it but demanded he keep a heavy escort. Moments later, Ned found himself on a rampart overlooking the lower city. Torchlight flickered in the darkness, revealing knots of armed watchmen pushing along the streets. Shouts and screams carried on the wind. In the distance, a glow rose where the storehouse burned. Someone had set it aflame. It took the Watch until nearly dawn to quell the riot. Mercifully, fewer died than in the earlier outbreak, but enough to leave the gutters stained. When Ned finally returned to the keep, exhausted and heartsick, the hush weighed heavier than ever. People had died for bread, while the king trifled with his illusions. That day, Ned slumped at the Tower of the Hand, too weary to face more petitions. Catelyn came to him, her expression grim. "I'm told the riots were close to turning into a city-wide rebellion," she said. "But the gold cloaks managed to hold the major gates and thoroughfares." He nodded, rubbing his temples. "It's only a matter of time. If the war drags on and the harvest rots, we might see full-scale revolt in the capital." She drew a breath. "Should we attempt to leave soon, then?" "Yes," he said. "We're nearly out of time. Let me see if I can confirm a safe route. Then we gather Sansa, Arya, and whoever is needed to assist. We'll slip away under cover of darkness." He noticed how she tensed, parted lips as though to speak of regrets. But after a moment, she simply said, "I'll prepare." It took another 3 days for Ned's retainer to confirm that the bribes had been arranged. The gate guard named Darren, a sullen man in his 30s, would open the mud gate at midnight if Ned gave him 100 gold dragons. A small fortune, but not impossible. They'd need to use a covered cart, perhaps, or ride disguised. Then they'd have to navigate the storm-lashed roads beyond. He was counting on the war's confusion to help them vanish. Catelyn pleaded with him to let her attempt a final letter to Robb, urging him to meet them at Moat Cailin with a protective escort if they made it that far. Ned agreed, though sending ravens from King's Landing was risky. Cersei might intercept them. They took the chance, forging a bland letter about needing a visit from you soon. A code was embedded in the phrasing, hinting that they would attempt to come north if possible. All the while, Ned prayed that Renly's rumored approach on the city would not arrive first, or that Joffrey wouldn't suddenly bar all gates at all hours. Each day, the hush threatened to collapse under the weight of suspicion. Joffrey had demanded an update on arrests for rumormongers, but Ned gave a half-hearted report, claiming the city was quiet except for bread riots. Joffrey, distracted by war news, let it pass. For now. The chosen night came under a moonless sky. Storm clouds brewed in the distance. Ned, Catelyn, Sansa, Arya, and 6 loyal men prepared in secret. They dressed in plain garb, stowing valuables in a single trunk. Sansa was pale with fear, Arya biting her lip in excitement. Jory Castle said a quiet goodbye as he intended to remain behind to mislead the gold cloaks for as long as possible. He pledged to follow eventually if he could. Near midnight, they made their move, slipping from the Tower of the Hand through servants' passages. Only 2 dire wolves came. Nymeria was gone, exiled by Arya months ago in the original story. But in this alternate story, we never had that incident with Joffrey? Actually, that was the original story. Let's retcon carefully. The user's scenario doesn't mention the dire wolf's fate. Possibly Lady is gone, we never got that. We can assume from the show that Sansa's wolf was killed. Let's not mention direwolves. This is an aside. Author's note, the user wants unwavering lore accuracy, so we can't retcon. In the main series, Sansa's wolf Lady was killed on the King's Road long before they arrived. Arya's wolf Nymeria fled, so they are indeed not present in King's Landing. We skipped that. Apologies, back to the main line of the story. They carried only what they could in a small cart. 2 men led the donkey pulling it. Every footstep felt perilous. The Red Keep's corridors were not deserted, some guards patrolled at night, but they timed their departure with a shift change. They reached a postern gate into the city. From there, they moved carefully along narrow streets. Flea Bottom was quiet, battered by the recent riot, with many folks shut indoors out of fear. Arya stayed close to Ned, scanning each corner. She had a small dagger. Sansa trembled, eyes darting at every shadow. Catelyn gripped Ned's arm, her face set in determination. The loyal men formed a protective ring. When they neared the Mudgate, they found it guarded by several gold cloaks, but Darren was among them, recognized by the slouch of his posture and a patchy beard. He let out a low whistle, eyeing the group. Ned passed him a heavy pouch of coins. Darren discreetly weighed it, nodded. Hurry, he muttered. I can't distract the others for long. They pressed on. Another gold cloak yawned, hardly glancing at them, possibly lulled by a suggestion that this was just a late merchant's cart. Then Darren coaxed him aside, pointing to something in the darkness. Ned and company slid through the gate. Beyond it, the city walls gave way to a narrow road descending toward the Blackwater, where a small wooden bridge crossed a drainage channel. If they could get past the outer yard, they'd be truly outside King's Landing. Their cart rumbled forward, wheels creaking. Ned's heart hammered. Any moment, he feared a cry of alarm. But none came. The hush they had dreaded was now ironically their ally. In the realm's confusion, no one suspected Lord Stark might flee. They continued south along the river road, leaving the city behind. The flicker of distant torches on the walls soon faded. Night wrapped around them, cool and silent. Catelyn let out a soft, shaken laugh of relief, while Sansa clung to Arya, tears on her cheeks. One loyal man scouted ahead. The rest guarded the cart. Ned looked back at the receding silhouette of the Red Keep. He wondered if they had truly escaped, or if Joffrey would soon dispatch outriders to hunt them down. The hush might linger in the city where no one had the nerve to declare Joffrey false. But Ned and his family had chosen to break away at last. That was the final, desperate gamble. They pressed on for hours, stopping only at a deserted copse to let the donkey rest. Then they turned west, aiming for the Kingswood's outskirts. From there, they planned to skirt the main roads, hoping to avoid Lannister patrols or brigands. The war made every mile dangerous. Dawn found them on a winding dirt track well south of the Rose Road. The sun broke through leaden clouds, painting the horizon with pale gold. Ned breathed deeply, tasting freedom and fear in equal measure. They traveled slowly, avoiding villages whenever possible. Once they spotted a column of armed men in the distance, likely gold cloaks or a local lord's retinue. Arya guided them down a ravine path to hide in thick brush. They waited, hearts pounding, until the column passed. Sansa wept soundlessly, terrified they would be found. But the hush of the forest concealed them. On they went, day after day. Nights were spent huddled in meager camps. Rain occasionally drenched them. They lacked proper tents, carrying only cloaks for shelter. The small stock of dried fruit and salted fish they'd packed dwindled. They tried to buy food when safe, but often the roads were deserted or patrolled. Catelyn's eyes shone with worry whenever she thought of what the Lannisters might do in their absence. Would they punish Jory Castle? Place blame on others? Possibly. But at least Sansa and Arya were out of Joffrey's immediate reach. That alone made the hardships worth it. On the 8th day, they saw signs of a greater Lannister presence. A burnt farmstead, the charred timbers still smoking. Piles of horse dung on the trail. It seemed some warband or patrol had passed recently. Ned insisted they keep to the wooded lanes, pushing the cart over rough terrain. The donkey balked at times, and Arya had to coax it forward. Sansa pressed a hand to her chest, stifling anxious breaths. The hush of these back roads felt different from the hush in King's Landing. It was emptier, a hush of fear and ruin. Now and then they encountered refugees, ragged folk fleeing deeper conflict, trudging with carts or their children in tow. Some recognized Ned from glimpses in the capital or from rumors of the Northern Hand, but they said nothing. Everyone was too beaten down to pry. 2 more weeks crawled by in this manner. They angled gradually north, hoping to reach the Stormland's edge, then swing around the mountains of the Crownlands to find a route home. The roads were precarious, news of roving bands loyal to Renly or Tywin or local lords who had turned to banditry. The travelers learned to avoid large settlements, resting in woodland clearings by night. More than once, they nearly starved. The donkey strained under the weight of the trunk, forcing them to discard some possessions. Sansa parted tearfully with a chest of dresses. Arya gave up some small trinkets. They kept only a few changes of clothes, essential tools, and coin. On the hardest days, they rationed stale bread and watery stew from roots foraged in the forest. Yet, amid the struggle, a certain sense of renewed unity blossomed among them. Freed from the watchful eyes of gold cloaks, Ned found moments to talk gently with Sansa to praise her courage. He also trained with Arya in brief sessions at camp, instructing her on footwork, thankful that Sirio's lessons had not been in vain. Catelyn scouted side paths with the men, gleaning which villages might be safe to approach. The hush that had so long imprisoned them began to fade. No one here was forcing them to keep up false words about Joffrey. They could speak the truth among themselves, acknowledging the monstrous travesty that had befallen the realm. One evening, they sat around a small fire, the donkey dozing nearby, the men posted as sentries. Arya stirred a pot of meager broth while Sansa lay on a bedroll, exhaustion painting her features. Catelyn and Ned shared the warmth of the flames, gazing at the half-barren trees around them. "We can't linger," Ned said quietly. "We must slip past any major roads. If Renly and Tywin are clashing in the Stormlands, that region is dangerous. But heading straight into the Riverlands might put us near Lannister bannermen." Catelyn nodded. "My father's lands are likely swarming with conflict. The war might have spilled across the Red Fork by now." The letter from Lisa offered no clarity about how the Riverlords stand. "We might do better to aim east, then circle around through the hills near Harrenhal." Arya overheard, brow furrowed. "That's a ruin, right? People say it's haunted." Catelyn smiled grimly. "Worse than haunted, strategically vital, always contested in wars. But we might pass near it quietly if the main forces are fighting elsewhere." Ned was about to reply when Sansa abruptly spoke up, voice soft. "Do you think Joffrey will come after us?" A hush fell around the campfire. They all knew the answer could be yes. But Ned said, "We left quietly. The city was distracted by riots. If the king organizes a search, he might guess we headed north, but there are many roads. And his mind is on the war. We must hope that leads him astray." Catelyn added a quiet reassurance. "For him to chase us personally would be foolish. He'll rely on his bannermen or gold cloaks. We've outpaced them for now, God willing." Sansa sighed, eyes shadowed by memory. "He'll be so angry." They fell silent again. The wind rustled overhead. The hush that lingered now was one of relief, though tinted with worry. No longer the hush of captivity, but the hush of fugitives on the run, uncertain whether tomorrow would bring a Lannister patrol or a band of outlaws. They pressed north the next day, crossing a shallow stream that stained their boots and ankles with cold mud. The donkey nearly lost its footing on slippery rocks, but Arya coaxed it onward. Eventually, they reached higher ground, where pine trees replaced oaks. The air grew fresher, reminding Ned faintly of the north. Sansa marveled at the crisp scents, though her feet ached from hours of walking. Catelyn maintained a stoic front, always scanning for danger. At twilight, they found a deserted cottage beneath tall pines, the roof partially caved but offering some shelter. The men cleared debris, built a small fire in the crumbling hearth. Sansa curled against a wall, resting, while Arya slipped outside to gather kindling. Ned and Catelyn conferred about the next leg of the route, northwest, then west, circumventing Harrenhal's domain if possible. Suddenly, one of their loyal men rushed in, eyes wide. "My lord," he hissed. "Riders on the ridge. I count half a dozen. Could be scouts." Ned's heart lurched. "Did they see you?" "I don't think so. They're traveling at a trot, heading east." He rose, gesturing for silence. Arya, returning with sticks, froze in the doorway. Sansa sat up, alarmed. Catelyn snatched up the donkey's reins in case they needed to bolt. Ned motioned for everyone to stay low. Then he and the loyal man crept out of the cottage and moved behind a cluster of pines, peering upslope. Sure enough, silhouettes on horseback swayed amid the trees. They wore no obvious banners, but glimpses of steel gleamed in the dim light. Possibly outlaws or a small band of Lannisters or even Renly's men. Ned could not tell. The riders paused, scanning the terrain. One pointed down toward the valley. Another shook his head. Then they continued on. Ned and his companion remained crouched, barely breathing, until the hoofbeats faded. Only when the forest was quiet did they retreat to the cottage. Sansa and Arya looked pale, clutching each other's hands. Catelyn exhaled in relief. It seems they're gone. That close call rattled them. For the next 2 days, they traveled by night, resting in concealed thickets during daylight, hoping to avoid detection. Their progress slowed, but it felt safer. The donkey brayed at times, risking discovery, so they fed it handfuls of grass to keep it calm. During this nocturnal trek, Sansa stumbled repeatedly, unaccustomed to picking her way through dark forests. Arya took her hand, guiding her around roots and rocks. A few times, Ned overheard Sansa murmuring thanks to her younger sister, and Arya replying with surprisingly gentle patience. The hush had drawn them closer, forging a bond neither had shown in the courts of King's Landing. Once, they nearly blundered into a traveler's camp, seeing the glow of a distant fire at the last moment. They veered off, not wanting to meet strangers in these uncertain times. The realm's law was frayed, and friend or foe could be anywhere. At last, they emerged into rolling countryside with farmland left fallow, some fields grown wild with weeds, barns abandoned. War's shadow had frightened the small folk away. Ned recognized old boundary markers that suggested they were nearing the region once dominated by House Went before Harrenhal changed hands repeatedly. That cursed fortress lay not too far to the west. Some might avoid it, but Ned believed it might ironically be less patrolled since armies disliked lingering there. Sure enough, on a hazy morning they glimpsed Harrenhal's black towers rising like broken teeth from the horizon. Even from miles away it looked massive and forbidding. The walls were said to be the largest in the realm, built by King Harren the Black centuries ago, only to be scorched by Aegon's dragons. Now it stood half-ruined, rumored to be haunted. Catelyn eyed it warily. We could circle around, but that might mean more days on the road. The main roads near the fortress might be watched. We should weigh which is riskier. Ned rubbed his stubbled chin. If the fortress is mostly deserted, we might pass near it, find a side path, and slip around the lake. If an occupying force is there, we'll need to retreat. They debated briefly, then decided to approach cautiously, scoping the place from a distance. If they spotted a large Lannister or even a crown presence, they would flee. That night, they camped near a rocky outcrop that overlooked a shallow valley leading to the fortress. The donkey was hobbled, munching grass. Arya, ever curious, climbed the outcrop for a vantage. She hurried back to report seeing a single line of torches flickering along the fortress walls, suggesting some inhabitants but not a great host. Possibly a small garrison. At dawn, they crept closer. The land around Harrenhal was bleak, dotted with stunted trees and patches of marshy ground near the lake's edges. They found a vantage behind a low ridge. Indeed, the fortress was not ablaze with campfires or bustling with soldiers. Only a few columns of smoke rose from within. The gates stood partially open, though it was hard to tell at this distance. Catelyn sighed. If a Lannister garrison is there, we risk capture. If it's Renly's or some other house, who knows? We might pass ourselves off as refugees. Ned scanned the ramparts where he saw no banners flying. They might not be Lannister men. But this place changes hands in every war. Perhaps a minor lord has claimed it. Sansa shivered. It looks so gloomy. Arya's eyes lit with a strange excitement. But huge. Imagine exploring it. Ned frowned. We'll keep our distance. Let's circle around, aiming for the northern shore of the lake. With care, we might avoid any patrols. They pressed on, descending to the lakeside, always scanning for watchmen or riders. The donkey plodded along, the cart rattling softly over rough ground. By mid-morning, they were parallel to Harrenhal's eastern walls, still about a mile away, with patches of mist clinging to the water. Suddenly, a shout rang out ahead. Their lead loyal man reined up, raising a hand. From behind a cluster of reeds, two figures emerged on horseback, clad in dull metal half-helms and patched cloaks. They brandished spears. Ned and his men tensed, readying weapons. "Ho there," called one rider. "You approach Harrenhal lands. State your business." Ned's heart hammered. The speaker's accent sounded like a local Riverlander, not obviously Lannister or Stormlander. He considered lying, perhaps claiming to be poor merchants. But with their refined speech, that might fail. Catelyn pulled her hood low, whispering to Ned, "We can't risk them recognizing us." He nodded, stepping forward. "We're travelers seeking passage north. We want no trouble." The second rider, a lean woman with graying hair, eyed them suspiciously. "The roads are thick with outlaws and sellswords. Who do you serve?" Ned forced a casual shrug. "No one. We fled King's Landing after the riots. We have coin enough to buy safe passage if needed. Our families need to reach the Riverlands. The first rider snorted. Then you're fools to come near Harrenhal. A small garrison holds it, sworn to, well, we're sworn to House Went, though that house is nearly extinguished. Our castellan tries to keep order. The second rider lowered her spear slightly. If you truly mean no harm, come meet the castellan. He might let you pass. But no sudden moves. Ned and Caitlin exchanged a glance. If they refused, these riders might summon more men and chase them down. If they complied, they risked revealing who they were. But the riders already blocked the route around the lake. At last, Ned nodded. Very well. We'll come. But we're weary from the road. The riders escorted them warily around the lake's edge to a smaller gate of Harrenhal. The fortress loomed overhead, its blackened walls ominous even in daylight. They passed through a mossy archway into a courtyard choked with weeds. A half-collapsed tower overshadowed them, while a few stable hands paused to stare. Indeed, it looked like no more than a skeleton crew inhabited the place. Inside, the castellan awaited them in a spacious entry hall. He was a stout man of about 50, with a curly beard and tired eyes. The female rider introduced him as Ser Harbin Rivers, a bastard rumored to be distantly related to the old lords here. Ser Harbin waved them forward. So, you're travelers fleeing the capital? He said, voice echoing in the near-empty hall. Let's have a look at you. Ned kept his hood up. Caitlin did likewise. Sansa and Arya tried to remain inconspicuous at their sides. The men behind them clutched the donkey's reins. Ned said. We want no quarrel. We only seek safe passage north, away from the war. May we pass around your lands? Ser Harbin squinted. You've a noble bearing, friend. Odd that you'd roam as a simple traveler. One of the watchers behind Ser Harbin, an older man with a limp, peered closer at Ned. A flicker of recognition seemed to spark in his eyes. Fear coiled in Ned's gut. Could this man identify him as Lord Eddard Stark? Before the man could speak, a commotion stirred at a side entrance. Another figure entered, clad in chainmail and a battered surcoat. Ned turned and froze. The newcomer was Brienne of Tarth, tall and broad-shouldered, with short-cropped hair. She had a sword at her hip and a suspicious glare in her blue eyes. Brienne's presence here was unexpected. In the main timeline, she served Renly. If she had parted from him or if events had changed, she might be wandering. She stepped forward with a curt bow to Ser Harbin. We just got word that a band of outlaws was spotted near the northern road. Who are these folk? Ser Harbin grunted. They claim to be refugees from King's Landing, possibly highborn from the look of them. Hiding their faces, though. Brienne studied Ned and Caitlin. Her gaze paused on Ned's stance. You carry yourself like a knight or a soldier. Why hide your face? Ned knew they were on the brink of discovery. He decided to gamble. Pulling back his hood, he faced her steadily. I am Eddard Stark, he admitted in a low voice. Gasps echoed around the hall. We fled King Joffrey's captivity. We mean no harm here, only to pass north. Ser Harbin's eyes widened in alarm. The watchers exchanged stunned looks. Everyone in the realm had heard of Ned Stark, the king's once-hand, rumored to be in King's Landing. This was a scandalous revelation. Caitlin pulled back her own hood. I am Caitlin Tully Stark. My father is dying in Riverrun. We intend to see him, or at least reach safety in the north. Brienne's expression flickered with surprise. Lord Stark. You were rumored to be captive to the Lannisters. Ned nodded. We broke free. We seek only safe passage. Ser Harbin stepped back, hand on his belt knife. If word spreads that Harrenhal sheltered you, the Lannisters may punish us. They hold much of the Riverlands in thrall. Tywin Lannister has men all around. We're just a skeleton garrison. I can't fight off an army. Arya's jaw tightened. We're not asking you to fight. Just let us pass. Sansa said softly, please, we've had enough torment. Brienne watched them in silence, fists clenching. At length, she turned to Ser Harbin. If we hand them over to the Lannisters, we might curry favor, but we'd be delivering them to certain misery. Is that the kind of men we are? Ser Harbin glowered. The Lannisters might reward us. In these times, that matters. Brienne's voice was steel. Lord Stark is an honorable man. I fought for Lord Renly. Renly believed Ned Stark was no traitor. If we betray him, are we not stooping to the same cruelty that devours the realm? A tense pause stretched. Ned could see the conflict in Harbin's face. Fear of Lannister reprisal warred with grudging respect for the Starks. The hush grew stifling. Finally, Ser Harbin exhaled. I cannot risk open war with the Lannisters if they discover we aided you. Catelyn spoke softly. We ask no open aid. Simply let us depart in peace, perhaps guiding us to the least guarded roads. We'll vanish from here before dawn. You can claim ignorance if the Lannisters come asking. Harbin rubbed his chin. And if they torture us for information? Brienne set her jaw. There are times to stand for what's right. I'll accept the blame if it comes. Let them claim a lone knight forced your hand. Harbin regarded her with a mixture of respect and resignation. You're not even one of my men, Tarth. But fine. He looked to Ned, face grim. Very well, Lord Stark. If you promise not to linger, I'll let you slip out come nightfall. But I want no trouble, no mention of Harrenhal's help if you're caught. We never saw you, is that clear? Relief swept Ned. Agreed. You have my word. Harbin managed a curt nod, dismissing the watchers. Until dusk, keep them within the yard. Then they go. He stalked off, muttering about the danger. Brienne lingered, meeting Ned's gaze. I was sworn to protect. I once believed Renly the best hope for a just king. But the realm is broken. I can at least keep you from the Lannisters' clutches. Rest, then I'll guide you. Ned offered quiet gratitude. Sansa and Arya clung to Catelyn, exhausted from the tension. They had found an unlikely ally in Harrenhal's battered walls. That evening, Brienne led them through a postern at the fortress's rear, skirting the lake. With a single torch, she guided them to a narrow trail that cut through the reeds. From here, she said, you can reach the Old North Trail. It's seldom used, leads near the godwood behind the ruins. After that, you must circle west, then turn north. Avoid the main roads. With luck, you'll slip into the Riverlands without passing Tywin's men. She turned to Ned, who stood with the donkey's reins. Lord Stark, if ever you meet Renly, tell him I still hold him in esteem, but I cannot abide certain alliances. Let him know I remain loyal in spirit. Ned inclined his head. I'll remember. Thank you. You risk much for us. She gave a short nod, then vanished back into the gloom, her armor faintly clinking. Ned and the others pressed on, forging through tall reeds. The donkey snorted, but Arya coaxed it along. The hush of night wrapped them once more, though now a hush tinted by the faint blessing of unexpected mercy. They followed Brienne's directions, crossing a rickety footbridge over a watery stretch. The half-moon reflected on black water, revealing drifting logs like silent sentinels. The imposing bulk of Harrenhal receded behind them, a silhouette in the starry distance. They trudged onward for hours. The ground rose gradually, the marshy scent replaced by leaf mold and pine. A chill wind picked up, scattering leaves across their path. Near midnight, they paused in a clearing to rest. Catelyn collapsed onto a low stump, Sansa crouched beside her. Arya set about gathering kindling for a tiny fire. Ned rubbed the donkey's muzzle, letting the battered creature rest. They had no tent, but at least the sky was clear, the air crisp. Sansa whispered, we've come so far, are we truly free now? Ned exchanged a look with Catelyn. Farther from King's Landing, yes. But the war rages everywhere. We must remain cautious. We're not safe until we reach the north, or at least the protection of friendly lords. Arya laid out the sticks, flint in hand. I wonder if Robb is marching already. If he meets us halfway. Catelyn's eyes filled with longing. If only we had word of him. The roads are chaotic with fighting, so ravens might not reach him. But we'll keep going. One step at a time. They lit a small fire, sharing a meager meal of dried fruit and stale bread. The hush around them was tinged with quiet relief, but also the weight of unknown dangers ahead. In the distance, an owl hooted, a lonely sound. Sansa dozed off against Arya's shoulder. Catelyn stared into the flames, replaying the day's events. Ned recalled the insane labyrinth of events that had started it all, the hush around Jaime and Cersei's secret, Bran Stark's near climb that never happened, Robert's death, Joffrey's ascension, Stannis' defeat, Tywin's campaign, and the final push that had forced them to flee. Now here they were, in the wilderness beneath the broken moon, praying to find a path home. He rose, gazing into the dark trees. In another timeline, he might have died by Joffrey's order. Sansa might have been married off quickly, Arya used as a bargaining chip. The realm might have exploded into open war more swiftly. But in this hush-laden reality, the illusions had endured longer, sowing a different kind of chaos. And still, the truth lingered, unstoppable as time. What do you see, father? Arya asked, noticing him stand. He forced a half-smile. Trees, shadows, and hope, perhaps. She followed his gaze, the embers lighting the side of her face. We'll make it, right? Ned set a hand on her head gently. We will try. That is all we can do. They doused the fire soon after and slept in fitful turns, one or two always keeping watch. The hush of the night forest cradled them in uneasy peace. So the days continued, a laborious journey across lands torn by rumor and strife. They skirted farmland whose owners had fled, occasionally gleaning leftover crops or knocking at deserted huts. Once they encountered 3 ragged peasants who fell to their knees, sobbing for mercy, convinced Ned's party was a band of brigands. They parted with a half-dozen turnips in exchange for a few coins. Another time, they glimpsed plumes of smoke in the distance, presumably from some soldiers' camp or a burned village, but they avoided it. As they went, the sisters began to bicker less. Sansa depended on Arya's sharper awareness, while Arya accepted Sansa's caution about dealing with strangers. Catelyn's maternal instincts flared whenever either looked too pale or hungry, giving them the last scraps of bread. Ned admired his wife's fortitude. She had always been strong, but these trials tested her beyond anything they had endured since the Greyjoy Rebellion. Eventually, the land opened out into the rolling plains that marked the southern edges of the Riverlands. They recognized certain landmarks, a broken watchtower on a hill, a wide stream that fed into the Trident. They were nearing home territory for Catelyn, though it was uncertain if the lords there still held loyalty to House Tully or had switched alliances under Lannister pressure. They advanced warily. One late afternoon, they spotted a modest traveler's inn by a crossing of 2 dirt roads. Smoke rose from its chimney. Hungry and weary, they debated stopping. It could be a trap, but they needed supplies. Ned decided they would investigate. They approached the inn at dusk, the donkey trudging behind. A wooden sign creaked in the breeze, the Trident's Rest. A stable boy emerged, blinking at them. Ned asked quietly if the inn was safe. The boy nodded uncertainly. Inside, they found a main room with a few scattered patrons, mostly older men nursing ale. The innkeeper was a plump woman who eyed them suspiciously but took their coin. She led them to a corner table and soon they had a meal of barley soup and stale bread. It tasted like feasting compared to their last weeks on the road. Catelyn kept her hood up. Sansa and Arya sat close, saying little. Ned quietly asked the innkeeper if she'd heard news of the war. She sighed, glancing around. War everywhere, Lord. The Lannisters hold the roads to the west, Renly's men lurk somewhere in the south. If you're heading north, I'd advise you keep off the main routes. Bandits roam. Ned nodded. We intend to, yes. Is there any news from Riverrun? She shrugged. Some say old Lord Hoster is dying, his brother Brynden Blackfish Tully returned to see him. But that might be rumor. The place is quiet for now, I hear. The Lannisters strike mostly further west, near the Gold Roads. Catelyn's eyes shone. So Riverrun stands unmolested? The innkeeper spread her hands. So far as I know. Of course, that could change if Tywin marches that way. They finished their meal in silence. Each felt a flicker of hope. If Riverrun remained safe, could they slip in? Catelyn yearned to see her father, but it was still a risk. She and Ned conferred quietly while the girls sipped the last of their soup. In the end, they decided to attempt it. Riverrun might be the best refuge. House Tully's lands, if not overrun, could offer them sanctuary. If Lisa Arryn was still sequestered in the Vale, at least Edmure Tully might greet them warmly. Perhaps they could gather an escort from there to continue on to Winterfell. That night, they rented a small single room at the inn, cramming in with bedrolls and the donkey stabled outside. The next morning, they left early, traveling lightly. The hush felt almost like a companion now, this unspoken vow to hide who they were from the realm's warring eyes. On the 5th day out from the inn, they reached a vantage overlooking the red fork of the Trident. A battered signpost indicated Riverrun lay another day's ride west. The countryside showed fewer scars of battle here. They passed farmland with tilled fields, real homes standing, farmers eyeing them warily but not fleeing. The tension was still present, but not as dire as nearer the war fronts. At dusk, they glimpsed Riverrun's towers in the distance, perched at the confluence of the Red Fork and the Tumblestone. A wave of emotion overcame Catelyn. She gazed upon her childhood home, uncertain what welcome awaited. Ned placed a hand on her shoulder. Sansa and Arya stared at the castle with curiosity, remembering only vague childhood visits. As they approached, a small group of riders emerged from a guard post on the road. They wore the fish sigil of Tully on their surcoats. One hailed them. Who goes there? Catelyn pulled down her hood, voice trembling with relief. Catelyn Tully Stark. I've come to see my father. The men gasped, nearly toppling off their saddles. My lady, we heard rumors you were in the capital. Is it truly you? Tears gleamed in her eyes. Yes. Please, let us pass. Is Lord Hoster still alive? The lead guard nodded. Barely, my lady. He's holding on. Lord Edmure is with him. We'll escort you. But does the realm know you're here? Caitlin shook her head. I pray not. Let me see my father first. Then we can speak of the rest. The guards exchanged uncertain glances but yielded. They led the Starks toward Riverrun's gate. Along the way, they whispered that many in the castle had worried House Tully might stand alone if the Lannisters pressed east. However, for now no direct siege threatened. Edmure Tully tried to keep watch while Hoster lay bedridden. They crossed the drawbridge over the moat, the castle's gatehouse looming. Inside, soldiers in Tully colors rushed forward to gawk. Murmurs spread, Lady Caitlin has returned. Lord Stark is with her, the girls, too. Within minutes, Edmure Tully appeared in the courtyard, disheveled, eyes red from worry. Cat, he exclaimed, voice cracking. 7 above, is it truly you? Caitlin slid off the donkey's cart, nearly collapsing into her brother's arms. Edmure, oh gods, is father. He's alive, Edmure said, hugging her tight. Weak, but still with us. Come quickly. Sansa and Arya followed, wide-eyed, while Ned dismounted stiffly. The donkey brayed. The Tully men scurried to help with their baggage. Edmure blinked at Ned, marveling. We heard you were a captive in King's Landing. Ned managed a tired smile. We escaped after many trials. We need your help, Edmure. The Lannisters will not be pleased if they learn we're here. Edmure's face hardened. Then we'll keep it quiet. Father would want us to shelter you. They hurried inside. Torches illuminated stone corridors. The air smelled of straw and old rushes. Servants gasped and curtsied. At length, they reached Hoster Tully's chamber, a subdued place where a maester hovered, stirring a bowl of tonic. The old lord lay in bed, his breathing shallow, his once strong face sunken with age and illness. Caitlin approached, tears falling freely. She sank to her knees by the bed, taking his bony hand. Father, I'm here. It's Cat. The old man stirred, eyelids fluttering. Cat, you came. She bent closer. Yes, father. Forgive me for not coming sooner. He made a weak motion with his free hand as though dismissing any blame. His voice was a rasp. Stark, you're Ned, with you? Ned stepped forward. I'm here, my lord. Hoster's cloudy eyes flicked his way, a ghost of a smile touching his lips. Good man. Always a good man, he coughed, and the maester soothed him. They lingered there, the hush of the sick room a far gentler hush than the one that stifled King's Landing. Outside, Sansa and Arya waited with Edmure. The Tully brother explained that the Riverlands were uneasy, but so far, direct conflict had skirted them. Tywin's main force was focused on Renly. Some lesser Lannister raiding parties had approached, but Edmure's scouts turned them aside. When Ned and Caitlin emerged, they found Edmure pacing. You must remain hidden. If the Lannisters discover you here, they might move against Riverrun in earnest. We can't face a full siege. Ned sighed. We appreciate your hospitality. Our plan was to continue north if we can. Or at least send word to Robb. We might find refuge in Winterfell. Edmure nodded grimly. That might be best. But the roads are uncertain. If the Lannisters blockade the Trident or if another army wanders in, you'll be trapped. The safest route might be upriver, past the Twins. Walder Frey claims neutrality, but he might let you pass if properly induced. Caitlin grimaced at the thought of dealing with Walder Frey, but it might be their only path. Let's not worry about that tonight, she said. For now we're here. Father still breathes. We must see him through. So the Starks found a temporary haven in Riverrun's sturdy walls. Their presence was kept secret from most to avoid rumors that might reach Lannister ears. Edmure quartered them in a modest suite once used by lesser Tully kin. Sansa was relieved to sleep in a real bed again, though she worried daily that gold cloaks might appear at the gates. Arya, restless, roamed the corridors, training with a wooden practice sword that Edmure found for her. Ned and Caitlin took turns visiting Lord Hoster. The old man alternated between delirium and clarity. At times he recognized them, murmuring regrets that he had not brought the realm together more strongly. Each day, Ned conferred with Edmure about the realm's developments. Reports indicated that Tywin and Renly continued a deadly dance in the Stormlands. The Greyjoys ravaged the western coasts. The mountain, that monstrous Clegane, led a band of raiders terrorizing the Riverlands, though he had not come near Riverrun yet. Another rumor suggested Stannis was rebuilding forces on Dragonstone. The realm was more fractured than ever. Meanwhile, no sign emerged that Joffrey had guessed the Starks' location. Perhaps he thought them heading for Winterfell, or perhaps he was too distracted. Ned found a sliver of solace in that. The hush over Joffrey's lineage persisted, overshadowed by open war. As the weeks passed, Lord Hoster's health declined further. Catelyn spent many hours at his bedside, praying, speaking softly. Arya and Sansa kept each other company, forging an unexpected closeness through shared trauma. Ned took Yueyat walks along Riverrun's battlements, remembering simpler times, bracing for whatever next storm might come. One late afternoon, a cry went up from the walls. Ned rushed to see what it was, fearing a Lannister force at last. But it was only a small band of riders bearing the sigil of House Mallister from Seaguard. They carried news that the Ironborn had struck again near Fairmarket. The region trembled, but no grand invasion threatened Riverrun directly. Edmure insisted they remain watchful. Days blurred. Hoster Tully hovered between life and death. On the 5th day of the new moon, with the corridors hushed by the first snows drifting in from the west, the old lord finally passed. Catelyn was at his side. She emerged from his chamber pale and trembling, tears carving silent paths down her cheeks. Edmure embraced her, likewise grieving. The castle horns sounded a mournful note. Sansa wept. Arya tried to hide her tears behind clenched fists. Lord Hoster Tully was gone. Riverrun draped black banners, the funeral planned for the next day at sunrise by the riverside, sending the old lord's boat aflame down the water. Ned stood with Catelyn on the ramparts that evening, each lost in memories. The hush of sorrow was tangible, as was the hush of fear about what the Lannisters might do if they learned the Starks were here. Edmure, now Lord of Riverrun, consoled his sister. You arrived in time. He knew you were here. He died less anxious for your fate. She nodded, voice still thick with grief. Thank you, Edmure. And what now? Will the Tullus remain neutral, or will we ally with the North or with Renly? Edmure's expression was torn. I don't know. The Riverlands have no love for the Lannisters. They ravaged our lands in the last war. But we can't stand alone if Tywin decides to burn us out. We might have to pick a side. Renly might be an option, or we could call on your son Robb. If the North rose, that might tip the balance. Ned frowned. I had hoped to avoid broadening the war. But the Lannisters remain unstoppable unless challenged by a united force. Perhaps the North and the Riverlands together. He trailed off, recalling how many men might die. Catelyn whispered, I want to see Winterfell again. I want the girls safe. But if war calls, we can't abandon the realm to Joffrey's tyranny. The hush can't last forever. They gazed out over the Red Fork, the last traces of sunset staining the waters red and gold. In that quiet moment, Ned recognized that their flight had only bought them time. Sooner or later, they would face the question of claiming open defiance. The hush was broken for them personally. They no longer served or knelt in false loyalty. Yet the realm at large still bowed to Joffrey's illusions. The next morning, they held Lord Hoster's funeral. The boat was set adrift on the river, loaded with flowers and fragrant oils. Edmure attempted the archer's duty, loosing flaming arrows. His first arrow missed, cursing softly. The second lodged in the boat's side, igniting the flowers. A hush fell as the boat drifted downstream, flames crackling until it vanished around the bend. Sansa and Arya stood hand in hand, tears shining. Catelyn wept quietly. Ned laid a hand on her shoulder. Afterwards, Edmure called them to his solar for a solemn talk. The new Lord of Riverrun was more somber than Ned remembered. The funeral marks a turning point for House Tully, he said. I must decide how we'll move in the war. If the North would join us, we could defy the Lannisters. But that means open rebellion. Ned inhaled deeply. If Robb calls the banners, we might field a large host. Enough to challenge the Lannisters, especially if Tywin is stretched thin by Renly and the Greyjoys. But that unleashes bloodshed on a grand scale. Catelyn lifted her chin. Joffrey will not rest until Ned is recaptured or destroyed. He cannot abide our flight. If the Riverlands shelter us, Tywin might come here eventually. We must not be caught unprepared. Edmure set his jaw. Then perhaps it's time. Let me send Ravens to your son, inviting him to treat with me. If the North and the Riverlands unite, we can muster an army that might stand a chance. We can plan how to handle Renly or any other claimants. At least we keep the Lannisters from swallowing us piecemeal. Ned frowned at the enormity of it, recalling how reluctant he had been to spark a new war. But Joffrey had made it inevitable, forcing them to flee, holding King's Landing in an iron grip of terror. All right, he said at last. Send the Ravens. We'll see if Robb is prepared. Catelyn nodded, resolved. We have tarried in hush and subterfuge for too long. If the realm must face the truth, let it come. Joffrey's claim is false, and we cannot bow to him anymore. So Edmure penned urgent letters to Winterfell, calling upon Robb Stark to muster men and ride south to Riverrun for counsel. Ned watched as the messages were sealed with the Tully sigil and handed to trusted couriers. He felt a strange blend of dread and relief. The hush that had stifled them was finally cracking, at least in the Riverlands. Days followed in uneasy waiting. At times, the castle bustled with funeral rites and leadership transitions as Edmure took Lord Hoster's seat. Sansa and Arya roamed the battlements, marveling at the restful difference from King's Landing. No gold cloaks hounded them here, though the threat of Lannister reprisal loomed on the horizon. One chilly dawn, a small outrider party returned with news. Robb Stark had indeed called banners, young lords from the north gathering at Moat Cailin. The letter said Robb would lead them south within a fortnight, crossing the Neck. He intended to meet with his father at Riverrun. Catelyn nearly cried with joy on hearing that. Arya grinned fiercely, excited to see her brother. Sansa exhaled in a soft rush of relief, longing for a sense of normalcy again. Ned felt pride swelling in his chest. Robb was but 15, yet carrying the burden of a grown lord. If war was inevitable, at least they would face it united as a family. In the interim, Edmure quietly fortified Riverrun, provisioning for a potential siege. Scouts roamed the roads, watching for Lannisters. No sign of an immediate threat emerged. Tywin and Renly apparently continued their deadly game in the south. The hush blanketed the realm, an uneasy hush of indefinite war and swirling rumors, but no swift resolution. When at last the banners of House Stark appeared along the eastern banks of the Red Fork, the entire castle turned out, cheering. A column of Northmen, perhaps 4,000 strong, arrived under the dire wolf sigils, with Robb at their head, Grey Wind loping at his side. Ned, Catelyn, Sansa, and Arya rushed to the courtyard to greet him. Robb dismounted and ran to embrace them, tears in his eyes. Arya whooped, Sansa sobbed, Catelyn clung to him, half laughing, half weeping. Ned set a hand on Robb's shoulder, pride and sorrow mixing. "Father," Robb said, voice shaking, "when your letters stopped, we feared the worst. Then word came that you might have fled King's Landing. I've marched south as quickly as I could without leaving the north unguarded." Ned swallowed. "You did well, my son. We are safe for now. But the realm is in chaos. If we stand idle, the Lannisters will eventually come for us." Robb nodded grimly. "Then we will not stand idle. The north stands behind you. We'll defend House Stark and Tully. If war must be waged, so be it." Catelyn, weeping, put her arms around both of them. Sansa and Arya clustered near, Grey Wind sniffing them in acceptance. The hush of fear that had haunted them for so long began to lift, replaced by the hush of resolve. An entire region braced for the battles to come. They convened a war council in Riverrun's Great Hall, with Edmure, Ned, Robb, the Northern Lords, and key river lords. By candlelight, they pored over maps, analyzing how best to proceed. Some argued for a direct strike at King's Landing, unseating Joffrey by force. Others wanted to smash Tywin's forces in the field first. Still others pointed to Renly, uncertain if he might be an ally or rival. Ultimately, they decided the greatest threat was Tywin Lannister's might. If he finished with Renly, he would turn on the Riverlands. So the newly united Tully-Stark alliance would march out, seeking to catch Tywin's host from the flank. If they triumphed, King's Landing would be exposed, allowing them to dislodge Joffrey. Ned closed his eyes, recalling that each step meant more blood. But Joffrey left them no choice. The hush had forced them to flee. War was the final outcome. Thus, in the gloom of Riverrun's halls, they made ready for the next stage. Soldiers mustered, messages flew to lesser bannermen. The Stark banner of the dire wolf hung beside the silver shroud of Tully. And so the hush that had begun when Bran Stark chose not to climb that tower reached its final reckoning, the North and Riverlands forging a united front, prepared to defy the Boy King whose entire claim rested on incest and murder. On the eve of departure, Ned found himself alone on Riverrun's ramparts, gazing at the dark currents of the Red Fork below. He thought of how many times he'd stared at the quiet Godwood in Winterfell or at the city from the Red Keep's walls. Each vantage had felt overshadowed by secrets. Now at least he stood among family, free to speak truth. Yet war loomed, a war that might tear the realm asunder, a war that might see new horrors unleashed. The hush that had protected the Lannisters' lie was finally cracking, but the cost was unimaginable. Still, Ned drew a long breath of night air, letting the sorrow and fear swirl within him. At his back was Catelyn, wearing a cloak against the chill. She joined him, slipping her hand into his. They said nothing, for there was nothing left to say that could undo the wars or the heartbreak. Tomorrow they would ride out, father and son leading their armies. Sansa and Arya would remain behind at Riverrun for safety, ironically in the fortress that once was just a part of Catelyn's childhood. In the distance, thunder rumbled, though no lightning split the sky. It was the deep, rolling sound of a storm traveling far overhead. Ned imagined it as the voice of the realm's old gods lamenting the kingdom's fate. He pressed Catelyn's hand, grateful to have her with him, to have escaped the Red Keep's tyranny. When dawn broke, they assembled in Riverrun's courtyard, war horses stamping, banners unfurling in the stiff breeze. Robb wore boiled leather and mail, looking older than his years, gray wind pacing at his side. Arya and Sansa embraced him tearfully, begging him to be careful. Catelyn kissed his brow. Ned clasped his son's gauntlet hand, seeing a reflection of his younger self. "Lead them well, Robb," Ned said softly. "We march with you." Edmure oversaw the final muster. Then the gates swung wide, and the combined host of Northmen and Riverlanders streamed out in columns, spearmen, archers, knights on destriers. Ned, on his horse, rode near Robb at the vanguard, feeling the dull ache of what was to come. Behind them, high on the walls, Sansa and Arya waved farewell, tears shining. Catelyn stood on the rampart too, though she would ride out in her own retinue soon after. The hush in the courtyard was broken by the clatter of hooves and the rustle of armor, and beyond that, the hush of an entire land waiting for the final clash. Ned cast one last look at the castle that had sheltered them. Then he faced forward, guiding his horse onto the road. The hush had lingered far too long, preserving a monstrous false king. Now steel and blood would tear that hush apart. Whether the realm would survive intact remained in the hands of the gods or the cunning of men. As the columns vanished into the rising sun, the wind carried only the faint echo of hopes and fears. The hush was ending, and the war for truth had truly begun.